Hi, I'm Alisa Vitti. I'm the founder and director of the Flow Living Hormone Center. I'm the best-selling author of Woman Code, and I'm the creator of the MyFlow period tracking app. The Flow Living Hormone Center was really something that I needed, a long time ago when I was dealing with my own hormonal health issues, and I really wish there was a place where I could have gone when my period started becoming problematic, where I could talk to someone about the issues that I was struggling with, where I could test my hormones at as much as I wanted, or I could get some effective and natural treatment, and I could track how all my progress was going and how my symptoms were doing. And so the Flow Living Hormone Center is really the first and only global menstrual health care concierge platform where you can do all those things. You can talk to someone, treat, test, track, everything to do with your cycle and your hormones. A lot of the messaging that we're given as women about our reproductive health is lacking in enough science and enough practical wisdom that we feel like we should also avoid it. And then it ends up causing us to make choices in our own healthcare of doing nothing, which we know is really dangerous from great research that's long been out there. The biocycle study, for example, determined that if you have untreated PMS in your 20s and 30s, right? And PMS is a serious hormonal imbalance where you have too much estrogen and not enough progesterone. If you let that go untreated, which, hello, everybody does, we just joke about it, that will increase your likelihood of developing the 4 big diseases of inflammation postmenopausally. So that's heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia. And I don't think we should be joking about that. I think if you have a friend who's complaining about PMS, you should be like, oh my goodness, you're on fire. You need to do something today so that you don't end up, without your noodle, at 60. So I think it's really important for us to understand how our bodies work, to get really practical, useful information about what we can do to interact with our endocrine system to optimize its performance, and to understand how to troubleshoot things along the way, because it is not complicated, it is not mysterious, and your body is so responsive to the right inputs, and it's just amazing. My experience of watching my body transform is not unique. I've been doing this now for nearly 17 years with tens of thousands of women around the globe. This is every woman's story. And I think it's just time that there's a place, that you use. You go to your gynecologist for your annual and whatever other tests you want to get done, but then when you really need to take action around your cycle, there needs to be a place. And so that's why I ended up opening up the center, because I needed it and we all need it. We need this kind of a place where we can go when things are getting a little off track with our hormones. And the whole thing with the pill is a big conversation, and I think women are starting to really ask more questions about this, because here we are, we're eating clean, we're exercising in different ways that are really body aware, we're living these more health and wellness based lifestyles, and then we're taking this medication to suppress something that is really part of our biological process. And I think a lot of younger women are starting to say, well, gee, if I'm not using it necessarily for birth control, why am I using it? What is the benefit here? Especially when there's so many side effects. Because the truth of the matter is, when you take synthetic hormones, you are not getting a period. You're suppressing ovulation altogether. That is what the pill does. It's a specific cocktail of estrogen and progesterone that simulates pregnancy so that you shut off the ovarian conversation altogether. And then you're not actually having a bleed, you're having something called a breakthrough bleed. So the days that you're taking, if you're taking the pill, you're taking like 5 days of a sugar pill. And because you're not dosing with that particular cocktail of estrogen and progesterone for those 5 days, you have a little breakthrough bleeding. And some women don't have that at all. So in fact, over time, the more you take medication, the period can just go away altogether. So that's important to know, because women think, oh no, I'll take the pill, I'll still have my period. But no, you're not having a period at all. You're not having the whole cyclical process happen between the pituitary gland and the ovary and the uterus. It's all shut off. So that's first and foremost. Second thing to know is that while you're on that medication, whether it's delivered in the form of a ring or an implant or an IUD or the pill, that medication, because of the way they have to modify and manipulate the molecular structure of these hormones in order for them to commercialize them, they are not a perfect lock and key fit on your cell receptor sites for those hormones. And as a result, you can have all sorts of reactions to it. I call this synthetic birth control syndrome. So you get on any of these medications, and how many of us have that experience where you're like, oh, something's wrong with me because I can't take the pill, right? I've got to find one that works for me. Well, what that means is that you're just having sort of an allergic reaction to that synthetic modified molecule, right, of that estrogen, of that progesterone. And that's just short-term, immediate, while you start taking it. But long-term, this synthetic hormone combination starts to diminish and deplete key micronutrient stores in the body that are essential for endocrine function, this is the big problem, and this is sort of the link to future fertility, right? So let's say you go on this medication because you have a diagnosed condition like polycystic ovarian syndrome, like fibroids, like endometriosis, like heavy, terrible cramping and bleeding. Once you have a diagnosis, that already means you are micronutrient deficient in these key micronutrients, vitamins, minerals that your endocrine system needs to create proper hormonal balance, and you're already deficient, you're already depleted. Then you take a medication on top of that that does two things. One, gives you a false sense of security, making you feel like you have no more symptoms to address. And two, actively daily further depletes your bank account of these micronutrients. So by the time you get off, which can be a decade or longer, you've now had a worsening of your original situation, and you haven't felt any of the symptoms to put you into a position where you'd be motivated to take action. And that's all that these symptoms are. These symptoms are not a life sentence of, oh, you're supposed to be suffering with your period forever. It's just, hey, things are really not working in our favor. We as an endocrine system cannot function optimally on your behalf. We cannot produce a healthy cycle for you. We need your help. And symptoms are the call from the body to you. We need you to do some things differently. But when you're taught, we live in this culture that says, oh, I don't know, you just have some bad period luck, and the best thing to do is just medicate it and forget about it, then of course you do nothing and you don't feel those symptoms, and then there's this worsening of that pre-existing condition. And so for that reason, it's really frustrating, and I see this unfortunately all too often, where women then at like 35, 37, they've been on the pill for 10 to 15 years or longer, 20, and they've had something going on that has been unaddressed. Then they go off and they want to get pregnant right away, and now they have to recover, major recovery time from all that depleted micronutrient stores and address the original hormonal imbalance, and it takes time. The longer you are on the pill, the longer it takes to recover. So, this is one of the reasons why I created the Balance by Flow supplement line, because after 17 years of researching sort of what are these essential micronutrients that every woman needs for her endocrine system to function optimally, I just wanted to create a set of formulations that would do that for women. They're there for if you have a diagnosed condition, or if you're taking the pill, or if you really feel like you need it for preventing pregnancy or any of the devices. Make sure that you're supplementing adequately so that you're not further becoming depleted. Your bank account isn't going into the red, right? You can at least end the day with a neutral balance. So your fertility is something that you don't want to take for granted. We live in an environment that is sort of replete with endocrine disruptive chemicals that are really already compromising your body's ability to do the thing it's designed to do if you choose to reproduce. There are chemicals in the environment, chemicals in your food, chemicals in your home, chemicals in your makeup that are actively disrupting your body's ability to produce balanced levels of hormones that over time can erode your ability to have, regular ovulation and a healthy cycle. From the point of view of men, sperm production worldwide in the past 50 years has gone down by 50%. So these chemicals are not just affecting women, they're affecting men. And on the flip side, in terms of children, now there's a rise. There used to be just precocious puberty you would see in young females as early as 9, but now we're seeing that also spill over into the males as well. So precocious puberty is on the rise, which means younger bodies are being exposed to these synthetic estrogens, chemicals in form of pesticide on lawn care and in the cleaning detergent at home, and of course pesticides and growth hormone in food. And it's stimulating the endocrine system, to quickly in a young person, and they'll start developing at 9 when that should be more like 12 or 13. And then on the flip side, we'll see this really impact fertility. So I think this is a major, major issue that's only going to get worse as we continue to wreak havoc on our beautiful planet here. And I think that you have to take personal responsibility. You cannot wait for these things to kind of get addressed globally. You need to sort of recognize that, you know, you're in charge of what kind of chemical exposure you can control for. So your home should be green, your cleaning products, your makeup, your food organic, and if you have children, you need to really protect them even more, you know, consciously. A little bit can go a long way in terms of exposure. Even the choices of hand sanitizer you use, you know, the triclosan, this antibacterial chemical that's been put in hand sanitizers and toothpaste and dishwashing soap. It's a known endocrine disruptor in men and women, and the FDA made such a statement, but so it's not allowed to be in hand sanitizer anymore, but it's still in a lot of toothpaste, which you'd think you'd use toothpaste a little bit more than hand sanitizer. So just be educated. You know, everything's out on the internet. The Environmental Working Group is my favorite online resource to check any chemical that you may be looking at on a product to see how safe or unsafe it is. And it's just so important. You know, as important as putting the right inputs into the system is important for endocrine health and hormonal balance, making sure the wrong things stay out is an equally important job. And when it comes to fertility, you and your future child will thank you for the work that you put in today to preserve your reproductive function and protect your egg quality, your genetic material. This is a great thing about your body as a woman. You have early warning detection, right? Those little period problems that are cropping up in your teen years, acne and bloating and PMS, the red light is flashing on the indicator dashboard saying, hey, something's not working. Taking action in your early 20s and getting your hormones set up, because your body's going to heal so much more rapidly anyway because of your youth, is such a gift to give yourself. You know, instead of waiting till you're nearly 40 to start addressing your hormones, it's going to be a longer process. The endocrine system is marvelous. You know, it's an extraordinary system that I just don't think we spend enough time learning about or getting intimate with and familiar with, because it really runs the show. I mean, I always joke, people say, you know, oh, I'm free thinking. I'm like, well, you're as free thinking as your hormones are balanced, because they're really running things. For example, if you don't eat enough at the right frequency, spacing, right? Your blood sugar drops. This is called hypoglycemia in terms of a response. And the endocrine system, its primary job is to safeguard the transport of glucose to the brain, the heart, and the muscle tissue. So it really doesn't like it when you screw around with, you know, how much you're eating and when you're spacing out meals. It really likes a consistent calorie intake and consistent timing of meals. So when this hypoglycemic episode happens, the whole endocrine system gets into action. Cortisol, insulin, you know, things will start moving. Even thyroid can be involved, and just to make sure that your body starts to get access to glucose if you're not putting it in through dietary means, right? Now, episodically, this is okay, but if this becomes a chronic issue, other things are going to start to take over. And so this idea that you think their willpower is something that we have at our disposal is nonsense when you look at the science, right? What you have is, you have cortisol taking charge when there isn't enough glucose dietarily coming in, and so cortisol will talk to your fat cells and say, hey, mobilize some of that stored fat and get it out into the bloodstream as quick as you can. But over time, the body doesn't like that either. So then it starts to have some neurotransmitters come into play. It starts sending out more ghrelin, right? And saying, okay, we're hungry, we're starving, we're craving, you know, chips and whatever it is, just to get you into a place where you can be eating more calories to bring that blood sugar up. You're not in control in those moments the way that you would like to think that you are. So your hormones are really trying to guide you into right behavior so that you and your body can be healthy. So it's not like they're running things, but they're trying to help nudge you along in the right direction. If you want to just be a person who is up to things in life, right, who's not feeling like you're behind the 8 ball in terms of your energy, your mood, and other aspects of your health, and you want to be proactive, productive, creative, inspired, doing things, you need to set the groundwork, you know, physiologically for you to do that and biochemically to do that, and hormones play a huge role in that. So for me, balancing hormones You know, the short-term payoff is, of course, you get to get rid of all those annoying symptoms that plague you chronically throughout the month, and you get to feel better. But long-term, what's really the opportunity is that you get to prime yourself for your best life, your best work, your best inspiration. You get to really use your body as a tool to master your life, and that's really what it's about. I went on Dr. Oz and did a demonstration that I had been doing for years by using fruit juice to simulate the different colors of menstrual blood on little white dishes to show women how they can use their monthly bleed as a blood test, right? You can do this, you use it as a blood test, it's blood, the specific color of it can actually tell you very clearly the ratio between your estrogen and progesterone, and you would want to know that because it would tell you why you're having PMS, why you're maybe not being successful with your fertility journey. You can watch that change, the color and texture of your bleed month over month. It's the best, easiest, most user-friendly self-assessment that you can do, is really looking before you flush at what's coming out of you from a menstrual point of view. So this is so important that we actually built a free tool. We just think every woman should have access to this. So it's the period type quiz. You can just go to the flowliving.com homepage and answer 7 questions about the color of your period and the texture and the things that we need to know. And it will tell you what's wrong with your hormones, which is so empowering because then you'll know what to do. And it also tells you what to do, what foods to change, and how to get you in action right away. Because what's really exciting is once you start to play with your food a little bit, and then you see what's happening next cycle, you start to notice, oh, some of my symptoms are diminishing, and look, I'm seeing changes in what I'm seeing in terms of color of the bleed. There are only, 4 different things that it could be color-wise, right? So you can have sort of what I call the brown type, the pink type, the red type, the blue type. Those 4 colors really determine whether or not you have not enough progesterone, too much estrogen, not enough estrogen, or you have that perfect balance between the two. And that's really valuable information that every woman should know every month because it's not static, right? You could have things happen over the course of a year. Holidays, stressful situations at work, family, stressors, changes in your diet, changes in your lifestyle, major episodes of traveling, all illnesses, all sorts of things, because of the link between the immune system and the endocrine system, can impact what shows up for you monthly. And the best way for you to gauge how well your body is responding to all of these different situations that arise that are external to your endocrine function and how it's impacting them, that's really where you can see it show up. And it's such a useful tool because then you can start to troubleshoot. Because then a lot of women then ask me the question, well, how do you know what to do? It's so easy. That's what we developed the app for, so that you can learn why you're having a symptom and then learn which foods to eat to make it better and make it go away within a month or 2. And that's the thing I just love, letting every woman know that if you make food changes that are appropriate for your particular set of hormonal issues, you can bring them to resolution within 3 months, typically. You can have a really wonky period today and 3 periods from now have it be what it should be. That's not a very long time. That's not a lot of commitment. Think about things you commit to for far longer and you don't get results. This is something that has major responsive action in the body, and it's encouraging. The more you do, the more you see your body performing better, the more you're going to take care of your hormones, and that, of course, is a perfect biofeedback loop that we want to encourage. I think for me, I'm tracking things daily. I don't wait for a monthly kind of report exclusively with the color of my bleed, although that's like the final exam. If you were to think about it, you want to take daily quizzes, you want to look at how your body's performing daily, but the final exam, how you really, if you did it right that month, that will show up in the actual bleed phase. But for me, I'm looking at how is my energy, how is my mood, how's my digestion, how's everything going on these sort of supporting cast member roles of the endocrine system. And then if I've really gone off, which I don't do because for me I'm so hormonally sensitive, I really cannot, I'll notice that I feel a little bit crankier or more tired, but I'm pretty committed to the program. I mean, it's why I'm able to still have a period and have a healthy cycle. The protocol works if you're on it 80% of the time. You don't have to be perfect, which is great news. That's how resilient your body is. But for someone like myself, I just know that I feel an extra 20% more fantastic if I'm on protocol more exclusively. So there are things that are non-negotiable for me, like eating the right foods in the right phases of my cycle, exercising the right way for the right phase of my cycle, getting the right sleep hygiene perfected, and taking the right supplements, and avoiding pro-inflammatory foods and endocrine disruptors. I mean, these are just things that I do that I can't not do. I mean, and like if I'm traveling, I still do them. I bring stuff with me, it's just part of the fabric of my day-to-day life. So it's not a big burden, but I built up those practices over time so that I have mastery over them now. So wherever you are, if you're just getting started, don't worry about how many different things I'm doing that you might not be doing. Start with something. Start with something that resonates with you. Like if you think, you know what, gee, I really should swap out all the chemicals in my home, and that feels like a straightforward thing because it's one and done. You know, you throw out the bad stuff, buy some new stuff, and it's done. Start with that. You know, start where you can. If it's switching to organic, start there, and you'll start to see that you're actually making improvements. A little bit goes a long way. So Woman Code is this book that I wrote, and it was published in 2013. You know, I wrote it because it was the conversation I had been having in my professional career with my clients for over a decade, and I thought, you know, this is the protocol. I want women to know about it. I want them to understand, you know, about endocrine disruptors. I want them to understand that once you have a diagnosis, it doesn't mean you're stuck with it for life. And I wanted them to understand how their hormones worked, what they are, the symphony of how they work together, how things can throw them off. I wanted it to be a very practical, tactical book about how your body works and what to do. It's the sex ed you never got but really should have gotten, about being female and having a female biochemical operating system and how you interact with that to optimize its function. In chapter 5 of that book is this magical chart. And I created this concept called cycle syncing now almost 20 years ago, where I was in the course of my research just sort of piecing together that for each of the 4 different hormonal ratios you have, that one per phase of the cycle, there are 4 phases of the cycle, you need to actually be eating specific foods to both offset and support the metabolism and production of different hormones in that phase, and then also exercising the right phase not to further deplete your hormonal balance, and then of course if you are balanced, you get to take advantage of the beneficial effects on your brain chemistry for heightened productivity and creativity. If you read on the Amazon page all the women who've have gotten pregnant and gotten their cycles back, and I had a woman on a recent Facebook Live, and it made me cry, even though I hear this all the time. It still moves me. It's still this is why I do it, because I know what it feels like. She just said, I just wanted you to know, 15 years she had been struggling with endometriosis, she said, and 3 months on the protocol, went in, did all the testing, and has been cleared. It's gone. This is what is possible for women. So I expected all of that because I had been using this protocol in my practice, in my center in New York for 12 or 13 years at that point. The thing that was really surprising was the response to this chart in chapter 5. Can you turn this into something that I can use every day? I can't remember all the details of the things I should be doing in each phase, the foods I should be eating in each phase. And so, my relationship with my community is very dynamic, and when they want something is when I make something, so they really wanted this to be an app. And so it took me a couple years to do it, and at the same time as I was having my daughter. But we launched it just at the beginning of 2017, and the response to that has been remarkable. So the MyFlow app, it does, tracks your period, and it's the first functional medicine period tracker where you learn why you're having a symptom and what to do about it with food and supplements. I mean, that alone is fantastic. It will tell you where you are in your cycle, what activities to select that are ideal for that phase, how to eat, how to exercise, all those things, and then you just tap what you want, select, and schedule it into your own calendar. It's really about liberating ourselves from the oppressive construct that we somehow have to fit our personhood into a 24-hour male circadian paradigm that really optimizes for their hormonal patterns. But we have both the 24-hour circadian pattern and a 28-day hormonal pattern that happen concurrently, and we have to actually work with that to feel good and to be our most productive and creative selves. When you try to squeeze yourself into that 24-hour matrix only, you not only feel very frustrated, and you don't feel like you're being your most productive self, But also, you start to develop that sort of inner critical voice, like the volume of that gets really loud, like, oh, gee, why can't I do the same thing every day that I said I was going to do? Why do I feel like last week I was in that boot camp class and I was the star student, and this week I wish I could melt out the back door? Something's wrong with me. Trying to even just fit into a male system is flawed thinking and makes us feel symptomatic. Doesn't help with PMS or any other period stuff. It also makes us feel really negatively about who we are and how we're working in the world, which just need not be, because the truth of the matter is you happen to be encoded, and that's why I called the book Woman Code. You are encoded with the same cyclical creation energy that you see in the seasons and nature, and how a seed germinates, in different stages, from planting to vegetable, that whole thing, it's imbued in your unique female biochemistry, and understanding how to harness that is pretty powerful stuff. So that's what's been super exciting about the response to Woman Code, is not only do women feel like they finally have the, as they call it, the little purple period Bible, that if anything is going on with their hormones, they can really troubleshoot from the book, but they're given a whole new perspective, and it feels like a reclamation for them and for all of us to say, we don't need to be.
Good morning. Good morning. So the topic here this morning is outcome engineering. And it's interesting, when I talk to companies about this topic, the conversation usually starts out great. And people are shaking their head up and down, and I get a few amens and some hallelujahs. And then at some point in that conversation, the train goes off the track. The wheels come off the bus. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Outcome engineering. Why are we even in this conversation? Why are you, as technology providers, being asked to deliver business outcomes? And we've been writing about this for several years now, but we're not the only ones. There are other people saying, hey, technology has to connect to a business outcome. I didn't realize Cisco actually now has a certification program for selling business outcomes. So there's a drumbeat there. It's not just us. Why? Well, like most things in business, if you want to understand why, just follow the money, or the lack thereof. This is a chart we've been using for years to describe what is happening to our industry. Two major trends: the commoditization of technology, feature functionality. People don't want to pay a premium price just for technical features. And these new consumption models. People not purchasing technology as an asset, right? They want to subscribe. They want you to run it as a managed service. And what's happening, a lot of companies in this room find yourselves in the lower left-hand corner of that diagram. What does that mean? You have product revenues that are flat or declining, margins declining, and you have not yet stood up new compelling offers that bring in revenue and margin. Now, how do I know that? I just look at the data. Our Technology and Service 50 Index, largest providers. What is this graph telling you? This is looking at revenue growth year over year for these companies. And we draw this horizontal line, and we test, and we say how many companies have product revenues growing greater than 10%. As you can see, not too many companies above that line. And then we test for all your service and subscription revenues. Are those growing greater than 10% year over year? Not too many companies over that line. And if the dot is red, that means operating income is getting worse. So there's a lot of pain there. But for the pure technology as a service providers, there's no bed of roses here. So this is Rackspace data. And what you see on the top there are their revenues. And it's great. They're growing, growing, growing. People love the offer, fanatical customer support. It's great. But the bottom graph are their profit dollars. And they're flat. And what that tells you is over time, if revenues keep going up, but profits staying basically the same, the business model is becoming less profitable. So if you think about computing as a service, how profitable will that be in the long term? Amazon has started to break out AWS numbers, growing, operating profits about 5% for them. They're ecstatic with that number. Why? Because retail is about a 1% business. So when the dust settles, how profitable will it be to do computing as a service? It's not going to be a 15, 20, 25-point business. And most of us in this room, and your boards and your investors, we hate that answer. We don't want that answer. What we want to do is be able to sell value. Talk to customer. We want to talk about value so we can bring revenue and margin back into the business models and change our pricing models. Most of us, we benchmark this, most of us in the industry, when you price your offers, it's cost plus. What do? You look at the cost of your technology offer. You put on top of that a nice, healthy margin, right? And that's the price you want to charge. But once again, with these new consumption models, commoditization, customers don't want to pay these premium prices. So you say, okay, fine, customer, what do you want to pay? You do market-based pricing. What's the market going to bear? And then you say, I still want some margin, but now I've got to get my costs into a certain footprint. And this is hard for many of you. We have one software member about a year ago started a new technology as a service offer. They looked at the market, said, hey, what are people charging for this offer right now? Went with that pricing. A year later, they can't make money. They can't get their costs into that footprint. So we want to move off of this. So what's left? Value-based pricing. We want to be able to draw an outcome line, a value line, figure out how much it's going to cost us to deliver that, and then now we have flexibility in what we price. So this is, in a sense, the Holy Grail. And it's funny, 5 years ago, I used this graph here in a keynote that I delivered. And this is a little framework that JB and I scribbled in a bar late at night at a conference. It's amazing how much of our best work gets done in that scenario. But even 5 years ago, we saw this. So most of our members selling technology as an asset, you're in an SLA relationship with your customers, keeping the technology up and running. And we could already see if people start renting technology, SLA doesn't matter, right? That's your problem to keep the technology up and running. So now it's going to be about utilization level agreements. But even 5 years ago, we said that cannot be the end game if we want to keep margin in the business model. We're going to need value level agreements with customers. And we carried that construct forward in our B for B model. So level 1, level 2 business models, very SLA oriented. These new level 3 business models, managed services, very ULA oriented. But if you're going to be a level 4 provider, if you're going to hang your hat on business outcomes, that would be a value level agreement. And you think about it, we talked a lot this week about the layer model. You want customers to adopt and expand. But what you're really doing is helping customers through this PMO journey, right? Because customers want to work with you, plan, implement your solution, monitor, are we really getting the results? If I'm not, help me here, help me optimize so I truly get my outcome. And these are mirror images, right? And this is the win-win. You get the expand and renew, they really get their outcome. This is beautiful. And this is the part where everybody's shaking their head up and down, right? I want to go do that. I want revenue and margin back into my business model. I'm there. And then I ask this question. Okay, great. We're at the 30,000-foot view here about outcome engineering. Tell me specifically, what are you doing to move outcome engineering forward in your companies? And that's when we have track, train. So this is what I want to take down today. I want to double click into this conversation of how you can move outcome engineering forward in your companies. And the first thing I want to do is put a crisp definition on the table. How do we define outcome engineering? This is the ability to consistently help customers achieve targeted business outcomes. And I would add at scale. Now to do that, it really requires that you understand everything involved for the customer to truly get their outcome. And we are seeing that this is paralyzing, right, our members. This is terrifying because it's no longer about just engineering your technology. Now you've got to worry about the processes, other technologies. Does the customer have the right skills? This is a lot to manage. So what I want to do is decompose this. Decompose it into 4 buckets. Number 1, the right framework you can use for outcome engineering. Number 2, are you working on the right outcomes with your customers? Number 3, are you working with the right customers? And finally, do you have the right tools? So let's start with framework. And the great news here is, if you're just starting this journey, you do not have to start with a blank piece of paper. There are companies in the industry, like you heard Infor yesterday, like SAP, like PTC, that have been chipping on this problem for a little while now. And let me just show you, some of their views on this topic. So these are a few slides that SAP uses to talk about value engineering. They have this 2x2, and it starts by saying, hey, we have to have alignment and agreement with our customer. What are the target outcomes? We also have to clearly define what are the financial outcomes specifically, how are we going to measure this that you're trying to achieve. We have to understand what are the technology and the practices, what's the innovation that we're going to implement here that allows you to get outcomes you previously were not getting. And last but not least, outcome engineering, value engineering is not an event. It's a process. There has to be ongoing risk and compliance and monitoring. This is another chart from SAP I love. So, well, why don't customers get outcomes? It was funny yesterday, Riaz was saying we can all play with spreadsheets and create theoretical ROIs, but then customers don't get those ROIs out of the technology. Why? Well, first of all, you might be focused with the customer on the wrong outcomes. Secondly, you might not have implemented the right technology. And finally, the customer might not have wrapped the right practices and skills around the technology. So all of those things just bleed value. In one final slide from SAP about the life cycle and how they work with customers, and what is important here is the concept of benchmarking. If we're going to start on an outcome journey with a customer, you have to benchmark where they're starting from. So just 3 slides on how SAP talks about this. PTC has their own 2x2, and we can see the pattern recognition. Once again, what are the target outcomes? Okay, what technology are we going to use here? And oh, by the way, off the shelf is better. If it's proven, we've implemented it before, that's great, as opposed to everything being custom. Also, we have to understand the practices. It's not just about the technology. And we have to understand the players, the skills, the people involved. So it cannot be just about technology. It's got to be all of that. PTC has this that they call side A, side B map. The business objectives mapped to the technology. What do you see here? Once again, benchmark. What's the current state? We have to understand that. And yesterday you saw the Infor example. And once again, incredible pattern recognition here. What are the target outcomes? What are the performance metrics? What are the practices involved? Lots of pattern recognition. So we've been looking at this for a while, and we have a construct that we call an outcome chain, which brings all these thoughts together in a framework. And our outcome chain basically starts with 2 bookends. At the top, what is the target business outcome the customer is trying to achieve? And at the bottom of the chain is, okay, what organizational capabilities are going to be required for this customer to get that outcome? And for those of you who haven't seen this construct, when we talk about organizational capabilities, we're just saying, hey, it's a way to talk about all the processes and technology and the metrics and the people you're going to need to get that outcome or address that challenge. As JB mentioned yesterday, we have an inventory for service businesses of over 340 specific organizational capabilities. Most of those, 150 to 200 of them, are emerging. This speaks to, once again, the transition we're going through in our business models. But let me give you an example of organizational capabilities just to land the model here. So it's a way to ask yourself, can I do this or not? Can I run a half marathon, yes or no? And so here's examples of organizational capabilities you're probably going to need if you're going to get into outcome engineering. Have you ever done outcome-based pricing models? Yes or no? Eventually, you're going to have to figure that out. Do you have consumption dashboards in place so you can monitor what customers are actually doing and how they're using their technology? Yes or no? Do you have a closed loop between service activity and product development? Our customer is struggling using this feature or using this capability. I've got to get a prioritized change into R&D. Do you have that process, that capability? And finally, have you ever developed adoption playbooks to help customers better adopt your technology? These are just 4 examples of the types of capabilities you're going to need to drive outcome engineering. Does this make sense, the model? Good? So, those are the bookends, but let's fill in the stepping stones in between. Customer has a target business outcome. You need to clearly define, okay, what's the financial impact? How big? How are we going to measure that? We have to agree to that. Next, what are the KPIs that predict we're going to get that financial impact? And the example of that, this comes from the field service discipline. Val builds these driver trees, but we do this in all the disciplines. So a common question in field services is, how do I improve gross margin in field services? Well, Val looks at what are the operating KPIs that are going to predict that. He works backwards, so you can go all the way back to mean time repair. Is mean time repair going in the right direction? Is it on target for the industry? If it's not, it's going to drag down cost per incident. It's going to impact field margin. So this is how we connect KPIs to financial impact. It should be data-driven. The next question is, okay, so I need to move those KPIs and improve them. What are the business practices that actually improve those KPIs? And this also, ideally, should be a data-driven conversation. This is something we do with the benchmark data all the time. This comes again from field services. If the question is the KPI is attrition rate, one of the practices is span of control for field service managers. And you're looking for the break point there, right? At what point do you have too many people reporting to one manager and attrition starts to get high? An example of linking a KPI to a practice. Another example, this is from managed services. If what you're trying to do is drive bookings or revenue, the practice of having a dedicated salesperson who understands managed services in place, there's high correlation there, right? It drives, you get that KPI to move. But the point is, this should be a data-driven linkage wherever possible. So now you're understanding what practices really improve those KPIs. The next step, and this should really be in your sweet spot, what technology really improves those practices, right? Why did we create our technology in the first place, right? And finally, what roles are going to be required to run these practices and run this technology to improve the KPIs, to get the financial outcome? So that's the framework, right? It builds the stepping stones of how my customer wants to achieve this. Here's all the things I need to understand. Everybody good with that? Make sense? Now, the next question. Am I working on the right outcomes? I have this framework, but am I working on the right outcomes? And what we're seeing in the industry is that technology companies have a tendency to want to start at the top here. And I think we've all probably sat in the meeting with our salesperson, with the customer, and it goes something like this. Hey, customer, I want to be your trusted advisor. What keeps you up at night? Help me help you, right? We've all been there, right? That's the natural place that you want to start. But our observation is this is risky. This is risky. Why? Well, you may not have the deep vertical expertise to kind of go wherever that conversation goes. Your customer may start talking about outcomes that you're like, I have nothing to do with that, right? Or maybe you think, I kind of think I can help, but I'm not sure. So if you go in there, blank piece of paper, and you start talking about business outcomes, you don't know what your customer is going to ask you to build. You might walk out of that meeting going, oh man, what are we going to do with this? So what's the tactic? Our recommendation is start with your strength. Start asking yourself, what technology features are key? What capabilities do we have technically that we think really is a game changer for helping people save time, save money, etc.? Let's start there. And ideally, you're focusing on features where you do have differentiation. Then connect your technology to the operating KPIs. When people use our technology effectively, these KPIs get better. And then ask yourself, what practices do my customer have to have in place to really move those KPIs? And so start in the middle, if you will. Start with a truncated outcome chain. Starting with your strength, going from there to the KPIs, and going then to the practices. And start to test those. From there, you can build out. And by the way, this motion of attaching technology to practices is something that we've been doing for quite a while in ITIL. What is ITIL? It's an inventory of practices that we tell customers, you need to have this in place if you want this technology to stay up and running, right? So I think we understand how to link technology to specific practices. So once you've done that, you can start to build out. So you do these first 3 steps, then you might start asking, well, what roles should my customer have in place, right, to run these practices? Maybe I can start summarizing that in terms of capabilities for my customer. Hey, when I see customers improve these KPIs, I can start measuring the financial impact that they're getting. So you build the chain from the center out. Now, I think you're in a position to go into the customer and say, I want to talk about outcomes. And I want to talk about outcomes that I have some confidence that I can actually achieve with you. So that's the approach we would recommend to make sure you're working on the right outcomes with customers. But what about the right customers? And this also is something that is paralyzing many companies in this conversation. Why? Because you're afraid the customer doesn't do what they need to do. I've been in this conversation 100 times with members, and they say, yeah, you guys keep talking about outcomes, but you realize it's not just about my technology. There's all this other stuff people have to do, and if they don't do it, then we're never going to get the outcome, and that's not my fault. So how do we solve this? When I talk to people, our intuition is to solve this in a contract, right? I want to write a contract that makes sure that my customer does everything they need to do, and I minimize my risk. That's how we're going to solve this problem. So I've been looking at this, and if you look in the industry, there are 2 types of contracts in our industry we're very familiar with when it comes to implementing running technology. The first type of contract, most OEMs, you have contracts with your customers around SLAs, right? Uptime, throughput, all that type of stuff about how the technology is performing. And the other type of contract we have out there is a type of contract that large system integrators do when they're doing these large, complex implementation integration projects. And when you look at those contracts, there's lots of detail. Lots of things explaining what the customer has to do, the environment, the types of people that have to be available, on and on and on, right? You've seen those contracts. But when you look at the spirit of those contracts, right, the SLA contracts are really about saying, hey, if that technology falls down, it wasn't my fault, right? I did what I was supposed to do. And the SI contracts are really about, hey, man, if this project goes off the tracks here, not my fault. And they say what, 50% of all IT projects fail, right? Isn't that the stat? But it is not very often that you see the name of somebody like Accenture in the paper getting sued. Why? Because they are very good at basically having all this documentation to say, look, it's in the contract, you didn't do this, I did my part, this is your fault. But is that really, either one of those, is that really going to solve what we're trying to partner with a customer over time to make sure they get outcomes. So I don't think either one of these contracts solve that problem. And I've been talking to people like Riaz and others who have been doing value engineering for a while, and I have come to this conclusion. And that is that we are not going to solve this problem through contracts. So this is another law's law. If you think you're going to work with legal, we're going to come up with a 100-page contract that makes sure our customer behaves, I think that is a fool's errand. So what do? How are we going to solve this problem? This is an article from Forbes. I debated leaving that image in. 6 reasons to fire a client from this Forbes article. Number 1, they make unreasonable demands. Number 2, they want everything for nothing. Number 3, they're slow to pay. Number 4, they don't listen to you. Number 5, they don't respond. You're asking them to do something, they don't respond. And number 6, in general, they show lack of respect for you. And so the Forbes article argues, if this is your customer, your client, you probably need to walk away from that relationship. It's not going to be profitable for you. And this brings to the table a tactic of really customer profile. Instead of trying to write a 100-page contract, to make sure you get outcomes with the customer, I think the right tactic is making sure you're working with the right customer. And so I'm going to give you 4 attributes that I would submit should be in place before you ever try to work on outcomes with a specific customer. First attribute, they need to view you as a strategic supplier. If you think you're going to be in an business outcome conversation and you're selling to mid-level IT and procurement, I don't think so. Wrong customer. Number 2, they need historically to have shown that they will listen to what you have to say. Hey, your technology keeps falling down because you're not doing this. Oh, okay, great. They've demonstrated that. 3, they have reasonable project management and governance in place. If that's not there, no way you're going to get business outcomes. And last but not least, you have to be able to work with them and have the ability to benchmark their current performance. If you're talking to a customer and you say, well, I need to understand certain KPIs and how you're doing, and they say, no, I can't show you that data. No way. You're not going to get an outcome conversation. Or if you ask to benchmark and they say, oh man, I wish I could give you that data, but I have no idea. You're not going to get outcomes with that customer. So this is a starting point, and you can add to this. But I would submit, if these 4 things are not true with a customer, wrong customer. So that's the tactic to make sure you're working with the right customer. Now, what about the right tools? JB already did a demo on this on Monday, but the concept here is really, how do you use software to scale your ability to do outcomes with customers? And just playing back our experience at TSIA, so we have this list, this inventory of all these service business challenges, hundreds of them. People, contact us, hey, I've got this problem. Here's a classic one from PS that we were talking about. And so historically, if we wanted to help a member with that, there's lots of different things we could do. We could send you the research, we can benchmark you, we can do an inquiry call, et cetera, et cetera. But using software, right, absolutely creates a new way to scale that ability, because we can put everything in one place. We can walk through and say, hey, you want to get that? Here's the critical operating KPIs. Here are the top practices we've identified to help address that challenge. Here's the roles you have to have in place. Here's the technology stack that needs to be there. If you don't have some of these technology tools, you're not going to get that outcome, right? And here's these organizational capabilities. And hang it all together and then put our content in context. Oh, you want to understand revenue per head? Here's that data. You want to understand project margins? This is what good looks like. We can go down to KPIs like discounts. We can jump down to the roles and say, well, this is what we mean when we talk about a delivery manager. You may call it something different. But it's all right there in one place. Now, why is this so important, from day one when you're thinking about outcome engineering, to think about the tools you're going to use? Because and these are, just a comment, we have some experience with this, and I'll tell you some lessons learned here in a minute, of building these different chains and starting to use them in inquiry and use them in outcome sprints. But why? Why is software so important? Because the concept here is software eats services. As much as I love hiring smart, really personable, well-dressed researchers, that's great. But if we're really going to scale this capability across all these members, we can't do it with labor. If we want to help you get your outcomes, we've got to start applying software. So that's the concept of right tools. So let me comment on some of the industry lessons learned. There's two companies you're hearing from this week, Infor yesterday, SAP today, and I just want to play to you some of the lessons that I've seen them learn as they've been on this journey with sort of the TSIA lens on it. And we're going to start with SAP. So SAP has been doing value engineering for many years in a consultative motion. And more recently, they've started to do outcome activities, outcome engineering, if you will, targeted outcomes through Premier Support, right? So two different motions. So one of the things that SAP has done is they've brought the professional service and the support service organizations closer together. And the concept here, this is not SAP's organizational chart. This is an organizational chart that I had in a paper a couple years ago about outcome-based service organizations. The tactic here is really around portfolio rationalization. What we're seeing in the industry is this blurring of professional service offers to premium support offers to managed service offers, and they're starting to look the same, and you have different groups doing the same thing. Our strong recommendation here is to bring the ownership of how you're defining the portfolio together in one group so that you're rationalizing that and you're not confusing your customers. And I think SAP has seen the wisdom that it helps you when you start this journey. Second lesson, am I working with the right customer? So they have this concept of customer readiness. This is their version of having the customer profile. They're testing for lots of things. Does the customer have the right updated technology in place, right? Have they proven they've got the governance, et cetera, et cetera? I'm not going to try to start talking about outcomes with customers unless I'm sure they're ready. Great lesson. Third lesson, they quickly learned, once again, if you're going to talk about outcomes, you got to zero in on operating KPIs. And so they've built this database, right, of KPIs that has real performance data. And they're able to benchmark the customer against that. Hey, we're going to work on this outcome. That's great. We got to look at these KPIs because you're never going to get there unless these KPIs improve. This lesson I love. So Jens is telling me that historically, if you were an SAP customer and you had a lot of their software installed, you used to get notification of updates for your software. And I don't know if it was monthly, quarterly, whatever. But it was like receiving a telephone book, right? Here's all the updates available to you as a customer. And what are you going to do with that? It's overwhelming. You don't know where to start. But now, if they're in an outcome discussion with the customer, targeted outcomes, right? They can prioritize with the customer and say, look, so you're working on this outcome, we're working together on this outcome, here are the top updates you need to put in. It's the opposite of the complexity avalanche. Another lesson, aligning capabilities with outcomes. So I think a lot of you are in conversations, you're doing a renewal, let's say on your support or premium support contracts, and what's the customer saying? Do I really need that? Do I really need that? Why am I paying for that? So what SAP has learned is, hey, if we are in an outcome conversation with the customer and we're putting support features on the table, we can connect that. We say, customer, you don't want to take that feature away in this support contract. Why? Because it enables this outcome. So connecting outcomes to your capabilities, incredibly powerful. And the final lesson here from SAP, which I love, is enabling the CIO. So as we've talked about at the conference here, a lot of IT decisions and spending is starting to move away from IT and into these business units. But for a lot of us, let's face it, the CIO is still our most strategic buyer for us. That's where our key relationship is. And so if you can start an outcome relationship or discussion with the CIO can take that to the C-suite and be a more strategic player in that discussion. Say, hey, I'm working with SAP over here. We've identified some business outcomes we think we can go after. Let's invest here. But it's a different conversation instead of the CIO, focused on cost. So I think 6 great lessons from SAP as they've been on this journey. Now let's look at Infor, who you heard from yesterday. And some of this, I just want to highlight some of the things that were put on the table. So they started value engineering, incubated that as a separate capability, separate from services, separate from the product group. And they started it as an investment, right, for their largest customers where they felt that they could get a big bang for the buck. And then as they got a little bit better at it, they started to charge. They had a consulting capability. But as Riaz said yesterday, both of those capabilities very hard to scale. But the 6 lessons along their journey. Number 1, and you talked about this yesterday, you have to be vertical. You cannot be a blunt instrument when you're talking about outcomes. So if you're talking about sales per hour, that's different for an auto dealer or a retail shop. You have to understand that, or you can't be in the conversation. Number 2, working with the right customer. So what's their tactic there? Riaz is telling me, he says, look, if we want to get into, especially if we're investing resources to get outcomes, if we're only talking to IT before we really invest in a big way, we need to see the business owner. Who's going to get fired if the revenues don't increase, if the costs don't? I mean, who owns that from a GM perspective? They've got to be at the table, or we don't invest. That's their tactic. Connecting the KPIs. So they did a lot of work connecting KPIs to financial impact. And the most interesting part of that story that Riaz told me is he said, look, we go into these customers and they say, well, we want to get these financial improvements. Okay, great. So we're working on these KPIs. And Infor would say, oh, that's interesting because you should be working on these KPIs. This is where the correlation is. How powerful is that conversation? So they had to actually break the myths that existed within some companies. Be focused. Once again, this is the opposite of the, help me help you, I'm your trusted partner, what do you want to achieve, blank piece of paper. Infor is not going in with a blank piece of paper. They're going in, they're listening to the customer, what they're trying to achieve, but they already know where they can connect their technology and where they can move the needle. If they can't, that's not the right opportunity. Software eats services. Riaz talked about this yesterday, building value engineering apps so people can self-serve, so partners can self-serve. That's got to be a key component of the strategy if you're going to scale outcome engineering. And finally, let's talk about pricing. I said I'd say something about outcome-based pricing, and I love this lesson. So what happens, Riaz was telling me that we go in, this outcome relationship, and we tell the customer, here's the project cost, but the technology and the services, but we believe here is the outcome. We're pretty confident that we can achieve this financial outcome. And what's the customer say? Hey, that's great. I don't know if you really get me there, but I don't want to pay that price. That price is too high for your services and your technology. So Infor says, okay, hey, that's fine. I'm okay with that. We're going to have a startup fee here, much lower, just to get us going. I want to make sure you're committed, some skin in the game. And then, when we get the outcome, I'll take a percentage of that. 30, 40, maybe you split it 50-50, whatever. And that's fine with me. Now, the customer looks at that, and they go, well, wait a minute, right? That first box and that last box. If they really help me get this outcome, I'm going to be paying a lot more for this project. So what does the customer do? They go back to the original pricing, and they don't push on discounting. I've heard that story again and again and again. So I know a lot of us were twisted around outcome-based pricing and how we're actually going to do this and how do you measure it and do we really get paid. But I'm telling you, just having the ability to put the conversation on the table, draw the value line, fundamentally changes the pricing conversation. And we have been learning lessons as we have been working to build outcome chains. And I just wanted, this is more rubber meets the road as you start to work on the actual outcomes and the actual outcome chains. There's no doubt when you go down this path, your subject matter experts become the bottleneck. In our case, it's our researchers. In your case, it's the people in your company that know, oh yeah, I know how our technology connects to certain KPIs. I know what practices are required. You look at any company and you really try to get those experts, it's usually a small group. So it's all about how you make it easy for them to get what's in their head and get it into documented outcome chains. So how do you do that? We developed a 3-step process. And the first step is to simply ask the subject matter expert to just write the boxes on the chain the first time. Let's work on it, just put the boxes there. What's the key technology? What are the key practices? What KPIs do you think we're moving? And sometimes you can do this really almost in an interview process. Just have somebody talk to them and help tease it out. That's step 1. Then once you have the scaffolding of the chain, then you ask the subject matter expert, hey, where's the best content that helps describe these KPIs or that technology? And you have them attach the relevant content. And then you take that chain and you give it to somebody else. You give it to a group of people that are focused on productizing the chain, right? All the grunt work that's going to be required to make sure you got the right connections and you could really use it with a customer. And what we also find very quickly is anybody who works in knowledge management would tells us the no-brainer, but content creation becomes key. Because when you start building these chains, man, assets start getting attached, there's all kind of information stuff. But the key lesson here is how do I scale the time of the subject matter experts? Because if you think you're just going to have people build outcome chains in their spare time, all on their own, with no support, we found that is a pretty difficult path. You got to think about how you're going to maximize, leverage your SMEs. Another observation here, we get this question a lot. Where should outcome engineering live? Who's supposed to be working on this? Is this a PS thing? Is this, it's SAP, they've got premium support people doing it? I mean, is it just a sales thing? JB talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we have this concept, or yesterday, the day before, time flies in Vegas, on the outcome engineering COE. And what we would recommend, if you're just starting this journey, instead of having some salespeople start to do it for free on their own, and just I would think in terms of the long term. What are we really trying to accomplish here? Establish an outcome engineering COE. I don't care if it lives in sales or services, I really don't. But here's the charter. They are responsible for, if we're going to talk to customers and sell outcomes, we do it with resources from the COE. When we get ready to deliver outcomes, right, whether we're investing for free or we're billing for this, comes from this COE. But last and most importantly, this COE is chartered on how you're going to scale outcome engineering. From day one, they are thinking about software and how they're going to really be able to do outcomes, smaller customers, through partners, et cetera. That's their charter. And so if you think about this journey, right, what are we talking about? We're talking about how do I really become a level 4 supplier? I can hang my hat on outcome discussions with my customers, right? That's the end game that we talked about in B4B. And really now we can double click into that, and I think that it's a journey. There's a maturity model here. And so let's walk through that. So if you're just starting this journey, you're probably going to be doing outcome engineering activities for free with customers, strategic customers. And what's important there? Do you have a framework for talking about outcomes? And most importantly, are you working with the right customers, right? Your best customers, the ones that really want to partner with you. And so this is what 4.1 looks like as a level 4 supplier. 4.2, you're probably now starting to charge with customers, monetizing the activity, and you're getting an inventory of outcomes. In our world, an inventory of outcome chains that you have a lot of confidence in. I would argue that Infor demonstrated yesterday they hit 4.2, right? They had clear outcomes and inventory that they knew they could go after. The next step in the journey, a 4.3 supplier, you're building the right tools. And I would submit that this is where Infor demonstrated that they're, now, 4.3. They're starting to build tools, getting them out there. People can self-serve. Partners can be enabled. And 4.4, sort of the end of the game, is you're doing this at scale. Now we're starting to put some meat on the bone here in terms of how you can test where you are in that journey, right? So I know some of you are negative 4.1 right now. That's okay. But when you start the journey, hey, can I get from 4.1 to 4.2? What practices have to be in place? What are key KPIs I could be measuring? What technology has to be there? And I know this is an eye chart, but don't worry, because I put this content in a paper. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to read the paper yourself, but I would encourage you, if you're serious about outcome engineering in this journey, take this paper, and I want you to go over, and I want you to walk it over to your engineering team and say, look, how can we work better to deliver outcomes? So take this paper to engineering. Then take the paper and go over to sales and say, how are we as a company going to collaborate between sales and services to sell outcomes? And then take it into your executive staff and say, how are we going to get on this journey? Because I've had this conversation this week. There is going to be a bifurcation here in terms of the business models in this room. If you think about the slides that I was showing you earlier, if you can't get to that level 3, level 4 kind of conversation, you are going to have a highly commoditized offer, period. So the choice, the discussion should be, do we want to get on this journey and keep revenue and, more importantly, margin in our business models or not? That is the fork in the road that every company in this room faces. So I think that there should be a feeling of a sense of urgency. And so I encourage you to march that paper throughout the organization. So what did I put on the table here today? Right? The right framework. Framework, you can take ours, you can build off it, you can create your own, but I think there's a good construct there you can use to start discussing outcomes within your companies. And then this tactic of making sure you're working on the right outcomes. Please don't go into the customer with a blank piece of paper. Too risky. Working with the right customers. How do you assess customer readiness and the customer profile? This is not about contracts. It's about making sure it's the right customer. And then from day one, when you start this journey, be thinking about scale. Be thinking about software. And then last but not least, a maturity model to understand where you are in the journey, and you can test on that. So I think we've double-clicked into what it means to be a level 4 provider and what it means to do outcome engineering. And my objective today in this keynote, instead of everybody sort of flying at that 30,000-foot view and saying, oh, great ideas, I'd love to do that, I need you to jump out of the plane. I need you to jump out of the plane, but I think today I have provided a parachute that will allow you to land on your feet.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Mindfulness for Happiness and Relapse Prevention. In this presentation, we're going to define mindfulness and mindlessness. We'll differentiate between mindfulness and purposeful action, identify how mindfulness can be used in practice, and explore several different mindfulness techniques and activities that you can use with your clients. So what is mindlessness? We're going to start there. Mindlessness is on autopilot. It's when you get up in the morning, you stagger into the kitchen, you make your coffee, you eat your breakfast, you take a shower, you go to work, you come home, you eat dinner, and you go to bed. And you really didn't check in with yourself to see how you were feeling, what you were needing, and if there was anything that you could do to actually perk up your day. So we don't want to be on autopilot. We need to reduce enough stress in our life, or at least learn to focus and stop and smell the roses, or at least check in, even if we're not going to smell anything. Mindlessness is also going with the flow, being a yes man, just saying, sure, let's do it, go ahead, and not ever identifying what we really want and need. Mindlessness is also doing what has always been done just because it's always been done. And sometimes you need to check in and go, you know what? That's not all that important. If you are one of those people who has to go through and bleach every bathroom every weekend, that's the way you've always done it, And it may still work for you, and you may have a perfectly good reasoning and desire to do it, and that's great. But maybe you're going through and bleaching the bathroom every weekend and you realize you're the only one living in the house anymore. Your kids have moved out, and 3 out of the 4 bathrooms don't ever get used anymore. So maybe you can not bleach those every week, maybe just once a month. So looking at what you're doing and identifying if it's needed or if you're just doing it because it's always been done that way. Another example of it's always been done that way, from my personal experience, when I come home, and this is total autopilot mindlessness, I come home, I put my purse on the foyer table, I walk into the kitchen, I open up the refrigerator, and I find something to eat. Now, I've never stopped to check in to go, am I really hungry? Am I thirsty? Or is it just because I'm home? It's just what I do. So it's important in mindfulness to identify what you're doing and choose your behaviors. Choose how you use your energy purposefully. Other examples of mindlessness, getting home and not remembering the drive. I think all of us have done it. We get in the car and we're kind of on autopilot going home and we're totally thinking about something else. Eating without realizing it or when you're not hungry. Sometimes people will just kind of meander into the kitchen and get something to eat and sit down and start eating, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not really even hungry. And having intense feelings or relapses come from, quote, out of the blue. These usually don't come from out of the blue unless there's been some sort of a trauma in your life. Most of the time, relapses, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, started a long time ago, and you weren't paying attention to the fact that you were getting run down, that you were getting stressed out, that you were getting overwhelmed. So you get to this breaking point, and all of a sudden the dam breaks, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? Well, if you were paying attention, it started about 6 weeks ago. Mindfulness is having an awareness in the present. We stop, look, listen, feel, and interpret what's going inside us and what's going on around us. I encourage my clients to do mindfulness check-ins at every meal because we usually eat at least 2 to 3 times a day. So that's a good anchor point for them to go, okay, before I eat, let me just stop, look around, see where I'm at, figure out how am I feeling physically. Am I tired? Am I anxious? Am I stressed out? Am I hurting somewhere? And what's going on around you? How are you thinking? Once you figure out how you're feeling, whether you're comfortable, what the environment is, interpret where you are and what you need. Purposeful action means becoming mindful in the present moment and acting intentionally instead of reacting emotionally. If you are stressed out and you're exhausted and you're in the cafeteria of your office and people keep coming in and talking to you and just bothering you and you just really want some peace and quiet, mindlessly acting people would likely just continue to sit there until somebody comes up and you bite their head off. If you're being mindful, you realize, preferably before you even go into the cafeteria, that you're stressed out and you need some quiet time. So maybe you need to eat at your desk. So you're acting intentionally instead of reacting when the dam breaks. You want to intentionally choose behaviors and actions that are going to make effective use of your energy and help you achieve your goals. So again, just thinking about biting people's heads off or getting overwhelmed, how can you prevent that from happening? If you're acting intentionally, if you do a mindfulness scan and you go, you know what, I'm really stressed out right now, I'm exhausted, I can't think straight, what do I need versus what do I think I should do? Because what you need is going to lead you towards purposeful action and get you closer to your goals. How did we learn mindlessness? As we were growing up, people have told us things like, do it because I said so. Don't ask why. This is always one of my big pet peeves when I'm working with other coaches or I'm working with clinicians in a residential setting or even in an outpatient setting. If they tell their clients to do something because they said so, that's A, not respecting the client's autonomy, but it also doesn't help the client learn why, so they can be mindful and make a purposeful choice about whether they want to do it or not. Suck it up communicates don't feel, just do. Some mornings we get up, we don't want to go to work, we don't want to face the traffic, we don't want to take a shower, whatever the case is, maybe all of the above. And sometimes we do have to suck it up. But if you do a mindfulness scan and I go, all of those things are true, I'm not motivated to do anything, I've got to decide in the big scheme of things what works best to help me achieve my goals. Sometimes it means suck it up. But it's important to check in with yourself and feel first, identify what you need, and then make decisions about what's going to get you closer to your goals. Nobody cares, just ignore it. It means don't trust your own instincts and don't trust other people. We don't want to learn this. Again, when you go and tell your boss, I'm overwhelmed, I've got 16 things to do that are due on Friday, and I need to know which is of more of a priority to you. And he says, just go figure it out. He's not giving you any direction for being mindful. Or if he says, I don't want to hear about how stressed you are, that means how you feel doesn't matter. And you need to just go ahead and do it regardless of what's in your best interest. Now, sometimes that's going to happen in the workplace. I'm not saying that we live in a utopia. It is, however, important for people to be aware of their own limits and boundaries to prevent burnout. And finally, that's what everyone does. So don't question it. Everyone else does this, so you need to do it too. And in reality, this is one of the biggest mindfulness trip-ups ever. Always, always, always ask yourself, is whatever I'm getting ready to do getting me closer to or further away from my ultimate goals and where I want to be? Mindfulness can help us transition from reacting to acting. It can help us be proactive and prevent reacting, prevent blowing up, prevent burning out. It makes more efficient and effective use of energy by making the right decisions the first time. So beginning with the end in mind, so to speak. What are my ultimate goals? Let's make the right decision about how to handle this situation to get me closer to my goals. And mindfulness encourages self-awareness and compassion. So we want to seek first to understand ourselves and then to understand others. And when I say understand ourselves, it means, what are we good at? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What do we need? What do we want? And what are our ultimate goals? Mindfulness can help reduce inefficiency through planning and prioritizing. Instead of just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, deciding, hey, I want to build a doghouse, driving down to Home Depot, buying a bunch of lumber and a bunch of nails and going, okay, now let's figure out how to put this together. That's kind of inefficient. Whereas you could save time by going online, getting a plan, which will have a list of all the supplies that you need, and then you can follow the plan, put up the doghouse, and bada bing, Fido has a new home. Mindfulness helps balance and renew your resources, energy, and health to create a sustainable, long-term, effective lifestyle, because it encourages you to ask yourself regularly, what do I need right now? And what options do I have to meet those needs in the present while still moving toward future goals? If you can even just ask yourself those two questions at breakfast, lunch, and dinner and actually act on the results, not just go, okay, well, that was a fun exercise. It will help you reduce a lot of stress and free up energy to accomplish the goals that you want to. Mindfulness activities, head, heart, and gut honesty. I talk about this in a lot of presentations. In your head, this is your logic. What do you need? In your heart, this is, how you feel about something. And your gut is kind of your spidey senses. And if something isn't right, your gut's going to go, yeah, this is probably a bad idea. When you're behaving mindfully, your head, heart, and gut are all in alignment. They're going, yep, this is what we need to do. Now, your head may be saying, this is going to be hard, but we can get it done. Or your heart may be saying, this is not the most pleasant thing that I have to do, but it's the right thing to get me to where I want to be. Another activity you can do is the attitude of gratitude, also known as don't crap on the present. So having an attitude of gratitude about yourself, what are you grateful for? About your family, what are you grateful for with them? Your job and your life. Too often, because this is the way we've always been raised, we focus on the negative and forget to identify the positive, when in reality, we should identify 3 positives for every negative. Try that. 3 positives for every negative. Another activity is called the 5-minute focus, and this can be somewhat daunting at first. Go into a room for 5 minutes, and it may seem like an eternity. Write down on a piece of paper everything you see, what you smell, what you hear, and how you feel emotionally and physically. This gets you into the habit or practice of being more attuned to your surroundings and being more aware of not only what's going on inside, but also what's going on around you. Smells are the strongest trigger for memories. So if you walk into a room and every time you walk in there, you just kind of feel chills go up your spine, think to yourself, what does this smell like that is reminding me of something in my past? Or is the paint on the walls a color that reminds me of something? Am I triggering a memory? Being aware of what's going on around and inside is important because they work together. Vulnerability checklist. This is something I encourage people do every single morning. Vulnerabilities are things that, when unchecked, can cause low-grade stress, making you more vulnerable to stronger reactions. So if you're under stress, if you're not getting proper nutrition, if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're in pain, if you're not sleeping well, when something happens, your emotional reaction, which would normally maybe be a 2, may be an 8, because you're over it. Your physical reactions can also be a lot stronger. Instead of just being a mild annoyance where you have a brief little adrenaline rush, you may get completely flushed and go into a full-grade panic attack. Socially, your reactions can be a lot stronger, and you can be either a lot more needy and a lot more seeking of external validation, or on the contrary, you might be a lot more withdrawing. When stress starts to build up, it affects your relationships. And when stress starts to build up and you start to become vulnerable, environmental things can also be a lot more powerful in triggering relapses and negative mood states. Yet another activity is called 3-minute thoughts. Take 3 minutes and write down or record on a voice recorder all of the thoughts that you have. Then review what you wrote down. How many of those thoughts were negative? How many were about the past, the future, and the present? And how many were just totally irrelevant? This will help you identify what your sort of automatic thoughts are that are constantly buzzing around in your head. We want these thoughts to be positive and about the present and hopeful about the future. Irrelevant thoughts happen. You may be driving down the road and you're like, ooh, bunny rabbit. Totally irrelevant, but it's a thought. So it's something that you would want to record. Colors of emotion. Most colors evoke emotion in people. Most of the emotions are learned because color reminds you of a memory. So get a big crayon box and identify how different colors make you feel. Now, certain colors, they've done research. Yellows, reds, and browns tend to make people hungry. So when you go into restaurants, you'll see a lot more yellow, red, and brown. Certain blues can be calming, but certain blues can also feel institutional, like a blue-gray or kind of a pea soup green. That may not be true for every single person, though. So look at colors, look at swatches, and just see, how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel calm, indifferent, or sad? Increase the colors in your environment that make you happy. I like purple and blues and, some of the bright, cheery colors. But I love just about every shade of purple and blue. So that's what I would use for accessories in whatever environment that I'm in. But I also like white because it's blank. And that gives me a place, something that I can look at that's not overstimulating or understimulating. It's just blank. Smells are one of the strongest memory triggers, so know your nose. What smells to you are calming and maybe nostalgic at the same time? It's getting to be fall right now where I'm at, and the fall smells and the fall air fresheners are coming out. And I love the smell of cinnamon and cloves and all of those things that you associate with campfires and apple cider and all that kind of stuff. It makes me nostalgic, and it's also calming. There's not really a whole lot of smells that make me angry, except for maybe the smell of dog poop, because then I know I've got to clean it up. But some smells may trigger a memory of something, maybe a bad situation in your past, and it will make you angry. So be aware of those smells. Are there smells that make you stressed? And are there smells that make you energetic? Now, you can do all kinds of research on aromatherapy and see what scents are typically associated with certain feelings. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be associated with that feeling for you. So you still want to test it out personally. When I use aromatherapy with my animals that are on my farm, I take down an array of different essential oils and I let them sniff them. And if they like it, they'll sniff it again. If they don't like it, they'll walk away. My donkeys don't like lavender. They have no use for lavender at all. Now, valerian, on the other hand, they tend to flock to a little bit more. So before the farrier comes out, I put a little valerian oil on their halter, which helps them be a little bit calmer when he's there. The ABCs. ABCs help you identify why you're getting upset about something. So the activating event, something happens. The consequence is that you get upset or you get angry. But between those two things, which are like a split second, you have all these automatic beliefs. So something happened, and you tap into schemas about this event, which are all your automatic beliefs, and it results in an emotion. Now, what you can do is dispute these beliefs and say, that doesn't really apply to this situation. Sometimes your beliefs are spot on accurate, though. So then you've got to evaluate, is this worth my energy? Is my reaction useful? If you get cut off in traffic, and this is my favorite one to use because everybody gets cut off in traffic occasionally. If you get cut off in traffic, was it dangerous? Yeah, that's probably a very valid belief. But when I evaluate the consequence, is my getting angry about it and, trying to convince the other person how wrong they were, is that useful? My answer is no. The other person may not even know they cut me off, but even if they do, they may not care, and likely they don't. So is it worth my energy and effort to follow up on that, or do I just need to go, okay, deep breath, need to be a little bit more alert? Relapse warning signs checklist, or the black swan. Relapses don't come from out of the blue. A black swan is something that is an unexpected event to occur. Part of mindfulness is learning about yourself from past experiences. In the past, what has led up to a relapse? In the past, what has triggered my depression? Relapse prevention means being aware of your status, how you're feeling, your vulnerabilities, and your wants and needs. So being aware of that, being aware of your swan, will help you prevent the black swan. It will help you prevent a relapse from just showing up out of the blue. Developing a checklist of your relapse warning signs and reviewing it daily can also assist in preventing relapse. A functional analysis: what, whys, and hows. I like this one just because I tend to be more cognitive in my approach. What makes you angry, resentful, or guilty? Anger is a protective feeling. It pushes people away or gives you power over them. Resentment is just another form of anger. Guilt, interestingly, a lot of people don't loop it in here, but guilt is often anger at yourself for something you did or didn't do. So we're still dealing with anger. So what triggers your anger? What are you angry about? Why are you angry about it? And how can you get rid of this anger? Because being angry doesn't do anybody any good. So figuring out how to deal with that anger and let it go. Fear, again, what's causing it? If you've got fear going on, what's causing it? Why are you afraid of this? And how can you deal with it? Being stressed out or overwhelmed. Same basic principle. Now, happiness, here's one that we don't usually question. Why would we question happiness? Why would we do a functional analysis on it? Because you can't be happy and miserable at the same exact time. So what makes you happy? Why does it make you happy? And how can you increase that in your life? Denial. Sometimes we have to look at, somebody tells me I'm in denial about something. So what is it they're telling me I'm in denial about? Why do they think I'm in denial about it? And how can I address it? And depression and isolation follows the same pattern. What is it that's causing it? Why do I feel this way? And how can I deal with it? A daily planner can also be helpful. Each morning, spend 10 minutes being mindful of how you're feeling. 10 minutes can feel like an eternity, but do it while you're drinking your coffee. Maybe drink your coffee on the porch and watch the birds or listen to the frogs, whatever it is that you do in the morning. Identify all the things that need to happen or get done that day. Not that you want to happen or get done, that need to. These absolutely, positively have to happen. Go through the list and highlight the ones that must get done today. Maybe your electric bill is due today, so that's got to be done today. Identify anybody that can assist with the must-dos, and then get going. You can only sit there and think about it and dread it and ponder it and feel overwhelmed for so long before you just exhaust yourself. So you might as well use that energy to get going and start knocking things off of your list. Our culture promotes automation and mindlessness. Mindfulness means taking time to think before you act. Stopping to think takes time, though, but it usually takes less time than making needless errors. So, do you have time to do it twice, or is it better to do it right the first time? Mindfulness means understanding your swan, your status, your wants and needs, and the what's, whys, and hows of your vulnerabilities, so you can make the best choice of action to get you closer to where you want to be. Here are some mindfulness-related resources that you can take a look at. They're all workbooks. They are very good. If you want to go to newharbinger.com and use coupon code 1168SNIPES, you'll get a
So here's the thing. It's very easy to put on a suit and tie and look like an adult. But looking like an adult when you dress casually is a completely different story, right? Like, how do you take these universal casual staples like jeans, t-shirts, sweatshirts, and make them age appropriate when they're worn by guys of all ages? There are a lot of ways to get this wrong, and the worst is being an older guy looking like he's trying too hard to look younger. So how do you do it? How do you dress casually and look like an adult? In my experience, there are 7 things you need to pay attention to. There are some key principles to follow, and there are some really easy upgrades that you can make. I'm gonna share those with you in this video and show you what it looks like. I'm Brian Sakawa. You are watching He Spoke Style, and this channel is dedicated to giving you all the advice and inspiration you need to dress well, develop your personal style, and gain more confidence. Before we get into it, I want to take a quick commercial break to let you know that today's video is sponsored by Keeps. Keeps is a subscription service that focuses on making it easier and more affordable for men to treat their male pattern baldness online. Here is a statistic for you. 2 out of 3 guys experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they are 35. And the best way to prevent it is to do something about it while you still have hair left. With Keeps, a licensed doctor reviews your information online and recommends the right hair loss treatment for you. Then your treatment is shipped directly to your door every 3 months. Keeps offers generic versions of the FDA-approved medications for hair loss, which makes it more affordable. So if you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/hespokestyle. That link is right down there in the description. Click on that to receive 50% off your first order. Now, the first thing I want you to do is to think about how you used to dress when you were younger, like when you're in high school, for example. So for me, what I like to wear a lot of the time were rock band t-shirts with some kind of saying on them, sweatshirts with logos. I had this jean jacket that I used to wear all the time that had pins and patches all over it. And if you think where I'm going with this is to tell you that you shouldn't wear logos or graphic t-shirts or stuff like that, that's not quite what I'm getting at. Yes, I do think that graphic t-shirts, ironic t-shirts and logos, all that stuff make you not look your age if you wear them when you are older. But what I want to focus on here is that all those things just look really busy. To wear t-shirts and sweatshirts and jackets as an adult and look like an adult, it's best to simplify. So instead of a graphic t-shirt, choose one in a solid color. Instead of a sweatshirt with a big logo on it, go with a classic style without a logo. It's pretty simple, and keeping it simple like that is one of the keys to looking good dressed casually as an adult. All right, so the next thing you need to focus on to dress casually as an adult is one of the exact same things that I constantly preach about when it comes to looking good in a suit. Your clothes have to fit. Doesn't matter whether it's dressed up or casual. If your clothes don't fit, you're not gonna look like an adult. You're not going to look like you know how to dress your age. Now, one thing I wanna emphasize here with fit is that when it comes to how your clothing should fit, that it really depends on 2 things: the look you're going for and your body type. If you're like me and you consider your style to be classic with a modern sensibility, that tailored fit, slim, comfortable, definitely not tight or form-fitting, is probably what you're looking for. If you're someone who enjoys keeping up with trends here and there, there's nothing that says you can't do that as an older guy, but I would just say don't overdo it. But how do you actually get your clothes to fit the right way? The first thing I would recommend is to find a great tailor, even for casual clothes. A good tailor will be able to make any number of small tweaks, whether that's hemming your pants or jeans. Yes, you can do that too. Shortening a shirt sleeve, little things that go a long way to helping you do grown-up casual right. And if you're wondering how to find a great tailor, check out that video I've got linked right up there. The second thing I'd recommend is to explore a variety of different ready-to-wear brands. Different brands have different fits. Some will work for you, some won't work for you. Figure out what does, what matches your personal style, and you will be well on your way. So if there's one thing I really want to stress here, it's that there are many different ways to dress casually and look good as an adult. I don't want you to think that I'm saying that you have to dress like me to look good or to look right. We're all different. We live in different places. We have different jobs. We have different experiences. I went through this little crisis maybe 6-7 years ago. I used to think that I needed to constantly wear something different, to keep showing people that I quote unquote knew how to dress. But what happened was that I started driving myself nuts. I was getting frustrated. It felt too complicated. And honestly, I didn't feel like myself. At that point, I realized what I really like to wear, and I got really comfortable with the idea that that was my style. So I stopped driving my behaviors in terms of style based on what I saw other people doing and learned to really like and appreciate what I like to wear. Knowing what you like and sticking to that and developing a sort of uniform for yourself, that's not boring. That's cool. It's what makes you, you. It becomes your calling card and it becomes your style. If you apply what I've talked about already, simplifying and paying attention to fit, that's going to work in a variety of different styles and approaches. But it's most important that you're comfortable, because if you're not, that's going to negatively affect how you carry yourself and your confidence. So at that point, it's like all that work would be for nothing. All right, next let's get into some specific upgrades that you can make, and starting off with one of the ultimate casual staples, jeans. If your jeans are worn out, full of holes, poorly fitting, meaning either baggy or too long where they're pooling at your ankles, it is time to upgrade to some jeans that fit right. Now, you might wonder, how many pairs of jeans should you have and what colors should they be? So the first pair you need is a slim and dark pair. This is your workhorse pair of jeans, and it will be one of the most versatile in your entire wardrobe. You can wear them casually and rugged, and they can easily transition into other slightly dressier casual scenarios like a date night or even business casual, depending on your workplace. The second pair I recommend is a pair of black jeans. Of course, black jeans have those rock and roll connotations, but as you get older, they take on some other properties that I think are beneficial. They're slimming, and they're very easy to dress up casually with just a t-shirt and a casual jacket. The third pair I recommend is a light wash pair. They're sporty, great for the weekends, and work with a variety of shirts from t-shirts to polos to button-ups. And if you're comfortable with it, you can go ahead and add a white pair in. Lots of options there, especially in the summertime, but I know that's not going to be for everyone. Next, let's talk about footwear, specifically sneakers. Now, I like wearing sneakers as much as the next guy, but I'm not going to be wearing a pair like this outside of the backyard or the gym. Athletic shoes as your go-to footwear outside of working out or working around the house are a complete no-go. Instead, upgrade to a pair of minimal low-top leather sneakers. They're still sporty, but help make a casual outfit look a little more put together and considered. I'll talk about and show you some other footwear options later on in the video. As you get older, you look more mature, and your casual dress should also look more mature. An easy way to do this is to upgrade some of those classic casual outerwear pieces that you have in different materials, textures, and colors. So, for example, classic denim jacket. I don't think there's anything wrong with wearing this as an adult, but I will grant you that it does appear more youthful. But the same garment in a light tan corduroy, caramel colored suede, or chocolate suede has a completely different look and feel. Not only does it look more mature, but it's also more elevated while still being casual. This next upgrade might be a little controversial since we're talking about dressing casually, but I do think it's important as an adult, even when you're dressing casually, to have a go-to sport coat. So our goal is to make a casual outfit look more mature and age appropriate. And if you think of an outfit as consisting of three main garments, pants, shirt, and some kind of jacket or outer layer, all you need to do to make a casual outfit look more mature is to add a dressier piece, one dressier piece into the mix. And I think a sport coat is one of the easiest ways to do that. Take this outfit, for example. Jeans, t-shirt, hoodie. Swap out the hoodie for a navy sport coat, and I don't even have to tell you because you can clearly see the difference that just one small change made to the entire look and feel of this outfit. So we've talked about a few general things you can do as well as some specific upgrades you can make, but instead of just talking about it, what I want to do next is to show you what these things look like in practice. 5 looks for various seasons coming your way. Let's jump right into it. So this look here is like the clearest illustration of pretty much everything I've talked about. 2 real simple casual pieces, light gray sweatshirt, light wash jeans, classic sporty combo. Over that, I've got a lightweight navy suede jacket from a brand called Valstar. For a sporty look like this, I think a crop jacket works really well, and the darker color complements and completes the look. Some simple two-tone sneakers. These are from Suit Supply. Again, kind of sporty with a contrast between the taupe of the leather and the white sole. On my wrist, I'm wearing the Longines Heritage Classic Sector dial and a classic pair of Ray-Ban Clubmasters to finish everything off. Here we've got a classic kind of rock and roll look, black t-shirt, black jeans. Sky's the limit when it comes to what to style with this. I kept it simple, but with some pretty big contrasts. Starting with the jacket, it's a classic trucker jacket style, but in a gorgeous caramel color and buttery smooth suede. Both the color and the texture elevate the look and really make it stand out. More contrast to anchor the outfit with some white Common Project sneakers. I'm a fan of the white against black. For me, I think it just creates more visual interest and kind of like a visual layering. On my wrist, got the Speedy on a black NATO, and then keeping the rock and roll vibes here with some Jacques Marie Mage shades. All right, next we've got a summertime look to illustrate that casual doesn't always mean jeans, especially in the summer, you know, when you're not really gonna want to wear jeans. Very easy to substitute a pair of khaki cotton pants. Going with a simple brown gingham button-up shirt here. Both the shirt and the pants are from our collection, available in the shop. And I mean, it's a real simple combination. What really takes it up a notch and completes it are the footwear and accessories. Got a suede tassel loafer. Again, suede always feels more mature to me. Suede belt to match. Panama hat makes the silhouette more complete. And the watch and sunglasses just finish everything off. Here we've got a jeans and sport coat look. Foundation is just really simple. Tan crew neck sweater paired with some slim dark denim. On its own, casual, it's fine, but you can really elevate it and make it more grown up with the addition of a sport coat. I love this particular jacket with this look. It's a clean and simple color palette with the browns up top, the blue jeans, and white sneakers. If you come in closer to the jacket, you can see there's a nice texture to it. Makes it more interesting, and again, like suede, definitely appears more mature than a regular old solid color jacket. Watch is the Vacheron Traditionnel. Sunglasses are the Dylan by Jacques-Marie Mage. You can easily wear a nice pair of walnut derbies if you wanted to dress this up a bit, but to keep it more casual and sporty, I like the white sneakers. Another summer look here, substituting jeans for some cream colored cotton pants, which I'm pairing with a black polo shirt. Very simple combo, very high contrast. Polo shirt, classic casual piece, but this particular shirt from our collection feels more elevated and grown up for two specific reasons. It's got a stronger collar, so keeps its shape better, easier to wear under a sport coat if you want to do that, and it's got a 5-button placket rather than the standard 3-button. I deliberately did not wear a belt with this to keep it looking very simple and clean. Got a white baseball cap with this along with some white sneakers to create some balance top to bottom. Great sporty watch, the IWC Spitfire on my wrist, and finished off again with the Ray-Ban Clubmasters. So if there's one thing I really want you to take away from this video, it's the power of simplicity. Your goal shouldn't be to have lots of clothes. It should be to have less clothing that you can do more with. And the capsule wardrobe concept is a great way to get started. Click on that playlist over there because I have 6 different capsule wardrobe videos, including the ultimate beginner's capsule wardrobe, a business.
If you ever wanted to start your e-commerce business in the fashion niche, then do not go anywhere, because in this ultimate guide for beginners, I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business and really make it in this wonderful and best-selling industry. Don't go anywhere. Quick intro and let's go. Hello everyone, I'm Liran from AutoDS, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business, and a successful one at it. We're going to tap into how to start a dropshipping business into the clothes fashion niche, and then I'm also going to show you what are some of the best suppliers that you can work with to get the best clothes products for your store. And I'm also going to go over the best products that you can sell today in the clothes and fashion niche. So what are the best clothes that we can sell, since it's such a vast and general category? So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action. And 1 second before that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to always stay updated on all of the latest and all of the hottest topics that we have coming out in the world of dropshipping. Having said that, let's go ahead and begin. How do we start dropshipping clothes? Where do we start? And how do we do it correctly to maintain and build a profitable dropshipping business? So first things first, why even dropship clothes in the first place? Well, first of all, you should always be selling in a niche that you are interested in, but having an interest in a certain niche is usually never enough. We have to make sure that there is a big market, a big demand for these products before we tap into it and start researching for products. So how do we know if clothes is even a profitable category? How do we know that there is enough room for us in the market? This graph right here from Common Thread shows you the annual revenue in sales in the apparel market in billions. So for example, last year in 2021, the apparel market sold almost $370 billion in revenue. In 2022, which is this year, it's forecasted to sell at $385 billion. And next year, it's going to continue growing to 397. And of course, it will continue increasing year by year, just as we're used to in the e-commerce market. You also have good stats from other good sources like Statista showing you how the clothes industry, how the fashion industry is increasing year by year. So of course there's room to jump in, and what better time than now. By the way, everything that I'm going over in this video, you can read about it in a full blog article, which I will leave a link to right below this video. So what are the steps to starting, creating, running, and maintaining a successful and profitable clothes dropshipping business? These are the steps that we need to take. Step number one, we need to identify a niche. So the clothes or the fashion industry is a very, very general niche. We're going to have to narrow that down and find some best sellers, some products that can sell today that have high demand, which I will get to soon in this video. But step number one is identifying a niche. Step number two, we need to choose clothing products to sell. Since once we identified our niche in step number one, now we need to find which products we want to add from that niche to our dropshipping stores. Step number three, we need to find a reliable dropshipping supplier. And it kind of comes with step number two. In order to find clothing products that you want to sell, you need to find suppliers who can actually sell them. So you tapped into your niche, you found whatever products you want to sell inside that niche. Now we have to find suppliers that actually have those products that you can resell. Step number four, we need to choose a selling platform, because up until now we talked about products and how we're going to get them and where we're going to get them from. But now we need some place to sell it on. And that is what the selling channel is good for. Step number five, we need to choose an automation software. Now that we need to start listing our products and actually create our online store, we also want to be able to scale our dropshipping business and not limit ourselves to a certain number of tasks per day, which will always limit us from growing and expanding our dropshipping empires. Step number six, we're going to list our products. Now that we know what products we're going to sell and we have our dropshipping suppliers who can sell those products to us, which we will sell to our end customers. And of course, we have our selling channel, so we know what platform we're going to use to sell these products on. Now it's time to actually list those products. Step number seven, we're going to learn how to market our clothing store. And that is because now that we have our products listed on our stores, does anybody even know that our store exists? Does anybody even know that we have products in our stores that they're actually looking to buy? Most likely the answer to this question will be no. Nobody knows that your store exists. Although it does depend on what selling channel you are using. We're going to talk about all of that. But in any case, this is the part where we have to get our brands known and get traffic directed to our stores so we can make those sales and profit. Step number eight will be fulfilling our orders, because now we marketed our products, our stores exists, we did a great job on product research. Now we're finally hitting those sales and we need to actually fulfill our orders. We got paid by our buyers on our online stores. Now we're going to need to fulfill those orders and send those products to our buyers. Step number nine, we're going to learn how to provide excellent customer service, because after we make orders on our stores, every now and then customers will reach out to us and either ask a simple question, maybe they'll want to return the product for a refund or replacement, or maybe they just want to reach out and ask something very simple, or maybe even ask for a promotion because they want to buy from your store again. For whatever the reason, we want to provide the best customer service that we can. And that is what we're going to learn in step number 9. And then in step number 10, we're going to keep track and learn to analyze our stores so that we can continue making sales and profit and multiply our success and learn to scale. Those are the 10 steps that we're going to go over in this video, and those are the steps that you need to take to run, build, and maintain a high converting and successful dropshipping business in the clothes and fashion industry. So let's go ahead and begin with step number 1, which is identify a niche. Now, while clothes or fashion is the main general niche here, we're still going to need to narrow that down and find micro niches that are selling well inside this big, vast general niche. For example, you can look for things like women's dresses, winter gloves, gym wear, and so forth. All of these are micro niches inside the fashion and clothes main general niche. Now, the way to do that is with extensive product research. And one of the best things about the dropshipping business model is that you can continue testing products over and over and over and over and over, and keep replacing the slow movers, replace them with new products that you want to test, and of course multiply your success by adding more products that are similar to those that are selling for you. But in the beginning, before you start making sales, you can continue testing new products and replacing those slow movers, because you're not investing in any inventory, which is one of the best things about the dropshipping business model, it's very easy to test the market and continue testing more and more until you start finding those that start selling for you. So first, you want to identify a niche by going to suppliers' websites, which I will go over soon, tapping into their clothes and fashion categories and going into those micro categories and checking out what sub niches they have there. Just like I just mentioned before, it can also be hats or scarves or socks, and look for a micro niche and then a micro niche that's really selling well on a certain sock with a certain feature, or underwear, boxer shorts, whatever it may be. Now we're going to talk about extensive product research soon. So the first step is to identify a niche. Go to your suppliers' websites, see what subcategories they have under the clothes niche, see what is selling really well on your suppliers' websites, and start testing out those products on your website. Now let's talk about step number 2, choose clothing products to sell. Once you identified your niche, like for example, let's say you went with winter gloves, then now you want to go inside the winter gloves subcategory or sub niche and see what type of winter gloves are trending there. For example, are they heated winter gloves? Are they electric, non-electric? What type of fabric or material is it made out of? What types of variations do you have here? Different colors, different sizes, and so forth. And look for something that is trending well. Going through your suppliers' websites is one way to do it, and I'm going to talk about what suppliers you can use soon. But there are many different product research methods, and this is a very important thing to grasp and take control of, because the quality of product research that you're going to do is going to be the end result, whether your products and your store is going to sell or not. So product research, you need to put hours of work on it, and you'll always keep working on product research. Even after automating almost all of your business, product research is something that you want to keep working on, and this is something very important to say. So there are other ways of doing it besides just looking at what's selling on your suppliers' websites. For example, you can also use the internal product research system embedded into the AutoDS system. So if you are an AutoDS member, you have that free product research tool where there you can see thousands and thousands of products from our databases that are selling really well for other dropshippers, and you can try your luck with them too, while also looking for other products that are similar to them so that you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition. Now there are other methods, other ways of product research. I can't go into all of those methods in this video, so be sure to always check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/AutoDS. You have the Sell These Now playlist, which we are updating constantly all the time with hot and fresh new trending product ideas, and also of course our blog page at autods.com/blog. You can filter the product finding and best sellers category to also read about those products. So it goes together with step number 2, choose clothing products to sell inside that niche that you found in step number 1. Now in step number 3, we have to find a supplier. Now there are many dropshipping suppliers that you can use. Some are retail suppliers, some are marketplaces, and some are private wholesale suppliers. Either way, there are millions and millions of products, especially clothes products, for you to sell and resell, and we're going to talk about these suppliers soon. Step number 4 is choosing a selling platform. As I mentioned, this is where you're going to sell your products on, and the best selling channels that I can recommend for you to work with today are eBay, Shopify, Wix, and Facebook Marketplace. You've also got additional selling channels like WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and so forth, but those are the top selling channels that I would recommend using if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started and you want to be able to build a successful dropshipping store. The main differences between them is that on Shopify and Wix, you're creating your own website from scratch. Even if you have no technical skills, you'll have your own domain name, www.yourstorename.com, and you can list as many products as you want from day one. On the other hand, you don't have any free organic traffic to your store. So as soon as you list products and your store is ready to start selling, you'll need to start using online marketing methods in order to drive traffic to your store, and I'm going to talk about that soon too. Besides that, you also have Facebook Marketplace and eBay, which is really easy to start selling on. For Facebook Marketplace, if you're a US citizen and you have a SSN, social security number for verification once you reach $599 in sales, you can easily sell on the Facebook Marketplace. There is low to no competition there, and pretty much any bestseller that you list from your supplier's website has a very high chance of selling organically on the Facebook Marketplace. But of course, once again, you need to live in the US, otherwise you will not have the shipping methods available when you list a product, and this way all of the 50 states in the US will not see your listing and you won't be making any sales. So that is the prerequisite for getting started there. And of course, you have eBay. If you haven't started a seller account on eBay yet, I highly advise to check out our YouTube videos and our blog articles on how to dropship on eBay successfully, because eBay is looking at new sellers through a magnifying glass, making sure that you know what you're doing during your first steps. Otherwise, they temporarily suspend your account until you get them on the phone and let them know who you are and answer their questions about your online business. This is usually not a problem, but it's a barrier for many, and you do have to take it step by step with the right knowledge to start dropshipping on eBay. And if you have an eBay account and you already sold on your eBay account before, it'll be much easier for you to get started there. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now this is where the fun begins. When you'll create your dropshipping store, no matter what selling channel you use, from what I just talked about a minute ago, you're going to have to start listing products from your suppliers' websites, those ones that you found from your product research. So if, for example, I found a product and now I want to add it to my store, the manual way of doing it means downloading all of the images on my supplier's website, copying all of the product's information, the titles, the descriptions, the item specifications, and pasting it one by one on my dropshipping store. This can take a while to import each product, and one product can take anywhere between 10 to 20 to even 30 minutes to import, and I'm just talking about one product. What are you going to do once you want to have thousands of products? And another question, what are you going to do once the prices change on your supplier's website and you're selling those products in your store too? You need to have price monitoring and also stock monitoring. If the stock status changes to out of stock on your supplier's websites, you also want it to go out of stock on your dropshipping store so that no one will buy something that you will not be able to fulfill for them. So price and stock monitoring, and of course easy product importing. Using dropshipping automation tools like AutoDS, you will be able to quickly import products from your suppliers' websites to your dropshipping stores in just a couple of seconds. And on top of that, you also have automatic order fulfillment, and this is really one of my favorite parts. As soon as an order comes into your dropshipping store, it gets fulfilled automatically by the system. And on top of that, tracking numbers will also be updated automatically, and you'll also enjoy easy one-click returns during the process. And you can do all of this using your buyer accounts or using AutoDS's buyer accounts and letting AutoDS take care of the hard part without using your credit line at the bank. More info on that on the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, so check that out. But this is one of the main reasons why you want to have an automation software. You cannot scale if you're importing each product one by one. You cannot scale if you don't have price and stock monitoring, and you cannot scale if you do not have automatic orders. These are just some of the many features that AutoDS can help you with, along with automation from over 25 dropshipping suppliers and several selling channels to choose from. So don't forget to check that out. Go to autods.com, see all of the features, and understand exactly how this is going to help you scale and succeed with your dropshipping business and not stay limited, making the same amount of low sales and profit every day and wondering what you're doing wrong with your business. So in step number 5, we're going to sign up with AutoDS and get ready for quick product importing and everything else that I just mentioned. Step number 6, we can now list our products. So let's take a quick example of how this is done. While there are several methods to import your products using AutoDS, like using the one-click importer, the single and multiple product importer, and the bulk importer by a CSV file, which you can easily generate from the AutoDS Chrome extension, which is absolutely free to use. In this case, I'll just show you a quick example of the one-click importer. Let's go to any dropshipping supplier and search for winter gloves. Now let's say we did our product research and we noticed that bundle sets are actually working really well. We'll say that there's a lot of offices or a lot of places around the world that are looking to buy gloves in bulk because they have a whole bunch of students or workers or so forth that they want to supply these gloves to. So this is one of the products that I want to import to my stores. As you see, this is the product page. But what I'm going to do first is download and install that AutoDS Helper extension. So on Google, I'm going to search for AutoDS Helper and click on the Chrome extension link. Then I'm going to click on Add to Chrome. Now, as you can see, it's been added to Chrome. So I'm going to head back to the suppliers page, and I'm going to refresh it so I'll see that one-click importer button. So let's just give it a couple of seconds, and right here above the title you can see the import to AutoDS button. Let's pin the extension so that we'll always see it up here, and then I'll click on it, and here I can choose what store I want to import this product to when I'm using this one-click importer. So in this case, I'm going to leave it on Shopify Best Shop USA and import it to my Shopify store. So I click on the variant that I want, and now I'm simply going to click on Import to AutoDS. Now, as you can see, the small animation here at the button has begun, which means that the import process has begun to the drafts page of my dropshipping store. And if I head over to the AutoDS platform, it will show up right here in the draft section in just a couple of seconds after it's done. As you can see right here, the draft is being created, and I can click on view details to track the progress and wait for it to finish. And that is actually how simple it is to get it in the draft section of your store. Once it'll be there, I'll be able to easily optimize the product. For now, let's continue with the step-by-step process. As I mentioned, there are a few methods to import products. That is one of the fastest ways to do it, but there are also different ways to import single products, and there are also fast ways to import thousands or even tens of thousands of products at once, if that's what you want, to your dropshipping store using the AutoDS extension. I will not go over that in this video to keep it as short as possible, but of course, head over to autods.com and check out the features that we have up here and click on Products Importer to learn more about those methods. So now that we finally have products on our stores, the 7th step is to market our store. As I mentioned before, now that your stores are up and running, hardly anyone knows that it exists. Now this is true if you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. But if you listed those products on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, while there are promotion tools using those selling channels, you also have free organic traffic from those selling channels. eBay has a huge customer base, as does Facebook, and as soon as you list a product on your stores, people will be able to see your listing as long as they search for anything similar on those selling platforms. But in other places like Shopify and Wix, you will have to put some money on the side for marketing and use different marketing solutions, different online marketing methods in order to market your store. Let's start with eBay. As I mentioned, while you still have free organic traffic, there are still 2 promotions that work really well on eBay. The first is promoted listings, and the second is promoted listings advanced, which is eBay PPC or eBay pay-per-click. And as you can see, you have a link to an article on each and every one of those methods to learn how to do it correctly. So the first one is promoted listings, as I just mentioned, and only after that eBay will deduct that certain percentage that you gave them. For example, you can tell eBay, hey eBay, I'll give you 5% from the product's price if you are able to promote this listing and make a sell from promoting it. And then you can choose all of the products or some of the products that you have in your store. And only after eBay is able to make a sell from making you sponsored, from giving you a sponsored spot on those products, only then they will take out that 5% or whatever you gave them from the transaction fee. The second method for promoting your products on eBay is using eBay PPC Advanced. eBay Advanced Promoted Listings, or eBay Promoted Listings Advanced by the way they call it, and this is just another way of saying PPC or pay-per-click. Once again, you have a full blog article on how to use the PPC campaign with a live example of how I used it on my store, along with all of the advantages and all of the benefits. But do keep in mind, this does mean that you need to have a budget, because every time someone clicks on your ad using this Promoted Listings Advanced PPC feature, you are going to pay eBay a few cents or several cents. So it really depends on how much money you are giving them in order to rank higher than your competitors who are auctioning for the same keywords or for similar keywords. And PPC is something that the biggest marketplaces in the world and the biggest companies in the world are using. For example, Amazon have their own PPC campaigns. You have Facebook PPC campaigns or Facebook ads, same thing with Google, same thing with YouTube, and so forth. So this is a relatively new feature on eBay that just rolled out in the previous year, and it's actually working pretty well. So check this out. So check this feature out if you're looking for more ways to promote your products and make more sales on eBay. For Shopify and Wix, you also have PPC methods like running Facebook ads or running Google or YouTube ads. But one of the best ways to start is using Facebook ads, and you can learn how to do this, a full A to Z demonstration using a few different links. One is autods.com/ebooks, and here we have a free ebook that will take you through the 8 steps that you need to take to start, run, and manage successful PPC campaigns. Whether you're dropshipping on Shopify or Wix, it doesn't really matter. It's the same for each platform. And here you're going to learn about the basics of online marketing, how to create your Facebook ads account, installing the Facebook pixel, how to perform audience research and target the right audiences, how to create Facebook video ads, so how to create videos for your ads, whether you have videos for them or not, how to set your Facebook campaign goals and ad sets, and then how to launch your Facebook ad and how to analyze and optimize your ads once you start seeing results. And the more you test on ads, the more you test on Facebook ads, the better your results will be for the next time you run a new ad. And this is the way to do it. You start slowly and gradually build your way up until you find products that start to sell well. You learn to scale those ads, and you can learn all of that using that free ebook. So once again, that ebook is 100% free. And if you're the type who likes to watch instead of read, you can also head over to autods.com/courses. And here we have a few courses: an eBay, Shopify, and Facebook course. But here I want to talk about the Shopify one, which is once again also relevant for Wix. Here you're learning how to start your own Shopify store from scratch. But what's relevant for Shopify and Wix in this course is the Facebook ads. So if you just scroll down to create, configure, and launch Facebook ads, you can take these lessons. So you got the intro to Facebook ads, and then all of the video lessons: set up a Facebook page, Facebook ads account, the pixel, audience research, and everything else that I talked about. So you can watch all of those videos, once again 100% for free, and learn how to run and manage successful Facebook PPC campaigns. So this is one of the ways to do it, one of the ways to market your store and market your products and your brand using selling channels like Shopify and Wix. You can also use influencer marketing to get influencers to make a shout out for your product, for your brand, as long as their audience are related to the niche that you are trying to sell. So you need to look for influencers in your niche or who have audiences who are interested in your niche. And the best way to do that is using influencer marketing platforms. So once again, you have the link to that in the article below this video. And here you're going to learn about the best influencer marketing platforms that you can use to spot these influencers and not just create Google searches and look for influencers there, which will be much more challenging for you. So you got these influencer marketing platforms that group all of the relevant influencers in one place. And there you can read reviews about them from other people who hired them, and also check out their audiences and see if they are relevant to your niche. Influencer marketing platforms is another way to market your store when you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. Another option is by using email marketing. Email marketing is one of the best solutions because it doesn't cost any money to send an email, but what you will need is an email list of thousands of subscribers who are interested in your niche, in your product, and in your brand. The way to get them is by simply offering promotions on your website. For example, you can give anyone who enters your store a certain discount using apps from the Shopify store or from the Wix store. There are even free apps to do this that will simply offer promotion codes for your customers in exchange for their email address. That is one way to obtain your buyers' email addresses, and once you have an email list of a few thousand subscribers, even you can start at a few hundred, but a few thousand will have a positive effect on your marketing campaigns. You can send them email marketing campaigns, show them your products, show what problem this product is solving, and of course give them a certain promotion if they purchase that product. It's all about giving your buyers the feeling that they are getting great discounts when they buy from your store, and in exchange they will give you their email addresses as well as purchase from your store. And once they're happy with the product, they're also going to not only turn into repeat customers but also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. But that also goes along with customer service, which is one of the last topics that we're going to talk about. So learn about the different ways to promote your products. You can also once again learn a lot more from our YouTube channel and from our blog page. Here I'm trying to keep things more simple. And for Facebook Marketplace, once again, you have a lot of free organic traffic like you have on eBay, but there's still a great way to promote your products there. And I have a video that I recorded on that subject, so you can click on promoting our products under the Facebook Marketplace marketing section. And here, as you can see, you'll learn about a great way to promote your products on Facebook by giving your buyers a certain promotion. And this is a great way to promote your products and boost them on Facebook, as well as also sharing your listings in relevant buy and sell groups on Facebook. That doesn't cost any money, and it will get you more traffic to your store. Now that we are done with the marketing part of our stores, well, we're not really done. You still have a lot of research and a lot of implementing to do, but all of the information is here for you. Now that we're done marketing our products, we're actually going to start making sales. And this is the part where we need to start fulfilling our orders. Now, the regular way to do it is to simply head over to our supplier's website and purchase the product from there. So for example, let's say that these gloves, which I also imported to my store just a few minutes ago, and as you see here, it's already in my drafts page. So I'm going to get back to this soon. But in any case, let's say that this product sold, and now I need to fulfill this order. So the manual way to do it is by simply adding it to my cart, purchasing the product, and using my customer's address as the shipping location. So this way I'm simply ordering the product and shipping it directly to my buyer without me having to physically see or touch the product myself. This is a dropshipping business model and it works quite well. But in any case, this is the manual way to do it. And once you'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 plus orders per day, you will not be able to do this manually. Now, granted, on the one hand, you can hire a virtual assistant, and they're also supported inside the AutoDS system where you can give them certain privileges and not give them access to all of your store at once in the beginning. But in any case, you can use virtual assistants to take care of this process for you. But the easier way to do it is by simply automating your orders. Now, there are two ways to automate your orders on AutoDS. The first one is by using semi-automatic orders, which means AutoDS will go to your supplier's website, and it can be any supplier. It doesn't just have to be this example that you're seeing here. You can simply head over to autods.com/suppliers to see all of the suppliers that we support today in AutoDS in all of these different regions around the world. And here you can enjoy all of the automation settings, including price and stock monitoring, quick product importing, many price automation settings and things like that, which you will learn about once you head over to autods.com and learn about the features. But in any case, you can use all of these suppliers and enjoy the automation settings. One of those automation settings is automatic orders. There's two different types of automatic orders. One is semi-automatic orders, which isn't fully automatic. It's using your buyer accounts, meaning once you get an order, the system will fulfill it for you automatically and send it to your buyer, but it will log into your supplier's website using your login information and your payment settings that are configured inside your buyer account. This means that you're using your own credit card or whatever you have in your supplier's buyer account settings, which means you're using your own credit line at the bank. The second way to do it is using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which works today with US suppliers selling at US dollar currency. With the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, every time you get an order, the system can process it for you automatically, and the order status will change accordingly to the relevant status. And once tracking information is available, it will also be updated automatically on AutoDS and on your selling channel so that your buyers will be able to track the progress. And if you're using suppliers like Amazon who give you AMZL tracking numbers that are not supported on other selling channels, which means your buyers will not be able to track the tracking events of their delivery progress, then with our automated order solution, no matter if it's a semi-automatic or fulfilled by AutoDS, we work with Blue Car Express and Aqualine to convert your tracking numbers and turn them into trackable and supported and readable tracking numbers. So it solves a few problems at once, especially the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which does not use your buyer accounts. So if you want to dropship from places like Amazon, but you know that your buyer account is going to get suspended at one place at one point or another because Amazon doesn't really like the fact that you will be dropshipping from their platform. And by the way, guys, there are many suppliers that you can use. Once again, you don't have to use the retail arbitrage method. You can also work with private wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and soon you'll have enough of them embedded into the product research of the AutoDS system, but more on that in other videos. You can choose whatever supplier you want from this list. Some are super dropshipping friendly, and some are retail marketplaces like Amazon, which you can still utilize using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, we're not using your buyer accounts. It's using only AutoDS's buyer accounts, which means you don't have to worry about account locks. You have easy one-click returns, and everything is 100% automated. So learn about all of those features, and I'm going to show you a quick overview of the orders page on AutoDS just so you can see what it looks like. So when an order comes in, it can start in pending or automatically send to auto order depending on what you have in your settings. And once that happens, it'll change to the ordered status with the buy order ID from your supplier's website as soon as the order was fulfilled. And after that, it will turn to shipped with the tracking number available in AutoDS and on your selling channel once there's tracking information available, once again updated automatically, and delivered once it reaches your buyer. So all of this is automated for you. You don't need to do anything. You can sit back, relax, and continue working on product research, customer service, and growing your e-commerce business. Those are the most important things in order for you to keep growing and keep profiting and make it in this business. And like I said, you also have easy one-click returns. Just take an order status, change the status to request a return, and then either you will have a shipping label right next to the order status that you can download and send to your buyers so that they can return the package and get a refund, and then you will be refunded to your managed account balance, which is used to fulfill your orders. Or you will get a return failed if the supplier that you're using does not approve the return for any reason. So once again, 100% automation is the way to go if you really want to make it in the dropshipping business model. Now, once you've fulfilled your orders, it's time to provide customer service, because this is when the customers are going to reach out to you. So it should go without saying, but customer service should be number one on your list. Every time a customer reaches out to you, and it doesn't matter where you're selling on, if it's on Facebook, they're going to send you messages through Facebook Messenger. If it's on Shopify or Wix, you can see it in your dashboard or in your email associated with your domain. If it's on eBay, you can simply see it in your eBay messages or in your email address if you have email notifications on. What you want to do here is take care of your buyers, take care of your customers. If they're saying they didn't receive the package, check the tracking information. If they're saying the product is not as described, check with the supplier why this problem occurs, and of course, let them return the item if they are on their 30 or 60-day return period or whatever your supplier is offering. Either way, you want to answer all of your buyers. Don't leave anyone unattended, no matter what the reason is for them to reach out to you. You want to answer all of them and offer them promotion discounts, offer them deals to come back and keep buying from your store. Even if it means you're profiting less, it is good for your business. You want to have as many customers as possible. You want them to be happy with their products. You want other people to see their products so that they will be able to refer their friends and their family to also buy from you and slowly increase and grow your brand. This goes together with providing excellent customer service. We are not here to sell a product only one time to a customer and then say goodbye. We're here to keep them, hold on to them, retarget them, and keep growing our dropshipping businesses. And if you're selling on eBay, you have an easy customer support management system that's embedded inside the system where you can answer all of your customers' messages and reply to cases and more things like having chat snippets to save all kinds of messages that you're writing to your buyers. And everything looks really nice with a great user interface that looks like a chat window instead of eBay's format of showing you messages, which is not very practical. But that's just another small by the way. Step number 10, the final step for succeeding and continuing to grow with your dropshipping business is learning how to track whatever is working well for you and track whatever is not working well for you and replace that with what is working well while always researching for new ways to have things work even more well for you. And let's just clean that up for a second and see exactly what I'm talking about. One great way to analyze your success and learn from it is by using product tags, which you have available once again in AutoDS. And this is a great place to add tags for your products and then later be able to filter only those tags and see how well that certain niche or that certain micro category is working for your store. So here you have a quick screenshot, but let's see an example inside the system. So let's go back to AutoDS, and from the orders, let's go back to our drafts page, because those gloves should be ready by now or even a long time ago. So here they are right here on our drafts page using that one-click importing method that I showed you a few minutes ago. Here we have the quick item editor, and here we can completely optimize the product before importing it, which will move it from the drafts to the product section of our store, and then this product will be live on our store and anyone will be able to go in and buy it. But before that, I want the product to look good. So here you can optimize the product's title. So of course you can remove words, you can change them around a little bit, you can search your competition to see what keywords they are using, you can add more relevant, strong used keywords, and once again completely optimize the title and the collection. If you're on Shopify, you also have collections. And here are those tags that I was talking about. So AutoDS already automatically added these tags to this listing: clothing, shoes and jewelry, men's gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. I would even add women because it's also for women. And I would add another tag called winter. And we've got gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. Let's just also add gloves. Okay, so we've got all these tags. And if this product sells, I will see it under any one of these tags. So it'll be very easy to analyze it. And you've got your shipping methods, your item location, price, stock monitoring, automatic ordering. Then you've got the product's description, which once again, you can completely optimize, but this is everything that we had on our supplier's website. So if we go back to the supplier, you see all of this text right here is everything that you are seeing right here. And you can also choose whatever template you want to use. You also have many free templates using AutoDS. And your variations. So here we only imported one variation, but we can grab all of these variations and add them by simply adding their URL. So I can click, for example, on this variation right here, copy it, and then here in the variations, I'm going to click on add variant and also add that variation that I just saw. So I copied the whole URL and it took only the product ID from that URL. The supplier, the region is correct. We're going to click on add variant, and in just a few seconds that variant will also be available here too. But of course you don't have to do it that way. You can simply take all of the product's URL up here, delete this draft and re-add the product using single product or multiple products and adding it here, and it'll also add the variations. I can also do it this way, add it here. As long as in the upload settings, you also told AutoDS that you want to upload the variations, it'll also add all of those variations. So you can use those import methods, you can use the one-click importer, as long as you have it in the settings that you want to also import the variations. So besides that, you also have the product's images, which were once again imported from our supplier, and the item specifications. In this case, there was only one. You can also add as many specifications as you want, and if there were more, it would be written right here. And once we're done, we're going to click on save and import it when we're ready. Now it's going to move from the drafts to the product section of my store and once again go live. Now, in order to keep track of those products, we're going to head over to the products page, and here you have many filters. As you can see, the import process for that product from the drafts has begun, and in just a few seconds it'll be ready here. But here we can add a filter in our products page. Here's all of the products that are live on my store, on my chosen store here on the left side. You can also have eBay stores, Shopify stores, Facebook, Wix, and sell clothes in any one of those stores, in any one of those selling channels, or even all of them. But anyway, here you have the variations, the date when it was uploaded, the prices, how much we're profiting, where we're getting the product from, where we're selling it on, and so forth. And here on top, we can create a filter, because once you have thousands of products, how will you be able to analyze how those winter gloves are working for you? So here in the filter section, with all of the filters that we have, in this case, we can just search for tag. And here we have the tags option. And here I can choose whatever I want. So I want to see all of my gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves, men and women products, and click on done. Then you will see whatever you have here. Now, the import process has already finished. So as you can see here, uploaded on April 4, 2022, which is when I'm recording this video. And we have two variations available because I added that extra variation, which was already added. They're both available. They're both in stock. We've got the price range, the profits. Didn't make any sales so far because I just uploaded it. And that is how easy it is to add products to your store and be able to analyze them. Or once a certain time passes and you want to look back and analyze and see what's working well, whatever is not working well, and replace whatever is not working well with things that are selling, products that are selling for you, while always testing out more and more niches. That is the way to make it, and that is how to test the market correctly. Now I'm going to zip through the best dropshipping clothing suppliers and the best dropshipping clothing trending niches that you should check out today. But I'm gonna make it quick because this video went on longer than it should, and you have all of the information below this video. So some of the best dropshipping clothes suppliers that you can use today are Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, eBay, and Printful. Now, these aren't the only clothes dropshipping suppliers. You have 21 clothes dropshipping suppliers that you can use today by reading our blog article on the top 21 dropshipping clothes suppliers, but I'm not going to go over that right now. That is what you have the blog articles for. Those are our favorite out of the bunch, with Printful being the only one that is not supported by AutoDS, so you cannot automate your business using Printful. But the good thing about them is that you can run a print-on-demand business, meaning you can have your own customized prints on your t-shirts or on whatever clothing product you're selling, and that way differentiate yourself from the competition even more. But of course, that is not the only way to succeed, and not a good way to scale since everything is still being done pretty much manually. And for the top clothing categories and niches to sell, you have women's clothing, boutique clothing, dresses, children's clothing, men's clothing, and plus size clothing. All of those niches, all of those 6 niches are actually selling pretty well. And now let's break them down some more, because without breaking it down, we're not going to make it very far. And before I break it down, remember that you cannot sell trademark products. You cannot sell products from big brands that don't want their products being resold. So if it's a company that you heard of before in the past, if it's any big company that you know of, stay away from them. But on the other hand, if you're going to add products through AutoDS, you're going to have an extra layer of protection because we have a huge Vero database. Meaning, if you're going to add a product that you are not allowed to resell, the system will let you know. It'll give you a little warning. And from there, you can choose if you still want to continue with the import process or move on to the next product and skip that one. So don't sell products that you know that you're not allowed to resell. Besides that, there are more than enough dropshipping friendly suppliers that will be more than happy for you to resell their products. So dropshipping women's clothing, this is an evergreen category, of course, that's selling all year long during the summer, winter, spring, whatever. Women love buying clothes and they love buying clothes online. We had a huge increase in online shopping for women's clothes recently, and this increase is not going to go anywhere, just like the dropshipping business model. So what are some of the best women clothing products that are selling? We've got yoga pants, breathable cotton underwear, and sweater and cardigans. Now, let's go to breathable cotton underwear really quick. These products most likely have no return policies because underwear is a sensitive issue. So most suppliers will not allow you to return those products. So make sure you have the right policies set in your store when importing such products. But those are some of the best sellers from the women's side. From wholesale boutique clothing, we've got vintage dresses and designer clothes. Both have huge demand and are selling all year long, all the time. For dropshipping dresses, we've got cocktail dresses, bodycons, and maxi dresses. All three are micro niches from the dress niche, which is also selling, of course, really well. And we've got children's clothing. This one is split to waterproof winter gloves, which is a product that many people are buying for their kids, but also for adults, so don't leave that one out. We've got ballet dance dresses, which is something that many girls like to do, and many parents are looking for places to buy such a product. So make sure to see what your suppliers can offer there and add those variations to your store too. And you've got cute pattern socks. Adults also buy cute pattern socks, but this one is better for kids, so let's leave that to them. See what are the best sellers from your suppliers' websites and add enough variations to test out that niche too. And when you're testing out products, do not forget to test out at least 20 to 30 variations from each product idea. So for example, if we're talking about waterproof winter gloves, we're gonna add at least 20 to 30 winter gloves, different variations of them to our store, and kind of test out to see what's getting more views, what's starting to get sales, learn from their features, and then add more similar products to them. But if we're only going to add one winter glove and one dance dress and one cute pattern sock, 99% chance that that product is not going to sell, and we will not be able to learn the market from there. Then we've got men's clothing. So some of the best men's clothing products that are selling well are cuff beanies, sweatshirts, and running shorts. Now, things like sweatshorts and running shorts are pretty basic. So once again, you're going to have to dive deeper down inside those categories and see what is selling well. Look for similarities in features and look for things that are different, and always add enough variations to be able to test each product niche. Then we've got plus size clothing. Usually people who are dropshipping clothing are looking at an audience that are very skinny, very petite, and that is not the only target audience that's available that's looking to buy clothes. We've also got plus size, which not a lot of people take into consideration, but now you can. So plus size clothing, we've got fleece jackets and hoodies, patchwork denim jackets, and long tailored blazers, but those are some examples and you can read more about them below. But don't leave out plus size clothing. This is a great selling category with lots of demand. And a few last tips before we wrap this up. Don't forget to work with multiple suppliers. Don't only work with one supplier. And that is for a very good reason. If you're only going to work with one supplier like AliExpress in China and you're only sourcing products from China, then on the one hand, your customers are waiting a long time to get their items, and this is not something that they're looking for. They'd rather pay a few extra bucks and get their product quicker. So in this case, you can also add more suppliers from your target audience's region. Like for example, if you're dropshipping in the UK, then you have more than enough UK suppliers using the methods that I talked about in this video. Same for US, same for Canada, same for Australia, same for New Zealand, same for anywhere else that you want to sell. And this is one of the greatest tips that you can have. You don't only have to target one market, and you don't only have to work with one supplier. With all of this diversity, you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition and move a product that has a lot of competition to a region and from a supplier that doesn't have a lot of competition, and rake in those sales too. And of course, if one supplier lets you down, like Chinese holidays means all of your Chinese suppliers will not be able to ship out any product. You don't want your business to die during that time. That is why you want to have alternatives from other places, other regions around the world who can fulfill those orders for you during those times. There is more than enough reasons to work with multiple dropshipping suppliers, and make sure that you add that to your business. I hope that you enjoyed this video on how to dropship clothes the right way. Make sure to take all of these steps into consideration, and let me know in the comments below if you have any questions or any comments, and I will personally answer them. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to learn about your next step in your e-commerce business. Thank you for watching.
Do you struggle with confidence? I know that I did when I first started out as a full-time artist. I'd create some artwork, I'd take it to an art fair or a show, and I'd be standing there, and of course people are coming, you can hear them commenting on your artwork, and sometimes it's good, makes you feel good, right? And your confidence builds. But when perhaps you hear people saying, oh no, don't really like that, don't like the use of this, that and the other, and of course it's just their opinion, right? But it can really knock your confidence and maybe even stop you from going out and doing more things with your art. And that doesn't change now with the online world, of course, because you post something on social media and you are open to a whole load of comments underneath. And I know that for a lot of people, that can be really tricky. You put something out and you say, hey, what do you think about that? And somebody would like to tell you what they think about that. And again, it's not always positive. And so sometimes we can be left with a really hurt feeling inside. You know, as artists, we're sensitive beings, right? And when we put our artwork out for the world to see, we are open to both the positive and the negative. So how do you grow your confidence then, aside from all of that? And then of course there's all those tasks as a business owner too, right? There's making those phone calls. Maybe it's a follow-up client phone call, or maybe you need to contact a gallery to ask if they'd like to have your work. Or what about closing a sale, having that sales conversation with somebody? All of these things require you to feel confident, feel good about what you're doing, because the moment that's knocked, we know what happens is we stop taking action. And when we stop taking action, we're not, of course, going to get the results that we want, which I guess in your case is building a profitable art business, doing what you love. So in this video, I'm going to share 10 confidence tips that's going to enable you to start believing a little bit more in yourself, grow your confidence, and enable you to easily do all those out of comfort zone tasks. Well, hello and welcome back to my channel. My name's Sophie and I help artists just like you to set up, market and grow a highly successful business doing what you love. And on this channel, I share tips and tricks about all things art business related. So if that's something you're interested, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell to get notified every time I post a new video. Well, okay, let's dive straight into those tips. So my first tip actually is all about your comfort zone. You know what they say, when you stay in your comfort zone, then you don't grow, right? You just keep doing what you've always done. And the only way to grow or to build anything like your confidence is to step outside of your comfort zone. So I would suggest finding something each and every day, could be really small, that's going to stretch you and enable you to step outside that comfort zone. It might be one small phone call. It might be posting something that is a little bit more raw and real. It might be having a conversation with a customer. And whatever it is, if you just challenge yourself to do that every single day, and I promise you, your confidence will only grow. So my next tip number 2, is about positive self-talk. You know how easy it is to tell you what you haven't got done or what you did bad? Inevitably, we default to what we didn't do or wasn't good, right? Why is that? Why do we always default to the negative? When actually what you want to be doing is reminding yourself, hey, I've got this. I'm good at this. I can do that. I've done a task similar to that. I've made phone calls lots of times. Phone calls are easy. It would be really easy for me to just pick up that phone call, right? It's just a case of talking. I can talk. I'm good at talking. Whatever it is that you need to do to run that more positive self-talk. And if you start getting that little chatter going along and it's all supportive and it reminds you that actually you've got this, then again, that's really going to support your confidence to grow. My next tip is about taking it one day at a time. How often do we think about, oh my goodness me, here's all the things I have to do in the next week, in the next month? It can all seem overwhelming. And if you've got things to do that are going to stretch you a bit, they're uncomfortable, things you're putting off, then likely you're actually going to feel worse. And that's not going to help your confidence, right? So if you just look at what you need to do today, and if you run that self-talk and you break everything down to really simple tasks, we say, okay, next up, I just need to pick up the phone and make a phone call. That's it, just today. I don't have to worry about what's next. Well, just today, I need to do these 3 things or these 5 things. And you just stay and focus in on what you need to do just on that day. And my next tip is about remembering what's important to you. Our values are really, really important when we're talking about building a sustainable business, designing a dream life, and feeling really good about what we're doing, right? We're talking about building confidence. So therefore, we want to be thinking about, well, what is important to us? The last thing you want to be doing is things that actually don't meet your values. Because when you're not meeting your values, you don't feel so good about it. You're not feeling perhaps in control. Somebody's asked you to do something, it feels a bit uncomfortable. But when we come back to our values and what's important, and we just say yes to the projects that we really want, then that is going to help you feel good about yourself, and it's going to help, again, that confidence to build. So my next tip is about using previous positive memories. So for example, let's take that phone call, because I know that that comes up so many times. Sophie, I can't make that phone call to the gallery, or I can't follow up with that client who said they were interested in something. So remember a time where you had a really happy phone conversation. Of course, it doesn't have to be business related. You could just take yourself back to a memory where you felt really good on the phone and you had a really easy conversation, maybe with a friend or a relative. And when you can hold on to that positive memory, you can remember how good it feels, right? You might even laugh and just say, God, that was such a great conversation. But if you use that to build your confidence before you make that phone call, then of course it's going to be a lot easier for you. You're going to feel good. You're going to sort of hold it in your body. You're going to smile a lot. That's something else I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then the conversation will go a lot easier, right? And again, with everything that you achieve, your confidence will start to build. My next tip is tackle a small task. Yes, you know when you get that sense of, oh, I did that, that's great. Now, if I did that, I can do the next task and the next one. So for example, it could be something as silly as you've come into the studio, it's a bit of a mess. You say, okay, task number 1 is I'm going to clear up the studio. So you've done that, you've achieved it. Now you have a sense of like, okay, success. What's the next task? Okay, I'm going to deal with my emails. So I've filed all, 100 emails. Task, success. What about the next small task? Well, I just need to make a follow-up phone call, all right? Task, done, achieved, success. And the more that you do it, it's the compound factor, of course, the better you're going to feel. So before I share the next few tips, I want to ask you which one so far has resonated with you. Let me know in the comments below where you struggle with the confidence and what tip that I've suggested today you're going to use in order to help you move forwards. So I've shared 6 so far and we've got just 4 more to go. Now, my next tip for confidence is actually about smiling. And I did this a few years ago and it feels really good. Now, I don't know if you've ever done this before. I've seen this exercise anywhere where you smile in the mirror, looking at yourself for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes if you can. That seems like a really long period of time. Or you can just smile. You don't have to look at yourself in the mirror, but sometimes it helps, all right? It helps you to stay focused. Do you want to smile? Now, at first, you're going to be... That's how to look like something out of a horror movie. But you're just smiling because the act of smiling, it changes your facial expressions, it changes your physiology, it changes what's happening in your brain, and you start to feel good. All right? Even if at first you don't think, well, I haven't got anything to smile about. Just smile. Make your face into a smile and keep smiling for as long as you possibly can. Let's say somewhere, 1-2 minutes up to 5 minutes is perfect. And again, if you do this every day, you start to feel better. When we feel better, we feel more confident to do the things that we need to do. Oh, I think you're going to love the next tip. This is for all of you who love color. Perhaps I should have thought more before shooting this video in this top, but wear bright colors. Now, have you ever gone to a function, a party, or you've gone out and you're either wearing black or grey or navy, something that just kind of blends in? It's really easy to hide in those colours, isn't it? You can go along to something that you don't really want to go to, perhaps, and you can just blend in, mix, and kind of hang around in the background. But turn up in the red dress and everybody is looking at you, or the red suit, and everybody notices you. And what happens when you're wearing that colour very often is, again, you can feel good. You put it on and you feel good. So I challenge you, wear some bright colours and notice how you feel. Your confidence will lift instantly. You'll feel really good, especially if you love the item you're wearing. Obviously, don't put on something that you think, oh, I don't feel very good in this, I don't like it. It's got to be that item of clothing that you really love. Wear a bright colour and go out in the bright colour and see how amazing it makes you feel. So my next tip is linked to one nearer the beginning actually, but it's really a firm no. Saying no to things that really you don't want to do. Now you might say, what has that got to do with confidence, Sophie? Again, it's about you staking your claim. It's about you saying, do you know what? Actually, I don't want that project. I don't want to do that thing over there. And by saying no, you're really honoring yourself and you're staying true to yourself. And when you do that, again, it feels good and your confidence will grow. So you've probably noticed a lot of this is about physiology, right? It's very difficult to feel confident if you're sort of hunched and slumped down. You feel a bit like that. But if you sit up or you stand up straight, you put your shoulders back, you're instantly changing your physiology and you feel better. And when you feel better, your confidence lifts, all right? So this next tip is all about acting as if. Now, have you ever done that before? Then let's take that party scenario. Perhaps we'll look at it and say it's a private view for an exhibition. And maybe it's not your exhibition and you're feeling a little bit uneasy about going, it's not your thing, you've donned the red dress or the red suit and you're like, okay, I've got this, I'm going to go. And now you're going to act as if you do this every day. It's a breeze for you to walk in, you're going to chat to everybody, you're going to meet the gallery owner, shake his or her hand, and you're going to feel good. You're going to act as if it's something that's easy and you are that 100% confidence person. Because what's going to happen when you do that, again, on an ongoing basis? All of these little tiny things are going to compound. When you act as if you've achieved something, as if you are that person, as if you are super confident, what's going to happen? Your body's going to assume that, and then you're going to actually become that person. You're going to become that confident person, able to go to the private view and feel really good about it, able to make those phone calls to clients, able to post something on social media and really not care about the comments that come beneath it, you know, able to grow your business, do those out of comfort zone things that you want to do. When you build your confidence, you're one step closer to the success that you know you deserve and that you know that you really want. So I hope you've enjoyed today's video. If you're not sure which tip is for you, then maybe just listen back again and decide which is the one that you're going to really work on, and then let me know in the comments below. I've got other videos on mindset too, so
hello everybody. Welcome to tonight's edition of Unlocking Your Truth.
Yes.
About metaphysics and spirituality. And we broadcast on 101.7 FM across the Fraser Valley. You can also catch Unlocking Your Truth on all the major podcasting platforms. And you can look at past episodes on my website, drlesliephillips.com. And I'm here, I'm Dr. Leslie Phillips, and with my
Sidekick.
sidekick,
Corey.
That's right. Unlocking Your Truth is a talk show about metaphysics and spirituality, and every week we have a different discussion topic, and we also open up to the people who are listening live to ask questions. Now, how might you listen live and be a member of the chat room, I hear you ask? If you're listening on the radio show or you're listening on the podcasting platforms, well, all you need to do is you need to join the Awaken Your Psychic Abilities Facebook group, which is monitored by Corey, and you need to tell Corey that you're joining because you were invited by listening to the podcast, so that he knows why you're there. And if you don't like Facebook, you can also catch us on YouTube, because we live stream, we pre-record the show and we live stream on YouTube as well.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. Tonight's topic is present time.
Is it?
Being in the present moment.
It's living in the present moment.
Living in the present moment. And why might we want to do that? And what do we mean by the present moment anyway? What's the present moment? The present moment is the here and now. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, but however many years you have lived on this planet in this lifetime, have you ever experienced a time when your body was in the past or in the future? Have you, Corey? Has your body ever been in the past or the future?
No.
No, it can't
I had
be.
to think for a minute there. Has it? No.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single one of us who can say, oh yeah, my body was in the past. Because if your body was in the past, for your body at that point, it would still be in the present moment.
Yes, definitely.
So your body, your physical body, can only be right here, right now, in this time-space reality. Your body exists in time and space. You You are the spiritual consciousness that animates the body. The body is your vesicle. Vesicle? Vessel. It's not a vesicle. Well, you can be anytime, any place, anywhere. So often, and I'm sure you've all had this experience, where while your body is in the present moment, you are not. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. Did you ever get into your car and go on a journey from A to B? And you got in the car and off you went, and you arrived at your destination. And you were conscious when you got in the car, and you were conscious when you arrived at your destination, but you have very minimal, if any, recollection of the time that has elapsed in between. And this is really, really common, especially on a trip that we do every day, like driving to work, or even if you're on public transport. It's very, very common that we phase out of this reality. We go somewhere else. So where do we go? All manner of places. We might be in the future because we're thinking about the meeting that we're going to have with our boss when we finally do get to work, or all the to-do lists that we have. We might be in the past because we're thinking about the argument we had with our husband last night, or, oh, I do hope my child will do well in his math test. Or maybe we are, we're in the past, maybe we're in another place. Like, oh, I have a relative that's unwell and they live abroad and I'm very concerned about them. So your consciousness can be past, future, present, but in another place than your body is. But your body can only ever be here and now. So that's what we need by the present moment, right? It's right here, right now, where your body resides. You, the spirit, you are not limited by time and space as your body is. You are an eternal, multidimensional being, and you exist beyond this time-space reality.
I think that's my favorite saying, that we live beyond time and space as a spirit being.
Yeah, you are multidimensional. So how can we be in the present moment with our body, and why would we want to be doing that anyway? Why would we want to be doing that? Think about your body as a focal point. It is a focal point. It is your focal point for focusing your energy through in this lifetime. And everything happens from this vehicle, from this vessel. You manifest your reality from here, right? This is the piece of you that's in the here and now, that's radiating energy, that's determining what you end up creating. So if you vacate the vessel, if you vacate the vehicle, then yes, you're still creating your reality, but it's happening all very unconsciously. But if you can learn to be present within the body, be grounded within the body, be awake and aware within the body, then you can direct the vehicle. You can make conscious choices about your life, and you can be in charge of the energy field that is within your body. And this is what rules your manifestation, your ability to manifest. It's determined by that energy field, by that energy vibration. So you want to be in charge of it, you want to be directing it. So that's one very good reason to stay close to your body. But how do you do it? Well, if you think about mindfulness, we've all heard of mindfulness. It's probably the most common type of meditation practice that's out there in the Western world. Mindfulness. And what does that mean? It means being very present and awake and aware. And how do we do it? By paying attention to the body. And by paying attention to the body and what's going on in the body, it draws us into the present moment, which is the point of maximum power for you to create your reality. So the body, when you think about it, it's got 5 senses. And so if we focus on the 5 physical senses, such as sound, listening to my voice talking, that's helping you come into the present moment, because I am talking in the here and now through my body in the here and now to your body in the here and now. So if you listen to that sound, any sound that is around you and around your body that your body is picking up, if you focus on that, it helps to pull you into the present. If you use your physical eyes to look at what is around you, here's a plant next to me on one side, and here's some flowers on the other side. If you use your vision to focus into the here and now, that also helps you. If you focus on your sense of touch, you feel your clothes, feel your skin on your face, your hair, anything, touch it, feel it, sense it that way. It helps you come more fully into the body. Or any tastes or smells. All of these signals from the 5 physical senses are being experienced by your body in the here and now, and by you focusing on them, it helps bring you into the present moment. A very, very common technique in mindfulness and pretty much most forms of meditation is to focus on the breath. Because if I am breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in and breathing out. As spirit, I don't breathe, but my body breathes. It's my body that's breathing. So if I focus on the breath of the body, it pulls me into the present moment. My body does some other things. It has a heart, and the heart is constantly beating and distributing blood and oxygen and nutrition around the body. So if I focus on the heartbeat, that's happening in my body, that also pulls me into the present moment. So the more that you focus on your body and what's happening within your body, the more you are in the present moment. And like I said before, it might seem obvious, but actually it's not so obvious. Most humans are not in the present moment and not in their body. I gave you an example earlier where you go on a trip and you don't even remember how you got from one place to another. Another common one is Googling on the internet, or playing a game on the internet or something, right? It's just sucking your attention in to that virtual space rather than being present within your body. So there's lots of common examples of how we do that, how we phase out of reality. And a lot of people will be outside of the body because the body is not a pleasant place for them to be. And why? Because they've stored some unpleasant things within the body. So they start to come into the body and they say, I don't like this place. It's not a pleasant place to be. I'm out of here. Examples are, if you've been through a traumatic experience, often in a traumatic experience, our immediate reaction is just to leave. Or if you've spent a lot of time being drunk or high, then you are not necessarily in the body when you're doing that. And there can be, other reasons, other like physical pain and so on or emotional pain that's going on in the body that you are in denial of, that you don't want to face, you don't want to deal with. And so you tend to float around in spiritual space rather than time space. And it's a common thing as well, I think, in many New Age spiritual practices, to have a focus on heaven rather than earth, and to open up to up there and out there, and forget about down here and in here. But the larger part of you is always up there and out there. Meanwhile, you've created this body. And why have you created this body? You've created this body for a special purpose, to have the experience of being in time, space, reality. And then you forgot to drive the car. So we need to learn to drive the car. Take charge of the vehicle. Look after it. Keep it clean and tidy. You know, make it a pleasant place to hang out, because we're meant to be driving around in it all the time. And so pretty much every show, I talk about grounding, and I lead you in the direction of a free meditation on my website to teach grounding. And I'm doing it again this time. So if you go on my website under free stuff, you'll see some free meditations. And if you go there, you can download a meditation, and it will teach you two things. And both of these things help you be present in the here and now within the body. The first one is called grounding. Grounding. It's an energy technique to create an energy flow from your first chakra to the center of the earth. And it helps anchor you, the high vibration consciousness, into the body. It helps make it safe for your high vibration energy to come into the body. So this is a spiritual technique that I'm talking about. Sometimes when I talk about grounding, people go, yeah, I know what grounding is. And there's lots of different ideas out there about what grounding is. And for some people, it is go and stand outside in the grass barefoot, you know, connect with nature in that way. And that can be a good way to focus in the here and now and into your body, because you're paying attention to your feet on the grass and all of that. But the spiritual technique of grounding is extremely powerful, and is also a way of helping you heal whatever reasons have caused you not to be in the body in the first place. So if you have pain and trauma, and when you come into the body, you say, well, I can't meditate because my back hurts, because somehow you've stored some painful situations and memories in there. Grounding helps you now to release that, to make the vessel, the vehicle, the body a more pleasant place for you to hang out. The second technique is called centering, and it teaches you to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. Center of your head's in your body. And so, of course, that also helps you to bring you into the present moment. I have to take a break now, folks.
Yeah.
So
We'll take a short break, and after we come back, you could talk about centering some more.
Sure.
And then we'll start doing readings for people. Yay. That's in the future, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to Unlocking Your Truth, where we're talking about being in the present moment, which is the only place that the body can be. It's always here and now, here and now, here and now, this moment, 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 this moment. Always in this moment. The moment changes, but you're always in it.
Same as your breath. Just one moment, one moment, one moment, one breath, one breath, one breath.
So before the show, I was talking, this segment of the show, I was talking about a meditation you can download from my website that will teach you two techniques. In the first segment, we talked about the grounding technique, and we were just starting to talk about centering, which is a technique to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. And it's another way that you can bring your focus here into present time where the body is, because you're sitting within the seat of consciousness within the body. It also has many powers, and one of them is the power of neutrality, which is brilliant, because if for some reason you've stored some things in your body that you don't like and you don't like being there, if you're grounded and you're centered, then it's easy to be present and be neutral about what you find, and to be in a state of acceptance rather than judgment and resistance against what you find. Because if you are in judgment and resistance, then it's much harder to change that thing. So if you're in the center of your head, you can be neutral and accepting, and then it's easier to release and let go. All right, so there's a well-known author called Eckhart Tolle who wrote a book called The Power of Now, and that's all about what we're talking about tonight, being in the present moment. That's a great read. I'm sure pretty much most people in the spiritual realm have read it, but if you haven't, read it. It's excellent. So I'm just going to open up the floor to questions already, I think. If there are. If there aren't, we'll keep talking. But
Yeah, I think the gurus in India have a lot of wisdom when it comes around to being in the present. And as I alluded to before about breathing, we can, each breath that we take, we're here, right now. You can't take a breath in the future and you can't take a breath in the past. And when you look at your breath or focus on your breath a little bit, you're very much so in the present, because each breath is life-giving. You can't skip a breath. You can never skip a breath. Heartbeats can skip. Your heart can stop. But if you stop breathing, it doesn't, even hearts can come back, but once your breathing stops completely, that's it. You're done. It's a very strong thing to be in the present.
yeah, bodies need air.
Yeah. And
that's something we do when we're not present within the body, and when we are anxious or stressed out or focusing on something that isn't, we sometimes do forget to breathe, actually.
Very true. Yeah. It's I think that's one of the things. We do stop breathing, or start breathing shallower or deeper, or depending on what's happening in our lives.
Yes.
The breath has a lot to say, in essence.
It's I invite everyone who's listening to the show, and actually it's okay if you're driving, you can do this, whatever you're doing, is to just focus on the breath and take a really long, slow, deep breath and fill your lungs to capacity.
But don't pass out.
And then once you're at the top of the breath, take a really long, slow, deep breath out and empty your lungs to capacity. And when you are breathing in, you are revitalizing, replenishing, receiving, taking in from the universe. And when you are breathing out, you are letting go, you are releasing, you are relinquishing. And so that rhythm of the breath is, it's helping you, giving you the opportunity to reset your energy in every moment, actually, and to, at least on a physiological level, release things that you no longer are needing within the body, like you're expelling carbon dioxide and so on. But it also can be a very spiritual inhalation and exhalation to help you reset your energy. But there's lots and lots of breathing techniques that do help you to bring yourself into the present moment and reset your energy. One of them is called square breathing, where we breathe in and we count to, I think it's 6 breaths, 4 seconds. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do that 4 times, breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale. And hold. And inhale.
That really brings you present.
And hold. And exhale. And hold. It's called square breathing, and it helps you to reset your energy, and it brings you into focus in the here and now and connects you with your body. All right.
All right. Well, I have one question from Lorraine in Facebook, and she says, centering seems very important. How do you get there?
Okay, well, take 2 fingertips, place one fingertip at the center of your forehead, place another fingertip side of your head slightly above and slightly behind one of your ears, and imagine that you have a line of light emanating from the end of each fingertip. It will make the sign of the cross, and in the very center of your head is the center of the cross. That point is where the pineal gland is, in the center of the brain. It's also the center of the 6th chakra. And what you do is you focus your conscious awareness right there at that point where the pineal gland is. So you need to sort of, first of all, where am I? Where am I? You know, where am I? Where is my consciousness right now? And then bring your consciousness to float above the top of your head. And then come and sit on the top of your head in the crown chakra, where the fontanelle is. And then you can enter the body through the top of your head and then just move down and into the center of your head. That's how you get there. That's how you get to the center of your head. And you must be grounded to do that, because the grounding helps your energy come into the body. You're very high vibration, very high energy, and the body is a much lower vibration. So we can make that connection and we can come into the body when we're being grounded. So those 2 techniques go together. Thank you for the question, Lorraine.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Our next question is from Prasad. So I'm going to try to decipher it a little bit. And he says, before the war, I sent with prayers rare holy ash packet of Shirdi Sai Baba, which is 1 per person, you only get 1, to the Ukraine envoy in India for protection to be dropped on Ukrainian soil. But he is sacked now for being with Russia. Now this is where it falls apart. And it says, what it makes out, Dr. Leslie, can you tell us more? That's the question in the Q&A session. Can you please respond?
What it makes out?
Yeah, I think he says, can you tell a little bit more, talk a little bit more about the the issue with trying to get that package to Russia. He sent it to an envoy in India, to take to Ukraine and drop it in Ukrainian soil, sort of
Yeah.
to try and bless the Ukraine, but it didn't seem to make it there, as far as he knows.
Okay, and so he wants
Was
you
he
to
in? Was he in?
commemorate
Was he in one of your Q&A sessions, Prasad?
Oh, I think he went to one of the free third Thursday sessions. I'm doing these free third Thursday sessions, which is an hour on a Thursday at 1 p.m. And it's usually every third Thursday, except for July and August, where it's going to be the fourth Thursday. Maybe I should just change it to the fourth Thursday. So there's one tomorrow, and it's from 1 o'clock Pacific time to 2 o'clock Pacific time. And people who are interested in developing their psychic abilities and want to ask questions about developing their psychic abilities can show up to that Zoom call. You can sign up to it on my website, and also find out more about my psychic development courses. And if you can't find it on my website, just email info@drlesliephillips.com and I'll send you an invitation. Because I actually think I was doing it as an invitation only to people who have done the psychic quiz, get invited to that. So if you haven't done the psychic quiz on the website, go do it, and then it will send you the link to that live session. I'm not sure what Prasad is asking, Corey, so maybe we can get him to type a bit more and we can just
Okay.
on to another question.
Okay, Prasad, please just a little bit more. Explain just a little bit more what you would like. Thank you. This is from Najiri. Hello, Najiri. Nice to hear from you again. I'm not sure why every time I'm about to manifest something, I really desire when I'm 98% of the way there is always a last minute delay. This is happening right now. What do I need to release? I would like to break this cycle once and for all.
That's interesting, isn't it? We'll have a look. Well, to me, it looks like connected to that thing of, it's almost like if I get it, I'll have to validate how powerful I am. And I'm a bit afraid of my own power. That's what it seems to be, some version of that. So I see the excitement building at getting the thing, and then as the excitement builds, you sense your own power, and then you go, oh, I'm really powerful, and I might have to acknowledge how powerful I am. So that's what it looks like to me.
I don't think that's solely a Nigeri issue. I think we all get there. I remember somebody telling me, I guess you could call it a joke around this. He says, yeah, so he says, I went out to get to a job interview. I felt really good about this job interview, and I felt certain. It was really amazing. I prepared for it. I researched the company. I went to the interview, and it was amazing. It was like I was at home, and everybody loved me, and it was phenomenal. I know this is my job, and this was on a Monday, and the fellow who did the interview said, "I'll give you a call on Friday," and with the answers. And so he waited and he waited and he waited, and there, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to get this job. I know it. He sat and meditated on, I'm going to get this job. I know I'm going to get this job. And Friday came along and the telephone rang, and it was this company, and it was the gentleman that did the interview. And he said, I'm sorry to say, but you didn't get the job. And the fellow said, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. He hung up. He said, I knew I wouldn't get it. We do that. We think we're being completely involved in our intention setting, but she says there's that she's 98%. You can't be 98%. You got to go all the way. Just let it go. Right, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, it's vibrational. So the more in alignment and the more you're believing in your manifestation, the more likely it is to manifest. And the more that you're doubting and disbelieving, the less likely it is to manifest.
Definitely. Definitely. Okay, this is from Brian. Brian says, is yawning, coughing, sneezing, are those signs of moving energy that seems to be happening a lot lately? And it seems to be connected to energy shifts I'm aware of.
The short answer is yes.
Give us a long answer, Dr. Leslie.
Well, yeah, yawning, coughing, and sneezing. They are all crying, tears coming out your eyes. They're all ways of releasing energy. And it's funny, I had a breakthrough session with one of my students today, and she said, Dr. Leslie, I keep yawning when I meditate. Is that normal? And I said, yeah, it's absolutely is normal. And it's quite common for people who are even doing psychic readings. Actually, it looks like you're bored, but you're yawning because it's a natural way of releasing energy. Because often when we're meditating, doing a psychic reading, there's a lot happening, there's a lot shifting, there's a lot changing. And it's just one of the ways that the body just naturally gets involved to help release energy. So yeah, Brian, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Very good. Najiri says, wow, this is quite profound. I received this. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. This is from Carol. Carol says, I remember you mentioned to stay in the center of your head throughout the day. I find myself sitting back to front of my head. Any tips?
So I've got a number of different Carols actually in my courses. I think it's
It is Carol Mann.
Yes. So I would never have said to stay in the center of your head for the whole of the day. What I would have said is be in the center of your head depending on what you're engaged in. If you do an intellectual job, or if you're doing your accounting, then or something administrative like that, or operating machinery, then you be in the frontal lobes of your brain, because now you're doing a function that is very much in the physical, and your brain is geared to help you do those physical tasks like thinking and working things out in a logical, linear way. So be in the center of your head when you want to access your neutrality, when you want to access your clairvoyance, when you want to access your intuition. Be at the center when you want to be non-judgmental. When a challenging situation arises and you're finding it difficult to be neutral because you feel like somebody's picking on you or something like that, then be in the center of your head. Or if you want to look at a choice that you're going to make and you want to access your intuition, then be in the center of your head. So be in the center of your head depending on what you're doing and what you're wanting to tap into. Is it your intellect? Is it your intuition? And then she said she has a tendency to be back to front. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but probably what might be happening is, as you're naturally needing to do tasks that involve your brain, you're moving forward because that's the place you need to be to do that task. So that's not a problem. The problem arises is that most people stay in their intellect all the time and then they can't access their intuition. And most people, when they're trying to access their intuition, get in their intellect and that interferes. So they're both great places to be. It just depends on what you're doing. All right, then we have to go to another break. Welcome back, everybody, to Unlocking Your Truth, where tonight's show is on being in the present moment. But we are in that stage in the show where we open to your questions, and you're welcome to ask about anything.
By the way, Lorraine says, Dr. Leslie, you look lovely tonight.
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't have
Brian.
my thing that I put in my hair on tonight, do I?
Yeah, and Brian says, thank you. And Carol says, oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie. I must have got it mixed up.
Yeah, maybe. No, yeah, I mean, just on that question, I had another question today in a breakthrough session with a student, and she'd taken some other training, and the teacher had told her to open her crown chakra if she wanted to be a medium and talk to people who passed away. Or what you must do, she said, is you must open your crown chakra. And then this person was sort of telling people to just keep their crown chakras open. And this lady said, well, it never felt right to me. And I felt sort of disassociated from reality, and I didn't feel like I was in my body. And I said, well, of course not. Because if you have your crown chakra really wide open, you are connecting with not just this reality, but everything that's out there in the universe. So there's a tip. If you want to be in the present moment, don't have your crown chakra wide open, just have it open a little bit, because that's enough to be right here, right now. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I often encounter that idea that to be spiritual, the journey is open your chakras, open them all up. And then we've made it when we've opened all our chakras. And my philosophy is, what experience of reality do you want to have? Because you will get a different experience of reality if your chakras are open versus, if they're more open versus less open. You can, and you can configure them differently, and it will give you a different experience of reality. So mastering your psychic abilities is not about opening them all really, really wide. It's about understanding what happens when you do that. And is that the experience that you're wanting to have? So having your crown chakra open really wide, that creates a need for a massive amount of grounding to counterbalance that level of opening. And most people float away into hyperspace when they do that. And it's often also related to, or a cause for, the idea of some mental illnesses, because now you're in touch with all these alternate realities that have nothing to do with this time-space reality, which is what we're talking about today, being in this time-space reality.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie.
Mm.
And folks, if you're enjoying the show, please give us a like, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. If you don't mind, that would be lovely. And so this is from Katie. And Katie says, can we be present while we're multitasking, such as watering plants in the yard while listening to our favorite Psychic Abilities radio show?
I think you can be present while you're multitasking. Because if all of those things are on the physical level, right, you can be listening to music while you are watering your plants and still be very, 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 very present. I think that what sometimes happens if we're listening to a podcast is we go into the realm of ideas, we go into the mental space, and then we sort of phase out the body level. But you don't have to. You can stay grounded and present while you're listening.
But it can help as well. It can help to focus. I know that, like, remember with that thing we did with eating that we learned from our Vietnamese monk? When you're eating, if you take a bite of your food, put down your fork, and then concentrate on eating, and you'll see that the food tastes completely different. So if you're doing something, you can do both, but you might get more out of it if you're just doing the one thing at a time and focusing on the one thing, as opposed to trying to get it over with as well. Oh, I got to get to the, because what you're doing by watering and listening to the show is you're saying, well, the watering isn't important, but the show is. But can you give importance to both equally? What do you think, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I think it depends. It's an interesting one. I mean, one thing I've always found interesting is some people listen to music to help them study. Now, I was never able to do that. I had to have complete silence so I could study, because if there was music on at the same time, I would drift away and I would not be able to be in that point of focus. That was before I knew how to ground, but I wonder if I still would be like that now. I think probably, actually. So I think that there are some differences between people as well.
Yeah.
Roy likes to listen to music, don't you? And you don't drift away, but I do.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. It all depends on what I'm doing. When I studied, I used to like to listen to music. And I think the music sort of, depending on the type of music you listen to, can keep you present as well.
I've never found any music that helps me stay more present than if I don't have any noise. Yeah.
Apparently Baroque music opens the channel between the two sides of the brain, the left and the right brain. And so there's there's more learning and more logical learning, but also more heartfelt learning, more don't know the word, what you call it, that type of learning, but more spiritually centered learning. Anyway,
we digress.
Thank you.
Well, not really. It's always about the present moment, wasn't it?
Not digressing. No. Okay, this one's from Katie. Katie says, can we be present? Oh, that was Katie. Well, this is Erica. Erica says, according to your quiz, my primary clair is clairaudience. Wonderful. Congratulations. I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides for some time now without much luck, and haven't been able to really decipher any messages that make sense or resonate. I'm hoping you can help me figure out their name and or a message from them.
Okay, sure. And I'll just also, and by the way, Erica, in that quiz, clairaudience tends to be more of a rare one in terms of what most people find. Most people, I think, clairsentience is the top one, then claircognizance, then I think it's clairvoyance, then clairaudience. So I might have that the wrong way around. So yeah. So all right. And so I'm going to look at this and give you an answer, but I just want to also mention that it's developing your psychic abilities is a bit like going to the gym. You have to practice. You have to learn how to use the machinery, how to use the equipment. So I have created many psychic development courses to help you learn the equipment and learn how to operate it and practice it so that you know what you're doing with your psychic abilities and you know how to consciously access them. And that journey begins with the Unlock Your Intuition course that gives you a grounding of spiritual techniques and also helps you to overcome the most common blocks to intuition while simultaneously teaching you some psychic development tools. Then after that, I have a clairaudience course, where you spend 10 weeks focusing on that ability called clairaudience, where you learn now how to interpret what you're getting, and you learn how to tune in to different frequencies that, all of your guides have got different frequencies. So how can you consciously tune into this frequency and that frequency and listen to that guide and listen to the other guide? You learn all of that in that course. Because it's not, I spent myself 6 years in a modern mystery school from 1998 to about 2004. And I lived and breathed this stuff. And that's why I'm so good at what I do, because I've devoted my life to it. And I think sometimes people think, well, I'll read a book, or I'll take a weekend course, and that'll be me, and I'll tick the box, and I'm and it's like anything. The more you focus, the better you become. So anyway, that said, Erica, let's have a look at your idea of your spirit guides. Well, first thing I'm noticing is this sort of interesting energy configuration that sort of comes down like this to your throat chakra. And your throat chakra is the one that's responsible for clairaudience. And this sort of strange triangle energy configuration, the energy here is pink. It's almost like you're wearing this pink collar of energy. And I feel that that is relating to your spirit guides. So I'm just going to look at that a little bit longer. One of the things is to let go of expectations of to let go of expectations around spirit guides, and to let go of expectations around the messages. And the other thing that they're saying is to be playful and make it fun and make it light and make it amusing, make it funny. So sometimes we get serious and we get into effort when we're trying to accomplish these things, and that doesn't help. So it feels like this pink energy is trying to help you to get into more of a light, amused, fun kind of vibe. And I'm seeing one of your guides, and I'm just taking a moment to talk to them before I say anything. Well, you've got one of your guides is this lovely, the energy vibration is almost like this silvery, pearlescent vibration. These are energy beings, right? They don't look like us, but sometimes they project an image like us. And this beautiful, pearly, silvery, opalescent being is projecting the idea of a very amusing picture of it's like a funny comedy Halloween vampire with a mustache and a cape. And that's just, it's that is supposed to be, and it's almost like a funny magician as well. That's the message that I was translating into making it fun and not making it serious and not having any expectations. And that's a projection coming from the spirit guide that really, to me, looks like this silvery energy, but it's communicating with you. Well, in this case, it's communicating with me through pictures. But let's have a look at the clairaudience again. Give us a second. So there is a song playing and it says, smile even though your heart is breaking. But it just means, again, it's like, it's always advocating this inner smile, this state of having an inner smile, cultivating this inner happiness, this high vibrational, amused state as being helpful for your development of your psychic abilities. Because when we're amused or when we're smiling, then our vibration is high. So that is counterbalancing things that arise in the system that are a lower vibration, like feeling sad. But if I smile, it will uplift me. So I hope that helps, Erica.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to read Brian's note, and then we're going to have to sign off. What's amazing is that I've cultivated awareness, even if I'm multitasking. No matter what's going on, awareness pulls me into the present moment if I get lost. I may hear a song on the radio with a message for me, or a quote on a TV show or movie that deeply resonates, or an animal crosses my path with a spiritual gift. Suddenly I become entirely present. Something pulls my entire attention to that message. It's incredible. I've even heard it in my head when I think too much to suddenly focus on my breath. That's interesting. Cool, Brian. Thank you. By the way, folks, there's no show next week, but we'll be returning on the following week at 1 p.m. So thank you all. Dr. Leslie, would you like to say?
Welcome to the Mirror Talks podcast, where we deconstruct some of humanity's most disconnecting and limiting assumptions and offer an alternative, a free state of consciousness, unbiased, naturally wise, and genuinely loving. We will shed a more enlightened perspective on everyday experiences to help anyone willing realize their true potential and inspire a contemporary spiritual life lived in service to all. Say goodbye to the man-made paradigms of distorted ideas. Let's become pure, free, and actually intelligent once again.
We just finished recording an episode on deep suffering or deeply afflictive states, whether it's depression, chronic depression, or sort of more of a daily happening, jealousy, or being upset about something and it just sort of takes over your mood, and just how to deal with these states and really how to transmute them and take advantage of them. So one thing I just loved about this episode, and that I think you'll love too, is that in addition to being very technically precise, Bentinho outlines 3 methods for really transmuting these deeply afflictive states. So in addition to being really technical in that way, it's also a meditation of its own. So I was even thinking, as we were recording this episode, I was thinking, like, if I'm in another deeply afflictive state in the future, I'm going to remember this episode and I'm going to come back to it just for a reminder. It's like, it's just like piercing the bubble of that, of whatever suffering might come up. So really, this is a resource in and of itself. In addition to that, there was a really special, cool ending. Dennis asked a question about social anxiety, which prompted Bentinho to go into just the coolest delineation of how the ego is hiding from us, and really how that mechanism is what causes the suffering and the deeply afflictive states. So it basically comes at it from a whole nother angle. So it was a wonderful episode, really a resource forever, I think. And I know you'll enjoy it.
So welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Mirror Talks. Again, here with me, Kelly and Corey. How are you guys?
Great. Good.
Awesome.
How are you?
Really good.
Nice.
Actually, really good. Yeah. So, as we're wrapping up the recording of our first season of this podcast, we were feeling into what other episodes to still shoot. And one that stood out pretty evidently is to give people some tools and some perhaps reassurance and some sort of a compassionate, understanding space where they get some acknowledgement for the phenomenon of experiencing deeply afflictive states of mind, states of emotion, and so forth. So what's an afflictive state? An affliction or afflictive literally means something that's causing pain or suffering. So deeply afflictive states are states that just feel like impossible to escape. They have debilitating effects on our mental, emotional, physical well-being. They can even lead to physical illness. It's something that sort of can haunt us along the lines of PTSD. It's something that makes us feel like we don't want to get out of bed in the morning. It derails our sort of sense of purpose and our sense of flow during the day. And so these states are quite common in humanity. And I think everyone who is human will at one point or another experience something like that. So we figured we have addressed the mechanics of the emotional guidance system already, but this is kind of a beast on its own, like how to deal with deep suffering, with intense suffering, with debilitating suffering, with deeply afflictive states. So that's the intention for this session.
Awesome.
If you guys have any prompting question, feel free.
All right. Well, I know a bunch of people who spend a lot of their time, most of their life, in a deeply afflictive state. Like chronic depression or whatever it is, some sort of addiction. So I think it is really quite common. And I wonder, like, for people who this makes up their norm, this is their normal life,
their daily background noise.
Right. How do you break through to someone like that? How do you break through a cycle like that?
If you're that person, right?
Yeah.
So I think I want to refer back to sort of a core structure that people can fall back on. And that is, I'm quoting the law of one, that the path consists of 3 steps. Step 1 is know yourself, know thyself. In other words, understand yourself. And this sentence, know thyself, in this context, it doesn't mean know yourself as the absolute infinite reality, know yourself as God. In this case, know yourself means know what's happening within you, know what's going on in front of your consciousness, know what's going on the screen of your experience, the screen of your life. What's happening within you? Why are you having, first of all, recognize and acknowledge the thoughts and emotions that arise. Like recognize them, acknowledge them.
As opposed to ignoring them or being in denial.
Right, yeah, which would be not knowing them.
Got it.
Right? So know yourself is a process of acknowledgement, of observation, of becoming familiar also with your own patterns and recognizing the patterns in your emotional responses to things. Recognizing the patterns in your thinking and so forth. So a full-bodied knowledge of oneself is ideal. To know yourself as clearly as you can. This is how I typically react in these types of circumstances. This is the bias that I have. This is the belief that I have. These are the preferences that I have. And when this kind of thing happens, this is how I emotionally respond. This is how I respond in terms of action. This is what I'm thinking. This is how I'm feeling. This is when I feel victimized. This is when I feel arrogant, and so forth. Just all of it included. Ideally, the holistic being, the holistic seeker, knows themselves fully, knows themselves on all levels as much as possible. There are other priorities than knowing yourself in every detail on all levels, because that could be the study of a million lifetimes, right? So we got to take that with a grain of salt at some point. But the basis is there. The basic instruction is know yourself, understand yourself. Step 2 is accept yourself. So now that you know yourself, now that you see your patterns, now that you've observed your pain and you kind of begin to understand it, or maybe even fully understand it, now it's time to accept / forgive / release / let go of that which you know. To just let it be as it is, to not interfere, to not blame, to not judge, to not hold on, to not constrict, and so on. So again, step 1, know yourself. Step 2, accept that which you now know about yourself, accept yourself. And then, and for the most part, almost only then, does the 3rd step open up, at least in a holistic, integrated manner. You could try to skip to step 3, and some people do, but very few do so successfully. And so I don't recommend it. On the whole, periodically, one can do it, but on the whole, it's important to understand yourself and to accept yourself, to incorporate that. And at step 3, that opens up once we know ourselves and once we accept ourselves. And once, therefore, we're in a sort of a state of peace with ourselves and equilibrium and acceptance. So once we know ourselves and once we've accepted that which we've now discovered about ourselves, the 3rd step opens up, and that is, at least in Law of One, they state it as become the creator. And this is really the step where spirituality in its truest form begins. The first two steps are prerequisites, and that's what we're mostly going to talk about today, is like how to accept that, how to attain that self-knowledge on a relative level, knowing my relative self and accepting my relative self. And relative self simply means anything that moves and changes and has shape and form and dimension and emotional charge and belief systems and so forth. Those things are all relative. They're all contextual. They all exist within the realm of perspectives, belief systems, thoughts and emotions, and physical events. Seemingly physical. So a lot of my work focuses on the third step. Also, a lot of my work focuses on the first two, but a lot of my work focuses on the third step. So we won't talk too much about that today, but it's good to notice or to know that it's part of this 3-step formula, right? So we have to know our relative selves, accept our relative selves, and then it's like our beingness, our mind, body, spirit complex becomes sort of this fit, integrated, whole, potent trampoline for us to take the shuttle up into spirituality, true spirituality. Transcendence, awakening, enlightenment, self-realization, higher states of consciousness, and so on. But how can one have access to that in debilitating states of suffering?
Right.
For the most part, one can't. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. And part of the methods that I'll be prescribing, so to speak, will allow for that access to deepen. So when we are in deeply afflictive states, the experience is that of extreme disconnect from source, from the creator that we are ultimately. So that third step of that true spiritual step, that quantum leaping into self-realization, enlightenment, realizing the oneness and so on, the universal love, we feel very disconnected from that. In fact, that is the pain. That feeling of disconnect, we can never be disconnected, but the feeling of disconnect is generated by some perspective, some belief that has such an opposite view to the truth of God, to the truth of source, to the truth of existence, to the truth of oneness, to the truth of our infinite worth, to the truth of our eternal nature, to the truth of our absolute freedom, to the truth of the cosmic perspective. Our perspective in a deeply afflictive state is so contradicting that infinite abundance, infinite love, and so on, that we feel the contrast between the truth and our perspective so strongly. And it's so strongly that it doesn't typically let us go. It doesn't allow our attention to wander away or to sort of rise up to the higher levels. And so we feel stuck in our bodies, we feel stuck in our emotions to a debilitating extent where we can't even mentally function normally anymore. We don't want to see other people. We, it's got all kinds of expressions. So for the basic understanding of this contrast between our connection to source, the truth that's always here, and our perspective, I'll just refer people to the episode we did in depth on the purpose of emotions, the emotional guidance system, how to use them, and also and so on. So people can watch that or listen to that, which is actually good prerequisite content for this episode. So now we're just highlighting, we're singling out the experiences that are so distracting that we can't focus on our spirituality anymore, such as chronic depression, sort of existential angst, deep sort of confusion, lethargy because of this deep-rooted sense of unworthiness, perhaps.
Or even temporary jealousy or heartbreak or...
True. Yeah, the responses that we give to certain circumstances, certain catalytic circumstances that then trigger our perspective, our belief that we're lacking something very important to us.
Right.
Which is another way of saying, like, we believe we're disconnected from source. So how to deal with those states if you experience one? Whether it's through like a sudden heartbreak or the death of a loved one, or whether it's just sort of a state that you have become familiar with for quite some time, but it won't let you go, like it's causing you deep suffering every day. There are several ways to handle this. that has beneficial ways to deal with it.
Cool.
Without having to use substances and so on. Now, there's a lot of nuances here because it really is a case-by-case basis in the end. So people have to sort of take this general knowledge and apply it in a way that is helpful for them in their situation and their selves. So they have to know themselves and then apply this to themselves in the best way, according to their own intuition. So a few ways that we can use these afflictive states. If the afflictive state is not too intense, because here's the thing, more context, this is important. The reason these states stay with us when they do, when they are there, the reason they don't dissolve is because we're not gaining the understanding and the acceptance that are the first two steps. Because it sucks our consciousness into such a tiny little confined corner or perspective or point of view within the overall infinite existence that we really, in that sense, feel trapped. And because we feel trapped, we lack perspective. If we feel trapped in a little box, we lack the meta view, we lack the overview, we lack context. We see no context. All that we see is that we're suffering, that we're in pain, that our loved ones left us, or some other kind of catalyst. So we only see the details of the event that we select based on our insecurities and our fears. And we only see our perspective. So we're stuck in it. That's why it's so deeply painful. It's because we're lacking understanding. We're lacking perspective in that moment. Understanding and overview or perspective are somewhat synonymous. So if we don't have that perspective, then naturally our perspective is so small that it will contradict the nature of reality. And so we feel that strong emotion. If the afflictive state is not very afflictive, if it's just a general emotion, I would typically recommend people just use the emotional guidance system and they observe their emotion. They observe what they must believe is true in order to feel this way about this event or that person or this happening. And when we have just a general emotion, that's quite easy to do because we're not sucked into it all the way. So we still have some understanding. We still have some context. We still have some overview. We still have some access to the greater picture of things. We still have access to other points of view. Now, this one might be triggering. This one might be painful. But because we have access to, at least to some degree, to other points of view, it's manageable. It's something we can observe. We're not completely locked into it. We're not completely identified with it. And therefore, we have the space to observe it. We have the space to understand it. So then in that case, which more applies to our session about the emotional guidance system for most sort of everyday general emotions and reactions. So let's say there's just an everyday sort of emotion. Something gets triggered in us and it feels very annoying and it feels frustrating and it draws our attention in. However, we can still rationalize. We can still see that it's maybe not entirely true. On some level, maybe we realize that we're being a little irrational. Because we have access to other points of view. But when you're in a deeply afflictive state, you have no access to other points of view, or very, very minimally. Therefore, you might be able from the back of your mind to sort of know that you're no longer being rational, but you don't have access to that point. You're not seeing it from that point of view, right? So again, you're boxed in, you feel imprisoned in your emotional experience. So this is where the understanding part makes sense as well. The more space we have from our present perspective, from our activated perspective, the more distance we have, the more overview we maintain, the more we can understand that no point of view, although it's logical from its own point of view, the perspective is logical from its own point of view. We at the same time can realize that it's not the whole truth. We have access to we can, what's the word, relativize? Is that a word?
I don't know, but I like it.
Make relative to. We can see, we can compare perspectives and be, well, maybe this is an overreaction. What's going on here? Let me look at it. It doesn't grip us by the gut or the heart and just takes us over. So again, in that case of the general everyday type of emotional reaction or trigger, apply the emotional guidance system and use it as a tool, as a reminder to get to know yourself. So the question, one of the main questions to ask yourself to get to know yourself is, what must I believe? Or what perspective must I have? What definition or belief system must I have in order to have this feeling about this situation? Because again, if you didn't have that belief or definition or perspective, you wouldn't be able to have the emotional feeling. So every emotion is an invitation for us to get to know our perspectives. And this is the process of know yourself, understand yourself. And then once you understand it, like, oh, this is why I feel this way. Because I believe if this person says that I'm not good enough. Great. I've now identified that belief. And I can now relativize that, meaning contextualize that, meaning compare it to other perspectives, other things that I've learned in life, other things that I also believe in and know. And through that comparison or relativizing principle, again, I don't know if that's an English word, but you understand what it means now, to make relative to other perspectives. Because we can do that, we maintain greater access to more of existence, and therefore we feel better than we do in an afflictive state where we only have access to one perspective for the most part. Or it might be a series of perspectives, but it's all rooted in this one sort of core belief that's being triggered. So then moving on from the general emotional triggers to those more deeply afflictive states of deep suffering, intense suffering, debilitating suffering, where our entire sense of self is wrapped up in it and we lose access to the vaster context of existence. And we can no longer make our experience relative to a bigger contextual view, the meta view. What to do when that's the case, when you're just gripped at your very core and there seems to be no way out. And I mean, this is the state people are in when they are contemplating suicide. It's like, I don't know how to get out of this state, right?
I think in many ways, aside from people who are suicidal, it's way more common than we think. Just people actually boxed in this little, completely limited, completely separate. I think it's quite common. I think a lot of people just live their their 9-to-5 work life with this type of a...
Totally, I agree.
Yeah.
So then moving on from our everyday sort of emotions where we don't lose all touch with reality. We don't lose all touch with other perspectives, even just human reality, because I mean, human reality, meaning human perspective, the perspectives that are sort of accepted by all human beings to be true to some degree, the paradigm of the human mind, basically. To me, comparatively to what I know, that is equals suffering. It is an afflictive state. However, compared to the even deeper, more boxed in afflictive states and perspectives that we can have, that's actually a breath of fresh air. It's context. It's what we call reality. Like, oh, I can rationalize. I can see that I'm being kind of irrational, that it's not completely true what I'm thinking. But again, if we then move into those deeply afflictive states where all of our energy is sucked into this box of a perspective, of a belief, then how do we deal with that? Because now, even if we know about the emotional guidance system, we may not have access to it. We may not have access to any kind of wisdom or any feelings of relief or any sense of a bigger perspective. So then how do we deal with that in that moment when we have no inspiration to go on YouTube and watch one of my videos or listen to a guided meditation or meditate ourselves, when it's just so consuming and so distracting? What do we do? What's left? In this type of state of mind, state of attention, state of consciousness, state of emotion, we cannot always go the route of understanding ourselves because we don't have access to it, because understanding requires context. You see, you cannot understand something unless you stand under it, so to speak, unless you're beyond it. So as long as we stand beyond what we're perceiving, as long as we have space around the perspective that's generating the emotion, we can observe it, trace it back to its root belief or perspective, compare that to what else we know about life, what else have we learned, what else do we truly believe, and or faith in our infinite nature, even if we don't fully believe in it yet, but we can compare our painful perspective to something that we've learned in sort of these spiritual teachings, for example, and we can gain faith, and we can in that way ease the emotion, deepen our understanding, and release the core belief and accept ourselves in the process. But if you're completely sucked into the moment energetically and you don't have any access to any of that, what do? Like I said, you cannot really understand because you lack perspective. Therefore, the understand yourself step kind of goes out the window. And that's quite okay. We don't always have to understand why we have certain emotions. It's helpful, but we don't always have to. Sometimes not understanding our emotions and having such a deeply afflictive state that completely draws in our attention and boxes us in is a great teaching tool that teaches us other types of understandings, quantum leaps, and it can sort of enforce a self-acceptance at a deeper level because we don't even have the understanding. If we understand something, typically it's easier to accept it because now our rational mind is involved, our logic is involved, our perspective is involved, our conscious mind is involved. But what if you can't understand exactly why you feel the way you feel? You just feel overwhelmed by the feeling. Now you can, in a sense, skip the understanding step. It will always come later anyway. And try to go to the acceptance stage if you can. So here's one way to deal with afflictive states. And to use an analogy to further elucidate the distinction between sort of an everyday emotion that's not super high on the scale of being afflictive versus a deeply afflictive state would be like being on a train station and having many different trains to choose from. You can go on this train, that train, and they go to different directions. So you might experience the train that's right in front of you, but you can get to a next, to a different, platform and take a different train. So you have options. The difference is options. Perspectives are available to you. In a deeply afflictive state, you're already on the train you're on. And what can you do when you're on the train you're on? You can't jump off. You can't choose another train. So it feels very limiting. It feels very constrictive and therefore debilitating. You're on a train you don't want to be on, and you're going in a direction you don't want to be going in. But you're on it, and you can't, the only thing to do would be to jump out of a train, but that would equal suicide, which I would try to avoid. So then you're on this train, and your only option is, therefore, to accept. What is to accept your current state? But even the thought, if you're in a truly deeply afflictive state, even the thought of self-acceptance is not always that available.
Right.
So in those more extreme afflictive states, I recommend, there's a couple of things you can do. I'm going to prescribe 3 methods. One is use this as an invitation because you have no other options in that moment to change your feeling state. You always do, but it doesn't seem like you do. You don't feel like you have access to it. You try as hard as you can, but it's not working. So since you have no other options anyway, use this as an opportunity to get to know the ability that you have, the innate ability to direct your focus. So this is different than trying to work with the perspective. So give up working with the perspective. Again, only when you're in a really deeply afflictive state. Otherwise, it can be helpful to deal with perspectives and understand them. But if you can't, then you simply can't. And so in that moment, what I would recommend is grab a hold of your attention itself. Notice that you can direct your attention to something. Now, ideally, this is the God state, for example, the state of awareness, love, light. But sometimes you simply won't be able to do that. Or you will feel like you won't be able to do that. So, but that doesn't matter so much. You can focus your attention on anything that takes you out of the perspective that you're in. It may take some time. So this is practicing concentration. So you're using your deeply afflictive state as a concentration exercise because you have no other options. It's either intense suffering or slightly less suffering with the training of your concentration. So choose anything, the image of a mountain or the concept of space or a feeling in your body that's not affected by the afflictive state. Some feeling of peace, some feeling of stillness, perhaps, in the storm, amidst the storm of your emotions. But the key here is to not try to change what you're experiencing, because you already hopped on the train and you have to wait until the next station. In between, you can't do anything. And right now, your afflictive state can be seen as being on a train in between two stations. And you know at some point it's going to change. Some people are on a very long train ride from one station to the next. But the train can be rerouted to an intermittent station that you didn't see coming if you practice concentration. Because focus is everything in these states. You always have access to focus on one thing more than the other, always. This free will is never taken from you, no matter how afflictive your state of emotions is. If you grab a hold of your concentration, of your attention itself, and you direct it onto something that is not directly related to your suffering, like I said, a mountain, or a memory, or space, or if you can, faith in God, faith in that all is well, that a station will come your way. So just simply write this one out. Don't try to change the train because you can't. Don't try to change your emotions because you can't. Don't try to relativize your perspectives because you can't. If you can, great. But if you can't, and you notice repeatedly, I can't, it doesn't work, it continues to even make the emotion bigger and more highlighted. And I feel even worse because it's not working and da-da-da. So then you got to get out of the frustration about your afflictive state as much as you can. Because there's often a lot of layers of frustration and unself-worthiness and lack of self-esteem and all that added onto the afflictive state when we're having it, because we can't change it and we can't function properly. And so we blame ourselves further and judge ourselves further. But this is not due to the afflictive state. This is due to our lack of concentration on something else. So in those moments where you're on the train, you can't change anything, seemingly, grab a hold of your attention and just focus. Focus as pristinely as you can. Ignore, let be, allow whatever is to be exactly as it is, and take your attention itself and focus it, point it in a different direction. Point it on something that is not that perspective or emotional state. That's not that circumstance. You could call it ignoring. Ignore what is experienced as much as you can, which is better in this case than trying to change it. So you ignore it as often as you can, as frequently as you can, for as long as you can. And this is not something that requires like physical effort. You know, I don't want people to have the image of like squinting eyes and like, wrinkles forming on your forehead, like you're concentrating. It's not that, because that's all part of the afflictive state. So it's like you want to almost drop underneath your current experience. Let it be, give up, don't try to change it, realize you can't change it right now, and that's okay. Find some acceptance with that. And instead go one step back to your attention itself, knowing that what's right in front of you, if you open your eyes, is the suffering. But if you close your eyes, symbolically speaking, if you go back one step in your interior experience, you can grab a hold of your attention itself and you can concentrate on something else. It doesn't have to be meaningful, but it can. But not if it conjures up more negative emotions. Because if now, let's say you're now using that, you're grabbing your attention and you're starting to focus on God and the spiritual teachings. But because you have no access to it, all kinds of negative thoughts about it start flowing in and developing a negative relationship to spirituality or to God, or like, why am I experiencing this? God must not love me. So then that's not a productive way. That's not effective to concentrate on that. So in that case, something meaningless is actually more effective. So focus on the substance of wood, for example, like, because I'm just looking at this table right now. It's a beautiful wooden table. And just appreciate the way that the light reflects off and how it shows different textures. And just keep focusing on that. Bring your attention to the detail of something else. And mostly two things happen. One is you begin to take away the energy, the inertia, the momentum behind your perspective. So you're starting to rob it of the fuel that it needs, which is your attention, to survive. So you're actually suffocating the core perspective in that moment that is giving you such a deep afflictive state, such a contracting feeling. And you're depriving it of that fuel, and you're beginning to reroute it. And don't be in a rush with this. Just know this is a long-term game, almost.
Nice.
Like, it can take you hours. It's okay. It can take you hours to find some relief, but what's your other option?
Right.
Your other option is just to further exacerbate what you already have going on, further add fuel to that momentum and further frustrate yourself. So since you have no other option, since you can't go to the beach and hang out with your friends and have fun, since you can't go plan your next most exciting project because you have no energy for it and you're so distracted by these emotions, then really suddenly it sounds quite appealing to focus on a wooden table for 3 hours, right?
That's
Because
great.
it's not normally appealing. It wouldn't normally appeal to the ego. But if that gives you even a little bit of relief, when you're in like intense physical pain and it just dissipates by 20%, it's like, you feel even better than when you normally feel when you have no pain and you're just distracted and it's just a random moment.
Yeah.
Because the contrast of going from intense pain to slightly less pain feels like pleasure almost. And you can train this in yourself to concentrate on something meaningless and hold on to that, not with tension, but with subtlety, if you can. So ignore the loud thoughts as much as you can. Let them be, accept them. Don't try to change them because it's not working. Drop into a subtler realm where attention itself becomes aware of itself. And now you can redirect this attention to a completely different view. And it might take practice because you're distracted by your thoughts. So you concentrate little by little, little by little. You notice more details. And what you start to notice after a while of going back to your new, let's say the table that you're focused on, or the image of the mountain, or some feeling in your perspective that's not bothered or that's not somehow affected by the rest of the canvas of your experience. If you can find one little spot in the canvas, in the painting of your present experience, that's somehow not turbulent, that's somehow still or unaffected, and you just develop that sober attitude, just radically stop wanting it to disappear, the suffering, radically stop wanting pleasure, radically stop wanting to change your life. Just stop all that because it's not working. All you do is you suddenly become excited about the simplest, soberest, most mundane thing, which is to focus on wood. And first of all, you start to discover things about wood you never knew. But the most important part here is that you're suffocating the perspective. You stop fueling the perspective that generates the reflective state. So you'll start to notice more and more and more relief. And now this energy momentum of your attention begins to pick up momentum in a different direction. And you're gaining perspective again. Don't immediately go back, try to understand the suffering because you're not ready yet. You're going to be sucked right into that vortex of momentum. And you're going to be stuck in the same perspective because the more you think about it, the more convincing it seems again. Have you experienced that? Where there's some situation in your life and you have some relief from it for a little bit and you're like, oh, I'm done. Maybe I'm over it or whatever. And then you get some text message or like some picture on Instagram that reminds you of this or that situation or that person that has something to do with. And boom, you start thinking again, this was unfair, this is not good, this is, but this is gonna, and immediately you're back in the vortex. And when you're back in that energy of negative, afflictive states and perspectives, it's again going to be pretty hard to get out of it.
Yeah.
So you want, if it's a truly afflictive state, give yourself permission to ignore it for quite some time.
I love that.
Not as an attitude of denial, but as a sign of faith in yourself that you'll come back around to it when you're ready. But right now you don't have the means, meaning understanding or context or perspective or meta view. You don't have the means to deal with it, to understand it, to resolve it, to heal it in a relative way. You got to go and ignore it for a while. And you've got to take your attention away from fueling that perspective. You've got to gain different experiences that are outside of that box that give you confirmation of your worth, that give you confirmation of your self-esteem, that give you positive self-esteem, that give you confirmation that there is hope, that give you confirmation that there's other things to focus on in life, that give you confirmation that maybe it's not as bad as it seemed. And focusing on a wooden table can be your initial way out of that energy momentum, something meaningless. And it's all about concentration, subtle attention, redirection, repeatedly. Just commit fully to that because what's the alternative, my friend? It's absolute suffering and pain and destructive behavior. So suddenly, doesn't it sound quite exciting to redirect your attention and concentrate? Place your attention on something that allows you to not be in the perspective that generates that emotional suffering.
Nice. I love the rationalization of that, of just looking at the ultimatum of an afflictive state. Like, if this is my only option, then it makes anything else quite appealing.
Nice.
But I think a lot of times people just don't have the context even enough to make it into an ultimatum. They think they're going to solve it by continuing to think about it and think about it. But so that's what I love, the permission to just.
That's a great point. Yeah. They think that by staying in it, they're somehow going to fix it.
Right.
And this at least gives you a direction of your focus. Because I think one of the worst things about those states is feeling how directionless it is. And you're kind of searching for a direction. You're like searching for a way out, but you just can't find it. And it becomes your whole reality, your whole world. And when there's sort of a way out or a window, it's such a massive relief.
Great. Yep. So the second method, which is very closely related to this one, but it's just sort of the next somewhat more advanced, perhaps, step. And whether or not this is a more advanced step kind of depends on your prior experience with resting in awareness, with resting in sort of pure presence and beingness and awareness aware of itself, or attention aware of attention, or consciousness aware of consciousness. This is a subtle practice. This is the science of self-realization, or the art of self-realization. It's where the self, that witnessing consciousness, becomes aware of its own essence, its own nature, its own presence, its own existence. And then it more and more maintains that existence awareness, that self-existence awareness. If you can do this, that's fantastic. It's the same exact principle as focusing on wood and just staying with it, subtly staying with it, subtly staying with it, getting distracted by it, returning to it, staying with it, generating a different momentum. If you can apply this principle of concentration on attention itself, then you start to drill in the direction of the well of well-being, the well of joy, the well of love, the well of bliss, the well of transcendence, the well of knowing yourself. So that's great if people can do that. They can just stay with that sense of I am, I exist. And sometimes we give ourselves, from a higher self's point of view, we give ourselves these catalytic events to really purge ourselves of the perspectives that lay dormant within us, that then come out full force, and we have no other perspective, no access to other perspectives. We really feel the full blow of it. But then, because it's so all-consuming, it's a great opportunity to not try to get into it and understand the relative mechanics of our thoughts, but to just sort of bypass it altogether for a period of time, not as an attitude of denial, but as an attitude of faith and just logic, like this is all that works for me right now. And I'll come back to it later when I have the space and the clarity and the perspective I need to change that perspective into a proper understanding of the way reality works, and my true worth, and my true infinite nature, and so on. So if in that moment you can hold on just to attention itself, being aware of itself, then that's sort of a step up that's more beneficial than focusing on the wooden table. But the initial step, if you don't have access to anything that subtle, focus on something that you know you can maintain concentration on, that's less subtle than consciousness, that's more obvious, like the wooden table, which is reflecting light in a certain pattern right now. Or anything. I mean, this is just one example. People should choose whatever they have access to. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you redirect your focus. That's all that matters. So whatever you feel you can focus on, that doesn't generate, that's one requirement, it doesn't generate negative emotions. So you're not focused on a topic that means something to you, that you could conjure up negative thoughts about or beliefs. Hence, the wooden table, because most people don't have beliefs or definitions about that. Doesn't matter to them. And if you can maintain that, then you can progress and just hold on to awareness itself, consciousness itself, I exist itself. You could try that immediately if you have prior experience with it. But if not, it'll just frustrate you. Like, oh, I can't find enlightenment. I can't find myself. Da, da, da. So only do that step, the second version of this method, if you know you can. But then it's a great opportunity. Then it's a great catalyst because now you're forced to concentrate. Whereas when you don't have such an afflictive state, you're easily distracted by your addiction to sense pleasures and sensuality and hope and promise for a better future and this and that, and relationships and validation from others and all these ego boosters, success. You're so distracted by that. But when you're faced with a brick wall or a train that you're on that you cannot step off of and you've got to experience what you experience, accept it and move your attention. Don't try to change it, in other words. Let it be. Let it be exactly as it is. Don't try to change even a single ounce of it. Don't want anything to change from your emotional state. This frees up your attention to focus on something else. Become fascinated with the details of the table. Do this for hours if you need to. Because again, what's the alternative? It's quite exciting suddenly. Do that. If you can't focus on I exist, just the feeling I exist, that's spaceless, spacious but spaceless, timeless feeling I am. And rest in it, stay with it. And then notice, as soon as you start suffering, you're back in the mind. Great reminder. Normally you're distracted by pleasure, but now that you only know pain when you go out into the mind field, which is kind of like a minefield, then you're instantly remembering, you're instantly reminded in a very obvious, painful way that you've lost attention of I exist. So use this. If you have prior experience with the I am, and this is one of your passions, then especially use the afflictive states to become anchored in that consciousness of consciousness itself. And it doesn't take long then, if that's successful, it doesn't take long for the afflictive state to leave you, to disappear, to diminish over time, but rather rapidly. Sometimes instantly if you sort of hit a new level of freedom and perspective. Because again, emotions are the reaction to a perspective that you're having because they're guidance. It's a guidance system. So if suddenly you change your perspective by drilling into the I am, that 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 I am, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, and you stay with that, stay with that, stay with that. And as soon as you go out of it, it's like, the feeling is there. Okay, I am. Coax yourself into this repeatedly, subtly, no stress, but concentrate. Give yourself this gift. Ignore the thing, let it be. Focus on I exist, I exist, I exist. Or wooden table, wooden table, wooden table. Clear blue sky, clear blue sky, clear blue sky. What can you learn about the clear blue sky that you've never noticed before? Go there, go there, go there. Fantasize if you must. If you can't concentrate on one state, fantasize a little bit about that one topic that has nothing to do with the things that trigger your emotions. Something meaningless that you could discover some form of beauty in, perhaps even. Not meaning, but beauty. Mystery, awe, some sense of respect. This will change your energy. And then suddenly you have, because you're in a higher frequency, now you have access to different songs coming through the radio because you've dialed your radio, your body, your mind, your attention to a different range of frequencies. Therefore, the song that you're hearing, the emotions that you're feeling, the response of your emotional guidance system that's now responding to your new perspective once it's stabilized is going to be a stable, steady song that is commensurate with how much that perspective is in or out of alignment with source. If it's closer in alignment than your previous perspective, the afflictive state is going to pale in comparison to your next negative state, which will feel very positive comparatively, right? And so you just you bump this up a little bit every time. You move your frequency up, your perspective up. Once over time, over days, over weeks, maybe over months, maybe over years, when you're able to stabilize and you've gained so much new perspective of yourself and of life, and your symbiotic relationship of yourself and life and your self-esteem has changed, now you can look back upon such things without getting sucked into them because you maintain the overview. Mm-hmm. So now what used to trigger an afflictive emotion becomes more like a general everyday type of emotion that you can now study if you want to. Observe and get to understand, why was I feeling that way? Because I believed that situation meant I was abandoned. Now I see I was never abandoned. My higher self, cosmic consciousness of God, it was all present in me that very moment. I just couldn't see it, but I see it now. So now, bringing my current perspective to that sort of past perspective that was at the time all I could see, And therefore the emotions that could respond to that were only negative. Now, I can look at that perspective, even look through the lens of it a little bit, but I can't believe in it anymore because I've learned too much about life. I've learned too much about my freedom. I've learned too much about my existence. So there's no way that this thought could now convince me to feel that way, to believe that way, and therefore feel that way. This is similar to the relationship episode we did, where I sort of described the process of being in deeply afflictive states about a partner leaving me, and now kind of just that causing a giggle in a way, where I can't believe in that perspective anymore. That cost me so much pain. That seemed to be my entire reality at the time. So emotions are not factual. They're never factual. They're always the opposite of factual, if we take it all the way. Any emotion is evidence that we're not seeing things clearly. But again, we address this in depth in the Emotional Guidance System episode. So again, I refer people to that one. So,
cool. Method 2. I love basically using an afflictive state as meditation boot camp practice.
Enforcer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your higher self forcing you to sit your ass down and realize more of yourself.
Yeah, drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Love it.
So in that sense, it's a gift, and you can see that. Me looking back on my own afflictive phases in life, I just see how they purged and reprioritized my entire focus. So I'm only grateful for them, and I can only see how benevolent and divine, if you will, or intelligent that guidance system was. But at the time, I couldn't see that for sure. So it's all good. It's all you giving this gift to yourself. I know it doesn't feel that way when you're in it, but you'll see that later on. Have faith in that. That alone can bring you some soothing feelings that will take you a little bit out of that momentum of the afflictive state. Now, another step one could take, which arguably is even more advanced.
Is this the third method?
The third method, yeah, would be to investigate. But I really don't recommend this for most people, because you gotta sort of have this clarity already practiced to a high degree in order to not fall into an intellectualizing process with yourself. But it's asking yourself the question, who is it? What is the me that believes it's the one that's at the end of the stick of this experience? Who is this me? What is this me that believes this experience belongs to, or pertains to, or is happening to, or is created by? Because there is no such me. It is just another idea, a notion, a belief. So by asking that question, it's like our attention turns away from the canvas and back onto the viewer, the assumed participant or experiencer of the experiences, the assumed me or ego or sense of self that we just always throw into the mix. Whatever we see in life, whatever we experience, oh, there it is, the sense of me at the root of that experience. Because without that sense of me, you wouldn't feel like that experience belongs to you or that it affects you. So it's kind of the self-inquiry method as taught in some Advaita Vedanta, Ramana Maharshi. It's the question, what is I? Or who am I? But who am I is a bit more...
So there's connotations to that.
Yeah, there's in English, I think it's sort of a mistranslation, personally, from Nanyar, which is self-inquiry. The English translation, who am I think is quite confusing to people. I think what is I
love that.
Is better, or what is me, or who is me. But who am I is too common tongue language, and it has these connotations to it. So I would recommend the question, what is me? And this draws the attention to the root, the experiencer, which believes it's the victim of its experience, always. And then we can dissolve that notion. And then we become freer and freer and freer from being affected by all emotions and thoughts and perspectives of a limiting nature. And then God realization becomes really stable and starts to really shine forth. And less do we assume this false identity that then suffers. But this is a more advanced process, and it requires sort of a keenness and a subtlety of mind being already developed. So they're kind of in order. Focus on something meaningless. Bring all your concentration to that in as relaxed, as subtle a manner as possible, while you let the rest of your experience just kind of be and go and ignore it. And just start focusing in a different train of thought. Consistency, relentlessly, consistently. What's your better option? Just go and fucking do it. Give yourself that gift. I know it's boring, sober. Yes, it seems like you're ignoring your problems and you can't figure out this thing that you think is so important that's giving you so much pain. But that's the alternative. And you've been in it probably for days, probably for weeks, probably for months maybe. It's not paying off. The things you think you need to attend to clearly are not the things you need to attend to. You need to shift your focus, your attention. Grab a hold of your attention. Consistently focus on something meaningless. This reroutes the energy. Then when that opens up, you can recognize awareness. You can rest in the I amness. And then you can ask the question, what is the me that I even believe is the experiencer of these emotions? And then you can dissolve the me more and more. And the victim, therefore, this relentless victimization that we have, that we always insert into our experience with no good reason whatsoever. There's no proof for a little me. There's no evidence for it. There's bodies walking around, but that's not evidence of a me inside the body. So it's a core assumption that's causing all the suffering. It's the root misaligned belief. It's that I am a me that's somehow not God. That's somehow different from infinite reality.
Cool. So what was the last afflictive state that you experienced yourself? And which of these methods did you use? If any?
Yeah, I've used all of them, like alternatingly, whatever worked, whatever I had access to in that type of moment, I would use.
I'm asking about the most recent one though, but I'm also curious because earlier you said that like even a normal state of human walking around is an afflictive state for you.
Not a human walking around. It's the human beliefs. It's what we call normal. It's what people see as reality. So reality is quite stable. Our collective reality perspective is quite stable. This is what's normal, this is what's not normal. Just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you have to take it personally. Therefore, you can relativize and be back in human reality. Like, oh yeah, those were just a bunch of words. So there's no real reason for me to continue this emotional perspective. Oh, okay, so I'm back in human reality, the human context. But there's so many flawed premises at the foundation of human perspective, what's humanly accepted as normal, that to me, any of those beliefs would feel similar. If I really believed in them, I would feel similarly constricted as someone who believes they've been wronged or this or that. Mm-hmm. So it's just a matter of perspective and what you're anchored in, what state of frequency is your predominant state. And the higher you go in that frequency, the freer you become, the more free you become also from this human paradigm of thought and belief. As for the most recent afflictive state, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell, because an afflictive state, I've had similar echoes as afflictive states in my experience, but they can't quite be compared to when you really believe in them. The closest thing probably was during my sort of process with the negative media kind of attacking me and giving all these distorted images of my work and my intentions and my character, and then all the effects it's had on the people around me, the crew, friends around me, and the audience, and so forth. I think that was the most recent thing that would be somewhat comparable to having afflictive states. I have deep emotional waves occur from time to time, but they're no longer personal, and they always serve some kind of a teaching discourse, or they're always inspiring me towards a certain direction. So it's a type of guidance for what's going on in the collective. I might wake up some days and be overcome with this feeling, but it's not personal. Therefore, it's not really an afflictive state, even if the emotional energy can be very intense and high and backed up with like lots of energy. It's not quite the same as an afflictive state because I'm not locked into that perspective, which is the crucial difference, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that something is happening to me. It makes all the difference. So while the emotions can be just as intense in terms of their energy appearance, in terms of the feeling of it, as someone in an afflictive state, it's still not an afflictive state because I'm not on a train. I'm experiencing the train fully. I'm experiencing all the nuances of that train. But it's like I'm just a ghost that hovers through the train. It's like a visitor I can view and I can gain some knowledge from it somehow or channel it into a teaching for people. But it's not me. Like at any point I can exit the train.
Like watching a movie of...
Like watching a movie, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's echoes like that, and there's some collective insights that happen through those kinds of experiences. But because this has gradually shifted to freedom more and more over the course of my life, that's why I can't really say when was my most recent afflictive state. Because even in that period that I just mentioned with the negative media and friendships breaking up and people believing all kinds of nasty things about me, even that was already backed up with a lot of perspective and freedom. So yes, that was the most intense recent memory that felt perhaps the closest to being personal or hitting some kind of a personal assumption of me. But even so, I can't say that it's the same as like when my lover left me when I was 18 years old or something like that. You know? It's a different type of, because there's no real stuckness. There is stickiness to it though. So that's why I would call that the most recent kind of afflictive state, but it was already very malleable. It would only sting in the way that an afflictive state would make you feel stuck for a short amount of time, and then the excess would immediately return. And so it doesn't mean I wouldn't still feel the perspective and emotion. It doesn't mean I wasn't processing it and understanding it and trying to get to the root of what's the most balanced approach to this from love and wisdom being in unity. So there was a process involved. There was some stickiness involved. But again, it wasn't like I was completely stuck in the experience. So yeah, even though it felt more intense than my lover leaving me at a certain age, like when I was younger, even though these experiences were more intense, they were less afflictive or less constricting. They were less limiting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's a difference there. That's why freedom doesn't have to mean that we have no emotions. I mean, that's a very advanced state of consciousness where there are no emotions consistently. What's more important is that we can let our experience be as it is and relativize and continue to have access to a bigger perspective. That's a more relevant step for where we're at as human species right now. To realize that freedom doesn't mean you don't experience a certain emotion or you don't experience a certain perspective. It means that you're not constricted by it. You can see beyond it while it's happening. So then you can experience more and more simultaneously peace and freedom and bliss and pain and suffering and confusion, which sounds very weird, but you can have a simultaneous experience where they both coexist within the same state of consciousness or space of consciousness.
What about disconnect? Can you like experience disconnect while not having disconnect apply to you?
That's a good way actually of making the distinction. The experience of disconnect hasn't happened for me for a long time, except maybe there were a few very short moments which served a particular purpose, mainly to, for a moment, give me a taste of what it's like again, to be in the shoes of some of the people that I'm sharing my message with. So it generates, because if you don't have that experience of disconnect for, let's say, 2 years in a row, your perspective changes so much. And your perspective of stuckness and victimization changes so much that it becomes kind of difficult to relate to someone who believes they're disconnected, stuck, or victimized. You can understand it, but sometimes I guess I've wanted for myself or needed sort of a reminder of, oh, this is what it feels like when you have no access. So my experience of that is that even that wasn't personal still. That was me from a higher level of my consciousness than my ordinary physical consciousness, giving me a taste, an experience, a disconnect that is very much out of my own free will. That's how that was experienced.
Like within your own free will.
Within my own free will, I was fully aware that I experienced the disconnect, but at the same time, I was fully aware. So I experienced the disconnect as real in that moment, but still, I was fully aware of the fact that I was choosing it for a purpose. Because at some point, you just can't disconnect entirely anymore, right? And that's what I hope to give people access to through this kind of work, because it's worth it. It's worth the practice. It's worth the understanding. And it's people's birthright to understand this and to be free and to ever know their connection to Source. And it will heal everything. It will heal everything in our thinking.
I think what you said earlier was important to remember, that we can never truly be disconnected, but only feel that we are disconnected.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this might be too intellectual to really hit home if you're in an emotional state, but it can still be somewhat helpful if you realize in a moment where you feel so disconnected, if you remember that, first of all, you cannot ever be disconnected from consciousness, from God, from existing, from this infinite creation. And the proof for that in that moment is the fact that you're feeling disconnected. If you know the emotional guidance system and how it operates, because of your connection to the true reality of God, you can feel the emotional guidance system kicking in as the feeling of disconnect when you're believing that you're disconnected. The feeling of disconnect is just an emotion. It's just showing you the contrast of your belief in disconnect with the truth of connection. So the feeling of disconnect is evidence that you're still connected. So it's a bit intellectual perhaps, but I think it can provide people with some relief in those moments if you remember that. You can never truly be disconnected. It's impossible. And the proof for that is that you feel disconnected. That's the irony, but so you can use it in that way. Yeah. So when we then enter into a greater state of freedom, we again gain perspective. And as a result, the understanding and the acceptance of ourselves becomes easier. But you cannot accept something from the state of being that is creating that very experience of affliction. So you have to kind of step out of it. Because again, what is understanding? It is having more than one access point or perspective. You can't understand object A if you're not also having object or space B to compare it with. Understanding is a process of comparison. It's a process of contrast. It's a process of context. It's a process of having multiple views. A thing can never understand itself. It needs an observer. Similarly, your thought process cannot understand itself. It needs a different perspective to view that object or that thought. But if you have become so identified, unified with that perspective that's causing the afflictive state, then you can't understand it. So don't even try. Let it be. Focus on your access point to a new perspective, which again can just be meaningless object that you're concentrating on. And then the acceptance of self will follow. The understanding of that will naturally follow over time as you gain access again to greater freedom. If you really gain access to freedom, then it's instantly understood, typically. It's very like, of course, because you just see from such a clear point of view. There's no substance, there's no matter, there's no gravity anymore to the perspective that was impossible to understand when you were in its gravitational field. And you had not a bigger gravitational field of your own to contrast it by, to understand it with. So know yourself, accept yourself, and become the creator. These are very much linked. The more you become the creator, the easier it is to know and understand and accept yourself on a relative level as well. And sometimes not having access to it, to understanding yourself, leads instantly into accepting yourself. And then that opens the door again to knowing the creator. And then when that afflictive emotion again arises, you'll understand it and you'll be able to accept it because you have a new space of consciousness to compare it to understand it by. That's kind of the journey of using, or how I would use anyway, these afflictive states, to resolve them, to understand them, to accept them, and to transcend them.
Yeah, it's helpful to recognize and to remember that it's an afflictive state. I think that the moments where I've been in these kind of experiences, I didn't recognize that it was just a state. It was like, this is the end of the world, the end of my world. This is an affliction that I'm never going to get out of. And it just becomes like, oh, this black hole, and not the good kind.
I love the good kind of black hole. Just the right black hole. Oh, it's so great. It's true though.
I know.
There's a delicious black hole and there's a terrible black hole.
Exactly. So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize it's just a state, and that it is happening to you because you can handle it and you actually want to teach yourself through this. And to me, I did feel like, I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if I can get through this. But now looking back, I can see that the fact I was even experiencing it to begin with was proof that I could handle it and get through this. On a higher level, it's like, my understanding is that it's a really terrible afflictive state is sort of the accumulation of a lot of misunderstandings and misperspectives. And then it's just, you're ready to make a quantum leap. So your higher self just says, okay, take it all at once. You got this.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize that you have got this if you're experiencing it and you've chosen it.
Nice.
That is so helpful.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have chosen it if you couldn't handle it.
Beautiful. Because the worst part about it is not even the emotions. It's to believe that you're all alone, that you can't handle it, that God doesn't love you, or that you're somehow unworthy or abandoned. That's the most painful part of these things, that you're a victim of it, that there's no way out of it, that there's no help, no guidance, no love, that's the most painful perspective. It's not even the initial emotional trigger, right? And actually, this reminds me of another method people can apply when it's sort of in between the scale of emotional affliction, between sort of the everyday emotional thing that you can kind of play with and understand and investigate, in between that and the emotion that is just so afflictive that you can't do anything with it. And that is to just sort of bring full presence to the emotional feeling and to feel it without labeling it, right? Now, if you're in a truly, deeply, extremely afflictive state, even that is not doable because you're too close to the perspective that you have, and it'll just conjure up more perspectives of a negative nature, and you'll be distracted by them. So the only thing you can do is radically allow it to be as it is, and therefore ignore it and grab a hold of your attention and place it somewhere else is all you can do. But if it's not quite that extreme, but it is quite painful, it is like a heartbreak kind of thing or something like that. But you have some space to interact with it without completely collapsing in it. Then I can recommend also the simple method of just feeling the feelings, bringing awareness. Awareness is always here. You don't bring it, but allowing the feeling to be experienced and witnessed by awareness, by your consciousness, that innate principle of I am and I know that I am. Allowing yourself to experience the feelings and just maintaining the witnessing state so that you don't go into thoughts about it. You don't define it. You don't label it. You don't try to intellectually understand the emotion. Intellectual insights might come as a result of just feeling the essence of the feeling without additions, without descriptions, just letting it be as it is. And a beautiful thing can happen. Typically, the more advanced we are in these spiritual practices of self-realization, it becomes easier, is that when we just become present to a feeling, we find the golden nugget within it, which is really the entire thing is the golden nugget. In other words, when we stop resisting it with descriptions and labels and definitions and just feel it, just have the courage to feel it just in its raw state, no intellectualizing, no definitions, no descriptions. Stay as empty of describing it as you can. Don't describe your experience. Just be it. Just feel it without getting lost in it. But you can only get lost in the description. So, or definition or belief. So, but to just purely feel it, be fully present to it, you start to, over time, transmute it. You start to discover something beautiful, which is that every emotion is made up of the same presence, the same love that is the Creator in manifest form, in energetic form. So you're starting to access the essential energy manifestation of the infinite Creator, that very sort of substratum essential first type of manifestation, that presence energy that then is the primordial substance for everything else to be made out of. And if you can be with your feelings without labeling them, without getting lost in the sensuality of them, without describing them, without trying to change them, just allowing them to be exactly as they are. If you can find that courage, that stillness, that presence, and then just feel them as they are, they begin to take on a golden shape, a golden color, if you will. They start to sort of radiate something else. That's not the described emotion. It is, yes, the emotional feeling is there, but because the definitions are dropped and the acceptance arises, now we start to align ourselves with this primordial energy field, and therefore we start to see the love as the emotion. We start to see the emotion as being love, light energy, that primordial, essential presence energy of God. And then we're transmuting it, and there's a sense of unity and inseparability with it. And then there's no problem because we're not opposing it. We're not resisting it. We're not against it. We're not trying to change it or control it. We're accepting it, and therefore we're becoming one with the essence of it. And that just reveals itself to be this beautiful golden love light, if you will.
That is very cool.
That's beautiful.
It's kind of like the first method then, like being present to the wood or being present to it's like that same focus on.
Yep. Yes, exactly. But if it's a super afflictive state, that we only have access to negative emotions when we're present to our emotions, then you can't quite do that because you'll just get sucked into negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? But if it's somewhere in between, sort of a random everyday emotion and a deeply afflictive state, so if it's like a sort of a deep heartbreak, but you're not totally victimized by it, you can see kind of through it and with it, then you can beautifully apply this method, and it's very healing. And you will then, through that process, understand the emotion also. You will understand yourself through the acceptance of it, through the total allowance of it, and then the recognizing the essential energy that makes up the energy of the emotion by just feeling it, by being present to it. It is exactly the same method, actually, mechanically speaking, as focusing on the wood of the table and the way light reflects off of it. Because what you're doing is you're taking your attention away from the definitions and you're shifting it to something else. In this case, the presence of the emotion rather than the thought about the emotion. But if you're present to the emotional feeling, it's still very close to your conditioned, boxed in perspective that generated the emotional response in the first place. So it's not, we don't always have access to this courage, this naked, present awareness that recognizes the essence of an emotion to be love and light. If it's too convincing, if it's too painful, so then the only thing we can typically do is sort of ignore it and focus on something else entirely that's not meaningful to us, that doesn't trigger the same thoughts or perspectives. So there's this wide range sort of fluidity to our consciousness, which emotions have a beautiful way of showing us how fluid and malleable our consciousness and our attention and our self-creating, self-conjuring up capacities really are. And we gain this freedom and this malleability through facing those emotions in different ways. But I did want to add that to sort of the in-between type of emotion.
That's great.
Beautiful.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. Would these methods also apply for someone that's experiencing afflicted states in a group setting, for instance, or like social encounters? Because I do feel a lot of people like experience like really intense anxiety or different emotions when they're like in a group setting.
Yeah, in my experience, from my own experience, when I was in a truly afflictive state, I would not be in social situations. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, it's possible, it can happen. But typically, I wouldn't be hanging out and sort of being anxious. I would define that as sort of the in-between, maybe. Either the general emotions or a little bit higher than that, a little bit more intense than that. But the truly extremely afflictive states are debilitating. you're not social. You just shut down. You're like, you don't know what to do, and you're stuck. In most cases, of course it's possible, but in most cases, I would say in group settings, if you're even already in group settings, typically that type of anxiety is more of an everyday type of nature. And it just comes with the package of your low self-esteem and thinking that you are a person inside of a body, which is impossible. But we believe it. We insert all the time, that back burner sense of self that's on the back burner. It's just there. It's just in the background. I am experiencing this. I am being watched right now. You're not being watched. That's a total assumption. But because we have that sense of me always inserted into the canvas of life, we have to investigate that. But therefore we feel anxious in social circumstances. And then we can bring the presence of awareness to it and not define it. Just allow ourselves to feel the discomfort of the anxiety and not react and flee into thoughts or trying to change it, control it, stop it, avoid it. Just find the courage to be naked with it. Feel the vulnerability of it until it turns ultimately into a feeling of indestructibility. That's the golden you that comes out of it. But initially, just take those small steps to more and more break the chain of describing your experience and trying to change it and avoid it, and just let it be. Develop the courage of naked consciousness, of naked acceptance, naked awareness. Be naked, be naked, be naked, be naked. Allow to be as it is. And then gradually over time, you'll become that interior alchemist, and it will change the color, the shape, the size, the nature, the feeling, the essence of the emotion will be revealed to you. You'll become a discoverer of God's love in all forms. So in social situations, I would suggest the anxiety is based in some ego construct, and therefore you can allow it. For the most part, you can practice that allowance and you can transmute it. Does that relate to or resonate with your example?
I think so. I don't know. I just loved the energy of it, like discovery of God's love.
Cool. But does that answer your imagined scenario? Or you have a more specific kind of example or question about it?
It does answer mine, but I'm kind of I want to position myself in someone that's maybe not that experienced with like just releasing and being more naked.
Mm-hmm. So, well, what do you do then? If you're already more experienced in it, then you could teach the same answer to your question. How have you become more able to be more courageous and more naked with your anxiety in social circumstances? What's that first access point that you would recommend to people?
Nice. Good question. It is to not wanting or not efforting to hide something, or believing that there's something wrong, or that I need to hide something, or that I might be afraid something be revealed, exposed.
Yep.
So that's like just creates these pockets where stuckness or anxiety can creep in.
Great.
Which kind of is the same thing that you were saying, like just being naked more and more.
Yep. But I love your specific nuance of that being to drop the fear for the outcome in a way, to drop the fear of being discovered and exposed. Because what we call the ego, that imagined sense of me in the background of every canvas painting experience of our life, it always wants to hide its true falseness. It wants to hide the fact that it's not real. And it's got 10,000 different ways to do that, more probably. And these are all sort of layers of self-deceit, layers of self-control, layers of manipulation, layers of hiding, layers of avoiding, layers of recontextualizing things, layers of describing things in certain ways, layers of justifying things, layers of avoiding certain circumstances, certain people at certain times, all to avoid being seen by you, not by others, by you. But you think it's you trying to avoid. That's because you're hijacked, right? We're hijacked by the false self. It's a hijacker of our sense of self. It's like a little virus. It's like a little COVID-19 called me. And it's hijacked our consciousness, our sense of self. So now we're operating on behalf of COVID-19. So we're wearing masks because we don't want to be seen. We don't want to show our true selves. So we think, but actually not the case at all. And if you can see this, you can break through very quickly. But you got to be ready to be free of your false self, which you think is you. That's the tricky part. It's like you got to be willing to have your ego die in front of you. But if you think you're your ego, you will never want to die.
Wow.
It has hijacked you. It will consistently hide its self-deceiving layers. It will continue to lie and not know that it's lying, or partially know that it's lying, but have yet another layer ready to justify why or how the lie is not really a lie, or how everyone is lying in that way, so it's normal. So to burn through those layers of self-deceit, we need to know that we're not that hijacked version of ourselves. We're not the virus. We're not COVID-19. We're bigger than that. We are bigger than the one that feels anxious in that situation. So instead of us hiding from being exposed in the eyes of others, we need to realize that it's the ego not wanting to be seen by us. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And it's using us and other people to accomplish its aim. So we got to realize that the one who's afraid to be exposed is not us by others. It is the ego by us using others.
Fuck, I love that so much.
Mm. So if you can see that, you can take a shortcut. You can take a direct route and cut the bastard off at the root using all the love in the world. Like, love it to death. Be radically slice it off. Nope. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm not going to believe I am this person that feels anxious about being exposed, because that's not me. It's just this hijacked person that's been in the back of my taxi for all my life, taking on different shapes and sizes and forms and instructing me to go left and right. And I've just been doing its bidding. It hasn't paid me once. Hasn't paid me once. Maybe in childhood when I needed to navigate a tricky emotion or situation where my dad was abusive and I had to protect myself. There's some reason to that, right? So then we create this monster in the back of the seat that keeps us safe. But that's for most people not necessary. Now it's just a self-perpetuating story, and then it creates circumstances that seem to mimic that reality being needed, because we're now identified with the voice in our head. But the voice in our head is observable, and anything observable cannot be us. Anything. So the thinker cannot be us. Therefore, the hijacker, the mind, the ego cannot be us. So it's not us afraid to be exposed in the eyes of others. It's our own guest, our little beautiful, loving, monstrous guest in the back seat that doesn't want us to kick it out of our cab. And so it uses us to navigate and lie and manipulate and pretend and all that stuff. Fun, huh?
That's so cool.
But the way to do that is to just gain more courage in naked exposure, because that's how we sever the connection between the hijacker and our true selves, between the analyzing, thinking, egoic mind and our true, ever-present free self, which is already free of whatever we observe. But we identify with what we observe, and we put it in the background of our subconscious, and it continues to operate as if it's its own entity. And we think it is us, and we think it defends us, and it's on behalf of us, but it's not. It's robbing us of all our energy, inspiration, clarity, self-knowledge, truthfulness, sincerity, earnestness, love, compassion, spiritual progress, advancement, and so forth. So it's really not our friend anymore. It's time to let go of that toxic friendship. So expose it to death. Here's my most shameful moment, guys. I've been using all of you in the following way. If you can, that's an extreme example, but you could, if you're ready to part ways with the monster in the backseat, doesn't mean you should hate it, because it has served you. You've invited it in. It's your choice. It's not, it's just offering its services. You've let it into your cap. So when I say monster, yes, it's a monster, but it's really our own allowance. It's us enabling it. So it deserves sort of gratitude. At the same time, it deserves our decision to sever all ties with it. I'm done with you. And at the same time, a feeling of, I love you. Thank you very much for your service, but it's no longer needed. So I'm not trying to imply that we should fight the ego, because that just is more of the same thing. We should love it to death, but radically and decisively if we want quick progress and quick freedom and quick self-knowledge and quick enlightenment. We need to be ready to part ways, and therefore it doesn't matter what is exposed, because it's not us that's exposed. It's the ego, the monster in the back seat that we are now becoming aware of. And you can use other people as reflectors to accelerate that. But it takes some courage. What is courage? Courage is, in this context, knowing that you're more than the guy in the back seat, the monster in the back seat. That's all it is. Knowing that you are more than the monster in the back seat of your mind. Once you know that, you have faith, you have courage. Now to expose the monster, it's not so big of a deal, because you know you are more than the monster. You know that they can leave your cabin, you'd be fine without them. You no longer need them to protect you. You can now consciously reason and see and decide for yourself what is safe, what's not safe, what is true, what's not true. As a 6-year-old, yeah, you need some protection. So you invite in this monster in the back of your cab. But at some point, you got to kick him out, lovingly. Thank you. Okay. This is your stop, isn't it? Yep. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Radically, lovingly say, no more. That's not who I am. Find that naked courage to rediscover who you really are and to ditch the hijacker. With love. With gratitude. But not with continuing to enable it. Not with complacency. Not with giving into it. Not with believing in what it says. Courage is the ability to not believe in your own thinking process. To know that you're more than your thoughts. And then exposure becomes less dangerous because it's not you that gets exposed. It's the guy in the back of the seat. It's not me. Oh, I've never manipulated. I've never controlled. I've never been false. I've never wanted these false things. I've never wanted safety and security in distorted ways. I've always been pure and free. But I believed I was this voice that is observable. Therefore, how can I be it? So stop believing in it. The real way to believe in yourself is to stop believing in yourself. Stop believing in everything you think is you. That's true faith in yourself. True courage, naked being. Let what come. Let what goes, go. And let it burn up in the clarity of consciousness. Be free. Free yourself from yourself. It's the biggest freedom. Because you're not this. You're not what you're defending. So, something like that.
What about any homework?
Kick out the hitchhiker.
Yeah.
It's been a long ride. It's been a long road trip with a stranger in the back seat. And you've adopted its toxic thoughts and life philosophy. Imagine at the age of 5 or 6, picking up this hitchhiker out of good intentions. Like, oh, maybe he can help me and I can help him. And ever since you've been road tripping for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you've been road tripping with this stranger in the back. But then he's no longer a stranger, is he? In fact, if it's just you and the hitchhiker for 60 years in the car, it's going to feel like you're married. It's going to feel like it's exactly who you are. There's going to be no distinction in your sense of self between your true sense of self and the false sense of self. So now you've become one with the toxic thoughts. You've accepted them all as if they are your free will. They've never been your free will, because it's never been your soul's priority to be safe, secure, protected, having acquired lots of things and success and status. That's never been your intention, ever. But you've adopted these things as a means to compensate for lack of courage. What's courage? The faith that you are free from anything that's observable, including your own thoughts. When you gain that faith, you'll gain the courage to act on that faith. And then exposing yourself doesn't make much of a difference anymore. In fact, it helps you remove the Band-Aid, this toxic Band-Aid that just keeps the wound festering. Take it off and you'll heal very quickly. But you got to be willing to not believe in yourself. That takes faith in yourself.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the homework. I mean, do it as you please, but it's just a radical decision of self-honesty, realizing how you've been full of shit like 100,000 different ways every day, how you've manipulated everything, how you've tried to control everything, and just see that that's never really been you. That'd be the homework. And then you find a lot of your afflictive states will disappear as well, if not all of them. Because part of the voice in the back of your seat, in the back of your mind, that false sense of me, is continuously suggesting that you're lacking things, that you're not worthy, that you're not good enough, that you're not perfect yet, that you don't deserve love, that you can die, that you can lose somebody, that you can lack what you need. It's telling you all this stuff because it's the hitchhiker's own journey. It's not yours, but you've adopted it as truth because it's the only voice you've ever heard for for your adult life and longer. So find a way to lovingly sever that connection with the toxic guest in the back of your mind. See that you're ready to let it go. And the afflictive states will then also very quickly disappear. Because they're not part of who you are. They're false suggestions. Afflictive states are based in false suggestions, made by the me you think you are on the back of the seat. But you're not. You're the driver. You're free from any hitchhikers. Cool? Any additions? Are we good?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
have a fabulous day.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Mirror Talks podcast with Bentinho Massaro. If you love these teachings and you want full access to almost all of Bentinho's recorded material, go to bentinhomassaro.tv. Right now, we're offering a free 7-day trial with unlimited access to everything on bentinhomassaro.tv, including curated playlists, guided meditations, and much more. This is our #1 recommendation for you. As a subscriber, you'll get first access to these podcast episodes 2 weeks before they go public. You'll also get access to exclusive Q&As with Bentinho and other content only available to subscribers of bentinhomassaro.tv. Also, Bentinho recently created a free online global enlightenment retreat. It's 8 long-form sessions that coherently guide you through the foundation of his enlightenment teachings. You can watch the free online global enlightenment retreat at bentinhomassaro.tv or on YouTube. If you're interested in the most current and complete overview of Bentinho's work to date, this is where we recommend you start. Another great resource is Trinfinity Academy, Bentinho's free online school for enlightenment, empowerment, and infinity. Each class is concise and clear and distills one key topic at a time, including homework. We strongly recommend you check out Trinfinity Academy if you want to master the mechanics of Bentinho's teachings. Finally, don't underestimate the value of sharing this episode with the people who came to mind as you were watching or listening. It's a service to them and the collective, and it's also the best thing you can do to support us in getting this message far and wide. We also encourage you to like, subscribe, and leave positive reviews and ratings on your preferred platforms, and follow Bentinho on social media.
Hi. So there's this quote I came across about anger, that one moment of patience can save you 100 moments of regret. So the question then becomes, how do you become that person who, in the midst of turbulence and turmoil and angry emotions, are calm? By the end of this video, you'll be able to walk away with practical tips that you could apply right away to improve how you manage your emotions with yourself and your emotions with others. I'm Monica, and I recently graduated with a degree in neuroscience, and I'm now pursuing medicine. I'm really passionate about making psychiatry accessible for everyone. So this video is a part of the Ask an Expert series, where we chat about mental health topics and psychological topics with experts. Today, I am just so honored to have Dr. Conti back. You may remember him from our last live stream, which is accessible from the Ask an Expert live stream playlist. Welcome back, Dr. Conti.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being back. And I'm so excited for our chat today.
I feel like we have so much to cover and so much information. And I love that you opened saying that we're going to give everyone practical examples, because what we're going to do is give you really real world stuff that you can immediately take after watching this video and help your life find more peace.
Exactly. With something like anger, I feel like it can be so exhausting to just hold it in with yourself, or just be sometimes angry with yourself or angry with others. Like, if only we could find a way to better manage that. And that's exactly what we're just going to be diving into today.
100%. It's fascinating because we are the only ones who have unrestricted access to our minds. And when you think about this, it really is powerful, because if we really truly realize that, then we'll stop giving our power away to other people. Like, we let people who anger us, who do things we don't like, to control our inner world. And once we realize this, we say, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore.
That really brings up a really important point, and like the kind of first main idea that I want to bring up regarding anger, about how to really recognize and control how sometimes anger really comes from within. Because sometimes we often think that we're angry because someone else made us angry, or something has happened that just is the reason why we're angry. But ultimately, it's our decision. It's our ability to control that, what we kind of filter from the world, that ultimately causes us to be angry. So I guess we can just jump right into any kind of practical tips on how to better, have control of your own emotions.
Yeah, the very first thing, and we hit on this last video, but if someone hadn't seen that yet, I want to jump in with this at the beginning, and that is this. I believe there's a difference between what I call the cartoon world and the real world. So our cartoon world, and I call it cartoon world because it's not real. It's the world that it's according to our shoulds. So people should think the way I want them to think. They should feel, they should believe what I want them to believe. They should do what I want them to do. And then there's the real world. So there's our cartoon world, and then there's the real world. And what I've done for my career is help people learn to align their expectations with reality. In other words, so Monica, let's say I'm driving down the road and I got to get somewhere. And when I'm on the road, there's a bunch of traffic. And I say to myself in my cartoon world, this traffic shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening to me right now. I'm going to be really angry. But if I align my expectations with reality, which is anytime I go out on the highway, there could be traffic. Now I'm more prepared for it. Doesn't mean I'll be happy when I see the traffic, but it means I'll be more prepared for it. And I think that's a really good place to anchor our conversation, is that we master what we practice. And if we practice being impulsive and reactive, well, we get really good at that. But if we practice being mindful and in control, well, we get really good at that too.
I love the last part you just said, especially we master what we practice. I remember when I was preparing for exams, just on the topic of like anxiety, I would ask myself, why am I expecting myself to be so calm when on a day-to-day basis, when I don't even have exams, I'm already sweating all the time, just worried about things. Like, it makes no sense. So just bringing it back to what we were talking about with your example, like having tips to be able to just go through your everyday without, having emotional outbursts is a way that is kind of protected. So when we have those experiences that can, drive our emotions up, it's not, overflowing or is not going crazy. So it's a really good point you brought up there.
Well, it's almost as if I'm talking to you during those moments when you're struggling, I would almost have this vision that you're putting on boxing gloves and hitting yourself. And I almost want to stop you from hitting yourself. Like, I shouldn't be upset right now, and I shouldn't be stressed. But if you are, then you're giving yourself the extra problem of, not only am I anxious, but now I have all these shoulds that I shouldn't be anxious. And that makes it even more complicated. So at least be easy on yourself from the beginning and recognize that as human beings, our emotions will ebb and flow. We'll go up, we'll go down. Then that's okay. It's normal. But I think it'll be less extreme if we accept it. And it'll be more extreme if we say, this can't be happening. I can't take this. That's where we really intensify our own emotions.
Amazing. So just already, for those who just joined us, I have written down in my head to, number one, practice being objective, aligning what we kind of see with what actually, or what we think with what is actually happening. Number two, just being able to master what we practice and hopefully kind of be accepting rather than, just kind of rejecting whatever is coming to us and how we feel. And I wonder if this is really kind of, well, I think actually this is quite general, like it would apply to anything, but any sort of tips that are more kind of situation specific, whether it's like, I don't know, being angry because you messed up about something, whatever it is.
There we go. Let's go. That's a perfect one. So I quite literally did this morning. I forgot to let my wife know about my schedule, so I confused my schedule for what I have going on this week. So we ultimately remedied it and we fixed it, and I could switch days on things. But in that moment, when I realized that I forgot, I dropped the ball and I messed up my schedule, I had the immediate thoughts that anybody would have. Like, I practice this every day, day in and day out. But in those first moments when I thought, oh no, I messed this up, my thoughts could go really negative really quickly and I could get down on myself. What I had to do was say, stop. I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to minimize it. I'm going to own it. But then I'm going to do the only thing I can do, which is work with what I can do. So I talked to the people about the schedule. We figured out what we could do. We made a plan and we fixed it, because spending a whole bunch of time saying, oh, this is terrible and I'm awful, that would not really be productive. And then that would not help the rest of my day. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little teaching tale that I think can be really helpful for this. So I like this concept. So you, me, we've all messed up, and then we get mad at ourselves when we mess up. So in the land of fools, there was this guy who had 250 cows, and one of his cows accidentally fell off a cliff. And then he said to himself, well, now my herd will never be complete. It's not complete because one of them is missing. So he just started driving the rest of his cows off the cliff. And as he's driving off all 250 cows, somebody says to him, what are you doing? He said, well, my herd will never be complete, so I might as well just get rid of all of them. And the people just hit their heads and laughed at this foolish man who got rid of his 250 cows, all because he messed up on one of them. And it's a teaching tale, so don't worry, no cows were harmed in the making of this metaphor. But the great thing about this lesson is, if we mess up and then we start beating ourselves up, we start to let those mistakes compound. And so it comes back to saying, why am I pushing my metaphorical cows off the edge of the cliff? Yes, I lost one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive the rest of them off the cliff.
Yeah, so I think it kind of, when you were giving that story, it really reminds me of the idea of like just taking responsibility. Because at that time, like when that person is like, throwing out their cows or whatever, driving them off the cliff, to them, they're like, oh, like, I don't even know what do you think is going on in their minds? Like, hypothetically, when someone's just doing something that they know is actually causing something to be worsening the overall outcome. Like, what is actually going on?
So I specialize in working with people convicted of violent crimes. This has been the specialty of my profession for what I've done for 2 decades. And what I see is that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So if I feel like I'm no good, I'm worthless, I'm nothing, then why not hurt myself or others? And there's a difference between guilt and shame. So guilt is feeling bad about something we've done to hurt someone. That's normal. That's healthy. Like, if we do something, we feel guilt, we can learn from it. That's okay. Guilt is feeling bad about something we've done. Shame, however, is feeling bad about who we are. And my research for more than 2 decades has shown me that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So that's what happens in people's minds when they start to get this sense of shame. Well, I'm no good. And so they start to develop this narrative that is really hurtful to their own inner peace first and foremost, but then that starts to go out toward the world. And now they say, well, I already messed up this relationship, so now I'm just going to be angry at the next person, and I'm going to be spiteful to the next person. And so until you stop and reset, it can keep compiling no differently than the person who's pushing the cows off the edge of the cliff.
So that idea of responsibility, how does one then kind of switch, take that responsibility to then say, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like maybe it's not the most productive. Let's just say not the most productive. And how can I become and channel that into someone I want to be and someone who's like, just doing more healthy decisions, acting more healthily.
So that's such a great question. I think to me, like that exemplifies your insight and consciousness to be able to say, okay, so what do I do? So I think that when we can start to say, now what? Now, what do we do? The past is gone and there's nothing we can do, no matter how much insight we ever get, to get 1 single second back. The future's hypothetical, hasn't been created yet. The only moment that exists is this moment. And so the question is, what do we do from this moment forward? I did over 100 episodes of a podcast called Tackling Life with NFL legend Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Fame football player. And we interviewed an astronaut once. Did I tell you about Reed Wiseman the last time we talked? I mean, I might not have mentioned it, but
I don't think so. I would love to hear it.
Yeah. I don't think I did. So Reed Wiseman was one of my favorite interviews I ever got to do. And he's an astronaut who walked in space. And when you think about the magnitude of that, fewer than 200 people in the history of humanity have walked in space. And yet this astronaut walked in space. I got to speak to him. It was awesome. So one of the things that he said, and I don't remember if it was on our show or off air, but it was this, it was, when you're in space and something goes wrong, you don't have time to think, oh, I can't believe Sally didn't fix that. I can't believe Bill let this happen. The only thing you can do when you're hurling through space in a spaceship is work the problem. What can I do from this moment forward? So to me, there is a brilliance to your question. What do we do now? The past is gone. The future hasn't been created. So what can we do in this moment? And what I say, and this is the most concrete thing that I can give you, is be accurate with your language. Be accurate. It wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. You made a mistake. So what do I do now? Well, I can be accurate with my language. I can stop myself from perpetuating this extreme language. I'm terrible. This was awful. The person who cut me off in traffic, they're a horrible person. No, the car drove a little closer to my car than I wanted it to. The person at work said something that I would have preferred she not say. Like, it's really, when I'm accurate, it really curtails the amount of anger that I'm about to have.
Can I just say, this advice was shared from the last episode of the podcast, and it is life-changing. Since you said that, I have applied it to my own life, not only for just like anger, but just on my day-to-day basis, and it has just elevated my happiness and the way that I see things. So thank you. I'm just going to type it in the chat for anyone here who has missed it, because it's truly life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No, and I feel grateful that you share it like that and phrase it like that, because what I do at this point in my career, January, I've been doing this work for 25 years. And what I do is, at this point in my career, when I do presentations, and I do a lot of trainings on yield theory that I created. So we'll do 3-day, 5-day trainings. And what I do is I say, look, these are exciting because I take 25 years of sitting down with people, more than 20,000 hours of clinical experience, being blessed, humbled to sit one-on-one with people where they share their most intimate secrets with me. And I take the information that was truly life-changing, those moments that made a change and helped them shift. And I get to give all of those in like a condensed way. And that's why I get excited about what I share, why I'm excited when you and I speak, why I love how hungry you are for information, because when we can make this information applicable to everyone out there who's watching, it really is a game changer. Life-changing stuff doesn't mean it has to be you have to have these lights come on and the music, it goes, wait a minute, this technique, if I apply it day in, day out, will radically shift the way I experience life. That's what it is.
And I think this is perfect because it really draws back to the idea that we mentioned earlier. When I am accurate with my language, I'm better able to disentangle my expectations with my reality. When I thought that I was going to get, just last week when I sat my med school exams, 25% on my exams. Like I was very sure, I was like, I'm going to fail this exam. I'm going to get a 25. I then took a step back. I was like, wait, no. I've studied more than half of this material. My friends have quizzed me on this, and I've been able to answer more than 50% of it. I don't think I'll necessarily fail, but maybe I won't do as well as I wanted to. And even that, like recognizing that, helped me realize what I told myself versus like what the reality really was. And that in turn helped me reduce my anxiety, which, you know, is amazing. So I think being able to apply this for like all the different scenarios, whether it's anger, anxiety, I don't know, like sadness, is a really great tool. And with that, I just wanted to pick up on the second point that you mentioned about yield theory, because we've mentioned so many applicable tools. One that I think someone has just mentioned right now, Dasha, how to communicate without getting angry so fast, like these kind of things. But what is the theory behind it? And I know you created yield theory, and you know I would love to learn more about the theory. Sorry, that was so long.
So I would love. So I'm grateful. So here's I'm going to take you back to the beginning. In 1998, I was in my room and I was in a meditation, and I had this vision. And here was the vision. Here's how it kind of came unfolded to me. And I've spent the rest of that time refining it, and now it is an evidence-based approach. It's a theory on counseling, and I wrote about it in Walking Through Anger. But let me show you the initial metaphor. So I was thinking, like, let's say a car is going down the highway the wrong way, and you want to stop that car. Well, you could drive head first into that car head on, and you could stop that car. But one or both of you is going to get pretty hurt. But what if instead of smashing into this car going the wrong way, instead you say, you know what? I'm going to merge with it, like at a yield sign. I'm going to yield with this car, and I'm going to go with, trying to get my hands on this. So I'm going to go with it. Now, as I'm driving with this car, my car next to this car, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. So let's suspend reality. The car says, okay, we're driving in the same direction. Let's save some gas. So I jump in their car, and now I'm seeing out of their windshield. I'm actually seeing the windshield that they're seeing out of. And over time, when they trust me, let's say it's a long enough journey, they get tired. They say, I want you to drive. And now I get to be in their exact chair. And then I can help steer them down a different path. And that was the original metaphor for yield theory. Meet people where they are. Do your best to see from their perspective. And this is more than just walking a metaphorical mile in someone's shoes. This is me imagining that I had a person's cognitive functioning. So I had their intellect, their affective range, their ability to experience emotions, and their life experiences. And what I say, and this is powerful metaphor. This is big. What I say is, I believe that if I would have lived every day as another person, I would have made every single decision they made. And the reason why that's a very big assumption is this: I work with people. I specialize in violence. I work with people convicted of violent crimes. I work with serial murderers. I work with people who are serial rapists. So how can I say, if I was them, I would have done everything they did? Well, first of all, it's not a philosophical, logical argument, right? It's an a priori argument that doesn't make logical sense. But here's what it does for me. When I'm able to say, because we often say, well, I had a hard life and I didn't do that, or I had a tough situation and I didn't do that. You had your brain doing that. You had your intellect doing that. So imagine you're that other person. Now, here's what this does. It wipes away judgment for me. So then when I meet people where they are, and let's say someone's really angry, I can listen to that person, and I can truly listen without judgment. And I can say, look, the past is gone. I can't change a single second of the past. But if I listen to you and I validate what you're experiencing, now we get you out of that anger, and I can help move toward helping you make better decisions. So that's the substance. And ultimately, yield theory comes down to doing three things. Because I told you last time, Monica, I try to make things really simple for people. So I think we're always skeptical of other people. Like, we're skeptical, especially if someone disagrees with us. Boy, we could be skeptical all day. But I always say, I want to be skeptical of my own ego. I want to be skeptical of my own thoughts. I want to challenge my own thoughts. So I sat back and I said to myself, well, what do I really do? Like, I stand at a cell door in maximum security prisons and I talk to people. I sit in a comfortable Zen setting in my office and I talk to people. What do I do? And I do three things. And this is what I would tell people to do. I listen, I validate, and I explore options. So you're with that family member who's so angry, and maybe they're being really self-centered. I've seen a couple comments say, how do I deal with a narcissistic family? And I see that word come up a lot in the chat. And so think about this. They're really self-centered. Your initial thought is, I'm going to go tell them what they need to do differently, but they're not going to hear that. So that's like smashing the car head on. You can tell them they're wrong, but they're not going to listen to you. But if you put yourself behind their eyes and you truly listen to them, and then you validate that experience, like, my goodness, that sounds like that was really awful for you. That sounded like that was really difficult for you. And and here's the key, not just validating, but validate until they feel validated. Because you know as well as I do, we all want to be heard. And if somebody keeps saying things over and over again, that person probably doesn't feel heard. So when we can help them really feel heard, now that we're validating them, now they feel better neurologically. And you know this from neuroscience. When you're angry, you're in your limbic system. You're in your amygdala and you're getting really fired up. That's that fight or flight response. But once you feel validated and that emotional release, now you move to more the frontal cortex, your higher level decision making. And now we can explore options. Now we can say, okay, now where do we go from here? What's the best decision to make from this moment forward? So it's powerful. I know there's a lot to take in, but it's powerful.
So I'm just going to summarize, and just to make sure that I completely understood, at the core of yield theory is to really take someone's perspectives and to try to see what they see and to meet them where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And to really break it down, it's to really listen, to actually think about the meaning of the words they're saying, not just kind of listening like whatever, like actually, what are they trying to tell me? To validate, to make them actually feel like they are heard, not just being, yes, I'm so sorry. Like, no, like actually listening, validating, and then coming up with solutions that you guys can both agree, like kind of meeting in the middle. That's kind of what I drawn from it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. It's incredible, because it's funny, because like in this comments, you have tons of people and they're all talking about different things. But I happen to see on one, they go, well, if Monica's shaking her head, she's not listening. And here you go. You just accurately summarized everything I just said. And so sometimes we look at other people and we have a projection that what we're seeing is the truth. When if we truly take time to listen, we go, wait a minute, maybe the world's not unfolding the way I think. And that's challenging our own egos. Honestly, that's one of the toughest things that any of us has to do, because our ego is our sense of self, and our ego wants to say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But that's not reality. Reality is we all can challenge our own egos.
And so I have a few follow-up questions, actually. One that has just been coming up from the chat. What do you do in terms of exploring options when the other person is unwilling to explore those options? Because ultimately it takes two to tango, doesn't it?
It does. It does. So my whole career has been, I've spent a lot of time with people who have been mandated to see me. Like, think about this. In the state of California, I had a center for people convicted of violent crimes. Now, once they get out of prison for committing a violent crime, they were sentenced to 52 weeks of anger management. This is outpatient. This is outside of prison. And they had to come to this anger management, and they had to pay for it out of pocket. So you can imagine how angry people were to see me. Now, I could sit and be like, well, they're just angry, they're resistant. Or I can put myself behind their eyes and go, wow, if I just spent time in prison or jail and I got sentenced to do this too, I would be angry as well. And so I would really listen, and I would validate that. And I wouldn't force people to talk. I would say, listen, if you need more time, you need more time. Like, who am I to say when you're ready to speak? And because I wasn't doing it as a technique, I wasn't doing it to say, okay, now you should hurry up and speak. I was being genuine. Like, if you need time to be angry, be angry. And because of that, when you truly let go, then people will be much more likely to actually speak. So if you find someone who's not ready to talk, and you say, well, I did listen and I did validate them, so they should talk now, you're probably jumping to that cartoon world. I validated them enough. Now you're talking about you're talking about your own ego and what you did. And that's why I always say, Monica, and this is a big one for that person who asked that question. When you validate, don't just validate till you check a box and go, see, I did it. Validate until that person actually feels validated. And again, you know this from neuroscience. When people are angry, they're in that limbic system. And when you could watch, if people are speaking to you and there's brain scan, they're under a brain scan, that anger, once you validate them, it dissipates. Now you actually see blood flow in different parts of the brain, specifically going to that frontal cortex. So I always tell people, what I'm saying isn't rocket science. This stuff I'm not saying this is rocket science. It's pretty simple, right? Listen, validate, explore options, but it is neuroscience. This is definitely neuroscience.
Yes, I would just like to say, so when in class, people were saying, what's the best way to kind of dissipate these like emotions sometimes during like, anger and things like that? Honestly, it's the sleep. Just sleep. In other words, to just take a step back until you feel ready to address it, when other people feel ready to address it, because the reality is that, just like you said, not everyone is ready to like let go of whatever they're being angry at. And it's okay to have space, because only through space, only through feeling ready are you able to effectively explore options, whether that is like, giving space through sleeping, giving space through taking walks, giving space through, I don't know, meditating. Any of these things are perfectly valid to just take a step back.
Well, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. So think about this. How many times have we all been hangry? We're hungry, so we get agitated and irritable. And we start an argument, and after we eat, we go, "What were we mad about?" We don't even remember, right? Or you stay up arguing in a fight, and it's because you start arguing because honestly, one or both of you is overly tired. So the profound realization is this: when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're thirsty, when your body's temperature is off, or you're overheated, you're in a part of your brain called the hypothalamus. And that is smack dab in the middle of your limbic system. So it makes a lot of sense that when you're hungry, you feel a little bit more agitated and irritable. When you're overly tired and you haven't slept. So we have this new puppy. She's a 6-month-old Cane Corso. She's awesome. She's so fun. She's beautiful. I wish if she was down here, I'd pull her up so you guys can see. Maybe next time I'll have her.
Oh, yes.
She's so adorable. But she does something. My wife will say she's fussing it out when she's real tired. She'll be like, "Rah," and she looks like if somebody was watching, go, oh, she's scary. She's not scary to us. She's fussing it out. And how many of us do the same thing? We're angry, we're agitated, we're irritable. So if we could be mindful, maybe now's not the right time to get your point into the other person. But the challenge many of us face is that we're impatient. And so when we want to tell somebody something, we start talking at them rather than with them. And I don't know if I told you about the fool on the mountain last time, but I want to share that. I think this would be a perfect time for people to hear that story.
Let's hear it.
There was a person, he was supposed to lead a group of people up the mountain. So he ran to the top of the mountain, and he got to the top and nobody was with him. They were all at the bottom of the mountain. So he started screaming at them. He's like, you should be up here with me. I started down there. I had it tough. I made it up here. And he's yelling and yelling at them where they should be, but they couldn't even see him, let alone hear him. So he becomes known as the fool on the mountain. And before we judge this fool on the mountain, how many times have you and I and all of the people who are watching us right now, how many times have all of us at times talked at people like, you should understand what I'm saying, like you shouldn't be thinking what you're thinking right now? In those moments, we were no different than that fool on the mountain. And so that's why yield theory is about having the self-discipline to leave where we are and go truly meet others where they are psychologically, what they're ready, willing, and able to hear. And the reality is many times it's going to take more patience than what we want to give. But here's another key. And this is one of those moments that I feel excited for people to hear this, because if I could reach in your heart and have you really feel this would be a game changer. And that is when you truly let go and you interact with people and you give them the compassion to say, I'm going to meet you where you are, and you give you the true space. The truth is, when you're truly let go, It'll happen so much faster than what you think. When you actually take the time, you will validate. It'll get you there so much faster.
And patience is really the key of everything, I think.
Mhm.
And that's why I like during the times when I journal, I always tell myself, how can I be at a place where I feel like whatever could happen to me, I have patience. I have patience for whatever is going to happen to eventually happen. Like to take steps to make sure that whatever I want to happen is going to happen. Sorry. And I think if I could just share some of the things I found really helpful, like mindfulness was truly a key to that. I mean, every single morning I will wake up and I will listen, even 2 minutes of just mindfulness, guided meditation. It has been so helpful to help me be more patient with myself and to be more patient with others. And I think that draws in so closely with being able to then practice yield theory and to reap the benefits from it.
It's that is exactly it. So we have a question here from Will J. He asks, do you have any techniques to become more patient in yourself, to become less impulsive? And Will, I love this question, and hits on what Monica's talking about right there. You heard her use the word practice. We're practicing this. So here's one of the most pragmatic techniques you can possibly do. Here's how you begin to develop patience. Remember that we master what we practice. So if you practice daily, every time something doesn't go the way you think it should, you lash out. Rah, rah, rah. You get really good at that. But so what do we want to do? If we want to develop patience, let's do the opposite. So let's say I'm thirsty. Right now I have a big jar of water. When I'm thirsty, the moment I'm thirsty, instead of grabbing it and downing it, I grab my water and I use the exact phrase that you used, Monica, which is mindfulness. And I say, okay, I am thirsty. It's not the end of the world. Let me take a moment, take a breath. Now, after taking one breath, now I can drink. The next time I go to take a drink of water, I might take 2 breaths. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consciously say, when I have the impulse to do something, I don't have to satiate it. I don't have to satisfy it immediately. I can take a breath. I can take 2 breaths, 3 to 4. And then I can do this. I can practice this in other areas. That's just the first one that came to my mind. I have water right here. Whatever you want to do, Will, think about whatever you have that you're about to do. Take 1 breath. Now, I'm mindful because I've done this long enough that somebody out there watching goes, well, I practiced that. I tried that once. It didn't work. Well, just the way you can't do 1 push-up and think now you're strong, and you can't do 10 push-ups and think, you have to do them consistently over time. And if you do enough push-ups and you do them consistently over time, you will get stronger. That's a fact. That's a physiological fact. And if you quit doing push-ups for a long period of time, you'll lose that strength. So it's something you have to practice. The same is true with mindfulness. If you practiced it once a long time ago, or you heard about mindfulness, or you get excited when you hear other people talk about how they practice it, that's not you practicing it. You have to actually practice it day in, day out. And I promise you, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. And one more last thought on this, Will. If you intentionally throughout your day say, I want to get better at patience today. Well, here's a blessing. The world is going to give you tons of opportunities. The universe is going to say, here you go. I'm going to give you a bunch of opportunities today, Will. The people you're around, they're going to make you upset. All kind of opportunities. So now what are you going to do? Intentionally, you're going to say, I'm going to practice patience. Just as sure as I would practice weightlifting, by having those weights, I'm going to have all these troublesome moments. I'm going to practice patience.
I love how you brought that up, because when you were saying that, I just thought like people go to exercise to feel healthier, like physically. This is just the same. Practicing mindfulness. It's like going for an exercise, but for your brain. I love it. It's like a little, like, it's not like you go exercise and the next day you'll be like having the figure that you always wanted to have. It takes time. And just like that, like at first I would like to say, like, I was kind of, I don't know, not really sure about whether mindfulness would work or not, because I've just heard it's been so commercialized, things like that. But when I actually was open to it, like addressing that initial doubt and being like, okay, I'm willing to challenge my preconceptions and then practice it, not just for a day, but for a month. And then tell myself, after a month, if I don't like it, that's fine. but like actually having that concrete date, I was actually able to really kind of take in all what mindfulness has to offer. And so I'd like to kind of give that advice, if I may, for, you know, everything that was mentioned today. You might have tried it before, but have you actually like really, really believed in it, like, or at least was open to it? Because if you do something, but then your mind is like, oh, I actually don't really believe in it, you're like fighting yourself, and that's not going to
Yep.
work. You know, like that has been one of my learning points in the past few months. So I thought I'd just share that.
Yeah, I coined a term called the foot in the water principle. And so I got this from my center when I was in California. I'm not there anymore, but when I was in California, my center was in South Lake Tahoe, California. And so Tahoe is a mountain lake. It's a cold lake. So if somebody wants to say that they swam in Tahoe, they can't just tap their toe in the water and be like, oh, I swam in Tahoe. No, if you want to say you swim, you got to dive all the way in. And in the same way, if you practice any of the techniques that we've talked about today, and you do them one time and you go, see, it didn't work. Well, then you were looking for it to not work. And of course, you're going to find that. If you want to see something not work, of course, it won't work. So it's about doing it, like you said, dedicate yourself for a month to something, practice it constantly. But if you're practicing it, trying to say it doesn't work, I have a really good example for this. So in martial arts, I did martial arts my whole life. And in martial arts, let's say someone comes to a gym and they're trying to learn what to do if someone pushes you. If you're trying to learn what to do and you go up to the teacher and the teacher says, go ahead and push me, and you walk up and you lean all your weight backwards and you just try to push like you're just trying to run backwards, the teacher's going to say, that's not how people push. You don't run around going, oh, let me jump backwards. You push and you go through it. But if you want to walk into that martial arts studio and say, these martial art techniques don't work, see, I go like this and it doesn't, then you're not actually doing it. So if you're going to do mindfulness and not actually do it, then of course you can confirm what your ego wants you to believe, which is that you're right and whatever you believe right now is absolute truth and you have nothing else to learn in your life. Your ego is going to try to convince you of that. But to challenge it's going to take effort and practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like I'm easy to find in an internet age. I don't give people stuff that doesn't work, and I promise you, this stuff works. It does take effort. We master what we practice.
Absolutely. I know we've covered a lot today. So just to wrap up, I want to give some of my own thoughts and just like summary of some of the tips that you could literally practice right after this video. I think one of my favorite ones is just being accurate with your language, making sure that what you perceive as your expectations actually aligns with what reality is, because that is a great way to reduce, you know, anger, distress, any sort of negative emotions. I've tried it myself and it works. And I'd love to hear from the community if you've tried it as well, and just, you know, get in touch and let me know what works, what doesn't. And we will always be able to have a chat in the future episodes with any further follow-up questions. Another major point that I wanted to bring up again was just the idea about meeting people from where they are. The idea of yield theory, being able to listen, being able to actually validate, and being able to explore options when you feel ready and when others as well feels ready. So I think those are the main takeaway points, but there's just so many wonderful, valuable information that you've shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Conti, for everything, really.
I appreciate you having me back on. Like I'm excited about what you guys do. You personally do such a great job. Psych2Go does such a great job. You're spreading conscious information and awareness. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. And my door will be open to come back on in the future, because I feel like there is so much more to talk about. There's so many different things. For instance, one person asked if journaling is helpful. And of course it can be helpful. Absolutely. A lot of times it can be helpful just because once you write your ideas down, you crystallize them. So if I write it down, I go, wait, sometimes our anxiety gets so big in our minds and our anger gets so big that we're allowing it to just get bigger and bigger. But then when we write it down, we go, I'm angry because so-and-so expressed an opinion that was different than mine. Oh, wait, that's really not as big as I thought. And so once we crystallize it, yeah, that can help a lot. Journaling can be super helpful for people. So if that's something that you like to rely on, that's wonderful. Again, there's so many questions here, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process and coming back on the show for sure.
I know that so many people have just loved things that you've been sharing, and I really want to direct them to your book. Would you like to share a
Oh,
bit
yeah.
about your book? And
Yeah. So,
here we go,
walking through
everyone.
anger. Walking through anger. So walking through anger, and it's really like if you like how I tell stories, can't figure out the camera, but if you like how I tell stories, of probably over 100 little teaching tales in this book, where I love to teach through Zen tales. I was a professor, and I loved when I taught. Every year I taught mostly masters and doctoral students, but once a year I would teach undergraduate students, and we would have up to 200 students in an auditorium. And like I always knew I wanted to keep their attention, so I would tell stories a bunch. And so when I tell this book, even if you don't struggle with anger, it's really about how do you handle your own intense emotions, whether it's anxiety, depression, and then how do you handle other people when they're in a difficult situation. And I also have that on audiobook too. So I read that book for Audible. So it's on there. So that's one way they can get a hold of me. And then the other one is I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, yeah, I'd love for people to check that out.
Amazing. So everything is linked down in the description box below. Until then, please let us know what you would like to hear next in the comment section, or you can get in touch through email.
Hi there, Elon here from Satori Prime, and in today's video I want to give you a huge tip about relationships. Now, whether this relationship is with your kids, your spouse, people at work, friends, this is applicable to all. How many times have you been in an interaction with someone and they said something or did something, or maybe didn't say something or didn't do something, and you lost it? Internally, you were just so angry. And that person asked you to come talk to them about it in that moment. And you say something that maybe a few hours or a few days later, you have come to regret. Well, here's pro tip about relationships. When you feel anger, frustration, self-defense mechanisms coming on, leave the conversation. Say something like, you know what? Right now, I'm afraid of what's going to come out of my mouth. I'm going to regret later. And take a time out. Because here's what's happening. In that moment, your body, your mind is completely hijacked. Have you ever tried to be logical with a child in a tantrum? How's that work out? Your logic actually makes them go deeper and deeper into tantrum. They get louder and louder, right? That is exactly what is happening inside your body when you're in that state. You're hijacked. You are no longer there. So, if you want healthy, beautiful, connected, intimate relationships, do yourself a favor. When you feel that emotional state coming on, whatever it might be, ask for permission to leave. Leave. Allow your system to calm down, because what's happened is all these chemicals are surging through your body and you are in full-on fight or flight mode. And it takes anywhere between 30 to 90 minutes for that chemical reaction to calm down. And from everything to go from just your reptilian amygdala part of your brain to actually bring energy back into your prefrontal cortex. And you'll notice that when removed from a certain situation, you can always come back with a clearer mind, clearer vision of what it is you want to communicate, and you don't end up saying things that you're going to regret or have to apologize for later. So remember, next time you get into a heated argument, a heated fight, any sort of interaction, give yourself a timeout. Say, I will come back to you. I just need some time to cool down, and I will come back to you, and then we can have this conversation. And you will notice that your relationships take on a whole new level of intimacy and connection without having to apologize every step of the way, right? Let me know how this tip works for you in the comment box below. If you ever tried this, how it's worked for you. And if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up. Also, make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel, because we are constantly sharing tips and practical things that you can do through your life.
You will hear a man asking for information about language classes over the phone.
First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good morning, Globetrotters Language School. How may I help you?
Yes, I was wondering if you could give me some information on language classes.
Certainly. What language are you interested in studying?
Well, that's the thing. I'm interested in learning Japanese, but I'd also like to improve my Chinese. I don't know which to study right now.
Maybe the class schedule will help you decide. Did you want to study in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
I work in the evenings, so mornings or afternoons would be best.
Then that decides it for you. We offer an advanced Chinese class, but it meets on Wednesday and Friday evenings.
I couldn't do that. When do the Japanese classes meet?
We have beginning Japanese on Tuesday and Thursday mornings. No, wait, that's intermediate Japanese. Which level do you want? Advanced?
No, beginning, definitely. I know some Chinese and some French, but I'm a real beginner with Japanese.
Well then, are you free Monday, Wednesday and Friday mornings? That's when the beginning Japanese classes meet. We also have intermediate French on Friday mornings.
I could do those mornings, but I'd prefer afternoon. Don't you have anything in the afternoon?
We have intermediate Japanese class on Wednesday and Friday afternoons.
I really need a beginner class, so I'll take the morning Japanese class. Could you give me an idea of the cost? What would be the tuition for the Japanese class?
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
The beginning level classes meet 3 times a week, so they cost a bit more than the other levels. For a 6-week course, the cost would be $575.
That's a bit steep.
If it's hard for you to pay that much, you could sign up for just 4 weeks of class and pay $410, or you could pay for 1 week at a time at $125 a week.
That comes out to be much more expensive once you add up all the weeks.
That's true. You can save money by registering for 2 levels together. For example, pay for your beginning and intermediate classes now, and you'll get 12 weeks of class for just $1,050.
That's not a bad deal, but I can't come up with that much money at once. I'll just pay for the 6-week course.
Fine. That class begins next week, so you need to register right away.
Can't I register over the phone?
No, I'm sorry. We don't take phone registrations. What you'll need to do is visit the school office today or tomorrow. Bring a cheque for the tuition and a photo ID.
Is that all?
Yes, we'll give you a registration form to complete, or you can save time by visiting our website and downloading the form there. Complete it and bring it into the office with your cheque.
Great. I'll stop by this afternoon.
Fine. When you arrive, ask for Mr. Lindsay. He's in charge of student registration.
I'm sorry, Mr. Who?
Mr. Lindsay, spelled Lindsay.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you. We'll look forward to seeing you in class.
That is the end of part 1.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turns to part 2.
Part 2.
You will hear a lecture on bird migration.
First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 17. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 17.
My lecture this evening will focus on the migration of birds. That is, how birds fly in big groups from different parts of the world at certain times of the year. In the first part of the lecture, I'll talk about the reasons why birds migrate, when they migrate, and which parts of the world they migrate from and to. To start with, why do birds migrate? Well, there are two main reasons. One, they migrate to look for food, and two, they travel to parts of the world that are more suitable for breeding. In fact, these reasons are closely linked. As you can imagine, when birds are breeding, they need extra food to feed their young. And in the spring, in the cooler climates of Europe, there is a lot of food for birds, especially insects. So generally, during the spring, birds fly up from the tropics, which are hot, to cooler climates in the north. They stay there for a few months to bring up their young. And then, when the weather in the north gets cold in the winter, they fly back to warmer climates in the south. Now I'd like to talk a bit about how global warming has affected bird migration. One of the effects of global warming has been to make the spring come earlier in the northern regions of the world. When spring comes early, the plants and insects that birds need to bring up their young are also available earlier. Research has shown that quite a lot of birds have started to migrate earlier because of higher temperatures. But unfortunately for some species, this hasn't been early enough. What I'm saying is that birds that are travelling a long way for breeding may arrive too late to find enough food to feed their young, and their population drops drastically. Scientists are currently researching more about this.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 18 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 18 to 20.
Now, I thought I'd finish by just briefly describing a few different patterns of migration. Migration varies with the type of bird and the area they come from. For example, one kind of migration is partial migration. This means that some birds in a particular species will migrate and others won't. It usually depends on how the weather affects food supplies, and very often happens in the tropics. In another migratory pattern, a bird called an Arctic tern migrates the whole length of the globe, from the North Pole to the south. The Arctic tern travels between 12 and 15,000 kilometres each way when it migrates in a complete circle around the world. It's quite amazing. Right, and lastly, I'd like to mention a pattern which isn't nearly as spectacular, but is very interesting. And this is the way many birds migrate across North America. In this pattern, the birds fly northwards in the west of the country and then back south again in the east. So, if you imagine it, they're actually migrating in a circular pattern, like the hands of a clock, not in a straight line, as we might think.
That is the end of part 2.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turns to part 3.
Part 3.
You will hear a conversation between a potential student at Clevedon College and a representative in the Information Centre.
First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Good morning, Clevedon College. Can I help you?
Yes, please. I'd like some information about evening courses this term.
Okay. Which subjects are you interested in?
2 subjects, actually. Languages and computer skills.
Okay. What languages are you interested in?
Actually, I'm not sure. I have to fulfill a language requirement for school, but I haven't really decided what language to study. How many language courses do you run each week?
We have 2 every night, from Monday to Friday.
I'm sorry, but would you mind going through the schedule for me? Which language on which days?
Not at all. Monday to Wednesday are modern European languages, French, Spanish, German, Dutch and Polish. Thursday night, we offer ancient languages, Latin and ancient Greek. And on Friday, we finish off with the Asian languages of Hindi and Bengali.
Monday to Wednesday, modern European. Thursday, ancient languages. And Friday, Asian. Can you spell Bengali, please?
Yes, it's B-E-N-G-A-L-I.
Great. And how much do the courses cost?
Each course costs £25 per person per term. But if you want to do 2 language courses, there's a 10% discount, but only if you book for 2 terms.
So the 10% discount is if I take 2 courses for 2 terms. Is that right?
Right.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
Would it be possible for me to book my classes right now?
No, sorry, the computer's down. What I suggest you do is call extension 9694. Oh, no, sorry, 6994 after 6 p.m. and ask for Mrs. Johnson.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Did you say 6994 after 6 p.m.?
Yes, 6994. Please ask for Mrs. Johnson.
Thanks. Okay. Can we now look at the computer skill courses?
Yes, of course. Computer classes always start in the first week of the month. And the way it works is we offer 1 computer class for the entire month. So you might spend 1 month on databases, another month on Excel, and so on. Classes meet once a week on Tuesday afternoons. The next class starts February 1st.
Okay, so for the upcoming month, February?
February is going to be databases. There are 24 places still free on that course, and it costs £40 per person.
February, databases, 24 openings, £40. Okay.
Excel starts in March, and that's nearly full. Only 4 slots left. It's £45.
Okay, Excel. March. Only 4 slots left. Got it.
April is Outlook. That is never as popular since it costs so much more, but you get a free CD. It is £60 for the month, and there are 19 places left.
Okay, April. Outlook, £60. Is that it?
No. On the 3rd of June, we start a Word course. We have 16 vacancies for that at the moment. It's also expensive at £55.
3rd of June, Word, 16 vacancies, £55. Now, do I call the same number to book a place in one of these classes?
No, you have to call Mary Jones, I think. Yes, Mary Jones. Extension 9623.
Sorry, could you repeat that number?
Yes, extension 9623. Please call her before 6 p.m.
Okay, many thanks for all your help.
That is the end of part 3.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Now turns to part 4.
Part 4.
You will hear a lecturer in education talking about some experiments done in the USA to investigate the effects of reducing class sizes. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40 on pages 71 and 72. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
All over the world, there are passionate arguments going on about how educational systems can be improved. And of all the ideas for improving education, few are as simple or attractive as reducing the number of pupils per teacher. It seems like common sense. But do these ideas have any theoretical basis? Today, I want to look at the situation in the USA and at some of the research that has been done here in America on the effects of reducing class sizes. In the last couple of decades or so, there has been considerable concern in the United States over educational standards here, following revelations that the country's secondary school students perform poorly relative to many Asian and European students. In addition, statistics have shown that students in the nation's lower income schools in the urban areas have achievement levels far below those of middle-class and upper-middle-class schools. So would reducing class sizes solve these problems? Well, we have to remember that it does have one obvious drawback. It's expensive. It requires more teachers and possibly more classrooms, equipment, and so on. On the other hand, if smaller classes really do work, the eventual economic benefits could be huge. Better education would mean that workers did their jobs more efficiently, saving the country millions of dollars. It would also mean that people were better informed about their health, bringing savings in things like medical costs and days off sick. So what reliable information do we have about the effects of reducing class sizes? There's plenty of anecdotal evidence about the effect on students' behavior, but what reliable evidence do we have for this? Let's have a look at 3 research projects that have been carried out in the USA in the last couple of decades or so. The first study I'm going to look at took place in the state of Tennessee in the late 1980s. It involved some 70 schools. In its first year, about 6,400 students were involved, and by the end of the study, 4 years later, the total number involved had grown to 12,000. What happened was that students entering kindergarten were randomly assigned to either small classes of 13 to 17 students or regular-sized classes of 22 to 26. The students remained in whatever category they had been assigned to through the 3rd grade, and then, after that, they joined a regular classroom. After the study ended in 1989, researchers conducted dozens of analyses of the data. Researchers agree that there was significant benefit for students in attending smaller classes, and it also appears that the beneficial effect was stronger for minority students. However, there's no agreement on the implications of this. We still don't know the answer to questions like how long students have to be in smaller classes to get a benefit, and how big that benefit is, for example. The second project was much larger and took place in California. Like the Tennessee study, it focused on students from kindergarten through to grade 3, but in this case, all schools throughout the state were involved. The experiment is still continuing, but results have been very inconclusive, with very little improvement noted. And the project has, in fact, also had several negative aspects. It meant an increased demand for teachers in almost all California districts. So the better-paying districts got a lot of the best teachers, including a fair number that moved over from the poorer districts. And there were a lot of other problems with the project. For example, there weren't any effective procedures for evaluation. All in all, this project stands as a model of what not to do in a major research project. A third initiative took place in the state of Wisconsin at around the same time as the California project began, and it's interesting to compare the two. The Wisconsin project was small. Class sizes were reduced in just 14 schools, but it was noteworthy because it targeted schools at which a significant proportion of the students were from poor families, compared with California's one-size-fits-all approach. Analysts have found that the results are very similar to the Tennessee project, with students making gains that are statistically significant, and that are considerably larger than those calculated for the California initiative. Now, I'd like to apply some of these ideas to the latest.
That is the end of part 4.
You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Hey.
Hey.
I might get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. I actually. Go ahead.
No, someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42, okay. I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body, and like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, it's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we always had to it was like happy birthday, like something. I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal Tov and happy birthday to the big.
Thank you.
To my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all. We enjoy this.
Happy to be here with you guys on my birthday.
On your birthday.
Being here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but if you're new, let us know, because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom. And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga, like there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly, the experiences to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to like force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment box there, and so we can see your questions, we can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome. Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here. Cool. Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. I'm maybe butchering that one.
Might be Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we have a bunch of.
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav, she's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm going to drop a link for you real super fast. If you want if you see your name when you drop in a comment as a Facebook user. That's because we are in a closed group, so the software can't pull your name out. So I'm going to put this link in there right now, that chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay?
Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family then.
Yeah, totally.
Interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of the situation and everything. I think part of it is like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia, and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, months and months and months ago this thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden there's all these like more comments than usual, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Also another side note. This reminds me of when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here, because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, what's that B name that you had? So I stopped using it, and then Barack became president, and I was like, oh, that's my name, and everyone's like, no, it isn't. Like you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, all right, just won't use it again. Oh my god!
Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me, and not even from the fact of Tesla. Just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday Ukrainian, Russian, Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're gonna walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today, and we're gonna kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. When we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today, and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you, and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize like you get to acknowledge yourself for being there. Right? The human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And no, we'll actually work with you and share with you like what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in two separate ways, and then I'll have a guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level one. And level one, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level one is, in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy, is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone, unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these five senses, right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level one. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level one phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. Was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get like how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it like, to the T. Like he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone. It felt like I was like on a mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like I thought I was hallucinating. Right. So what happens is in this early stages, like the phase one of your growth, this level one phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like, wow, after wow, and aha, after aha. And you get so excited. You kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone. Like, read this book, you have to do this program. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted. Right? And that kind of is that in that phase one practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah, go for
And I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location, it's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this, so it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I could prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like give or take, that's the range that we have. So like here's what we can hear. Now anything lower than that or higher than that to us is silence. Non-existent. Okay. And we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name or we thought we heard something and we turn around and maybe nothing is there or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we want to throw a wrench at our 5 senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my 5 senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your 5 senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take like a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against a wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American, in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue, and then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship, and so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay, and so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives, in our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.00001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain, notice in your life, we loop in this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next two layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase one of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this, I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me and mom did this or dad didn't do that. And then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have that. And you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often it kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life. And that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it like just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because, again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, you know, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything has been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down, because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, so I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. Like, and the more of you guys that respond to this to let other people know, like, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this like level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened, and then manage your way out of them. Like, manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed? And when I say healed, I mean like fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Like, mindset cannot liberate you from that place, because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get like, wonderful, it's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place. Mm-hmm. When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body. Mm-hmm. And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip, or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom, you're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the
Can
Awareness
we
Effect
pause there real
Academy,
quick?
this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know, if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless. Okay, we find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get. And you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box, and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that, because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet, because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. Don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yeah. There's just you coming to sit. Let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful. Don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we can tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. You can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself, because we don't live on an island in this world, and our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting, because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied, right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking, how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process, like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is I want to say at that level 1, again, it doesn't matter, level 1, location 1, layer 1, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes, that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations, just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys. Huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, you know, intuitively, is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system? Instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it. Like, that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse till later. Cool. Tell me how that works, and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to, when they do the next thing that throws you off, and then you explode much bigger, and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with, that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness, so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from, let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you've read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done, or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like, all that is good and will serve you as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you. Like, all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime, and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence, you're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, you know, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like, go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this: you, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like, think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me, I've walked to this. But the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like, when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this: me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what? I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like, I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing. Like, the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all of these like ninja cheat codes, you know, but like, it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door, into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like, once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get, it's amazing. And it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys are we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how-to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how-to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map, so you can kind of sense of like, oh, wow, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm stuck. This is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay. And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self to self healing practices, right? This is the self to self. The next level is, once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system just, you feel it downregulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me, until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me. You can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay. This is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like, you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like, you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like, the words coming out of their mouth is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? What did they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, blah, 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 this happens. And right, like, you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. We call it the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, Alex was saying, like, unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm. And you got to get that awareness, and this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less, I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical, you have to do this and this. Like here, it's about consistency, right? Like if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like guess what? Like the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path. But my point here is that like you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses, and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off, and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's this like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like, this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here. And it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like, responsibility. Like this and that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. It is happening to you, and then some people get to, it's happening for me, but what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and 5 senses, but that's always transferable. Always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase, and this phase is very, very important because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same, and you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah. Like, they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know, this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck, because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong. They helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to more and seeing you guys in person, hopefully in one of our next programs. And until then, have an amazing day.
Love y'all. Have a beautiful day.